board self-evaluation. And I'd like to focus on superintendent's evaluation as one entity and the board's evaluation as another entity and not have them mixed up. Because when I'm rating the superintendent for the past year, I don't want to have to think about the board. I want to focus just on that. I don't want to combine. I'd like a separate entity, and I'd like it to be like the superintendent. I'm going on too far. Anyway, that's what that's where I'd like our focus to be mostly.
Okay. Ms. McSheffrey?
I don't have much to add, but I'm Amy McSheffrey, and also just here to talk about evaluation, test scores, just how we're going to do things better for our kids this next year.
Jeannie Castine. And for me, I think the big thing is making sure that our superintendent evaluation matches the strategic plan as well as the vision and mission that we set forth. I also would like to see how exactly social emotional learning fits into all of this as we kind of try to honor the whole child. So that's, I guess, where a lot of my focus is.
And I'm sure this Mike, and I'm here to help.
And I know you will. I know on the first part of the agenda, as Ms. Castine introduced, that we wanted to have a brief introduction, Julia, with what we just learned on Tuesday night. Because I think that just to spiral back a little bit and go, okay, we've heard some new demographic information. I really haven't processed it all the way. I mean, I don't know it like the back of my hand yet. So I feel like that's information we need to talk and talk and talk and talk about and watch and watch and watch. And then, of course, the same thing with the student achievement. While it's only the second year of the baby called Arizona Merit, you got to watch and watch and watch and watch and do something with and let that help navigate our shared goals. So if it's okay with you guys, I'd just like to have Mr. Mann give us kind of the brief or summary of what we might have learned from Tuesday night on the demographics, and then just Dr. Peterson, if you'll share with us briefly what we learned about student achievement.
Thank you, Dr. Lewis, Madam President, members of the board, members of cabinet. I really think the biggest thing to keep in mind when we look at things like a demographic study is that it's just one tool set. It's one set of discrete information. It's part of a larger methodology behind trying to dig into the things that we see happening within our district, and particularly with our focus on trying to make certain that we capture families within our district and increase that capture rate. One of the things that it does for us is it gives us a lot of data to be able to create a baseline around, what should we be looking at expectation-wise for enrollment versus what we're actually doing, so that way we have a measure of what activities we're participating in that are successful in assisting with those goals. And one of the pieces that I think was really powerful that came out of the demographic study was where things seemed to be going right. Like some of the things that particularly stood out to me was when you looked at schools like, obviously Biltmore we already knew had a high attraction rate even from outside of our district, so open enrollment within the district as well as out of district open enrollment. But one of the things I think was shocking to me was the number of students that were captured from outside of the district and the high level of in-district open enrollment associated with both Loma Linda and Excellencia schools. So that opens a doorway to dig into why are we seeing those trends, so that way we can figure out what's happening there that's different, so we can replicate those successful models throughout the rest of the district. But as I said, it's one piece of the puzzle, and so we have other things that we're drilling into. One of the things we talked about was Budget Advisory Committee's recommendation of utilization of some of the one-time dollars related to Prop 123 funding to fund a community engagement study. And so now that we have Emily on board with us in the communications manager role, that will be one of the things that we'll be ramping up for this year, so that way we can drill deeper into our community and add some specific questions. And while it's not final yet, one of the other things that we're currently looking into is there's a university research study that's being done by 2 doctoral candidates in the state of Arizona about student mobility and why students or families make the choices that they do for students. And so we've started to engage with them to see if it is feasible for us to have a partnership to be able to receive a little deeper data back from them than the published study specific to Creighton School District. So to do that, we would have to enter into a data sharing arrangement with them. The data would obviously be sanitized to protect, SIPA and FERPA and HIPAA and all the HIPAAs, hippy-dippy-doos. But we would do all of that, and they're actually working with ADE as well, and ADE has already built a masking scheme for that data because they've been providing them with state level data. So if they can get district level data, they can marry the two data sets together and perhaps give us a different way of looking at the data. So to me, the power of the demographic data was now we have one baseline tool set. We're going to expand that this year as we approach our 40th day. The demographers currently have the 16-17 data as well. So the beauty of it is you typically don't have an opportunity to do kind of back-to-back studies, but that will help refine and create greater accuracy for the data sets that we're looking at, and at a relatively low cost to the district because we haven't fully disengaged from our partnership with them. And as they mentioned in the presentation, they're also still currently working with Phoenix Union, which helps keep our cost model for the work that's being done down. So.
Just give a pause to that. Is there anything you want to kind of conjure up from the demographic piece as we move into today? It doesn't have to be, we're not going to go off into a demographic conversation as the foci, but just is there anything you want to bring into where we are going in the focus?
Well, to me, what I came out of it, and I haven't looked deeper into it much either, but obviously increasing enrollment is not going to happen easily for us. And one of the things, when you talked about charter schools and saying that charter schools are saturated, I don't buy that. On his list, he was missing a lot of charter schools that my peers are going to. I mean, we lost a ton of people from Biltmore going to charter schools that were not on his list. So I think the prediction is even more dire than he was giving us. So I feel like open enrollment is key to us growing enrollment if that's what we want to do. We have to attract people from outside the district as well as inside the district.
I think to Amy's point though, I think that question is if we want to grow enrollment. But the takeaway I had was even though we have redevelopment in our neighborhood that doesn't come with new kids, especially the people who are buying the homes that are being renovated. So I like that Mr. Mann identified, like, let's look at the areas where we do have open enrollment successes. I think 80% or so of the students or the families that choose Biltmore are outside of the attendance boundary in district and out of district, which was huge. So if we can look at the why people choose our schools, that would be helpful. But yeah, I think for me it was not like, do we want to grow? What does that look like? And I think I walked away thinking more, I hope we give a good product to the folks who choose us. And I want to make sure that we're focused on high quality and not just quantity of kids. So that was something I was thinking about as we left that conversation.
I agree with Amy, but Carl, Biltmore was set up, when it was set up with the FLY program, it was a lot of outsiders who couldn't get into other FLY programs because they were filled. So we're attracting people outside the district because they couldn't get into other schools in the Spanish immersion because of class size. I think it was Cave Creek or something like that. So I don't look at Biltmore Prep and them attracting outsiders as what we can do in other schools unless we set up some other type of program. I look more at Excellencia. I think it might be them attracting outsiders and what can we replicate, but I think it might be also the placement next to freeways, getting in and out, going downtown, workers and that. I came away with that, the ideas that we're not going to make 8,000, 7,000 again. That was a point in time that is probably not going to be replicated, at least for the next 15, 20 years. We aren't going to get back up to those amount of children with the low birth rate, which it was kind of interesting. The next morning, I get it online. The Washington Post talked about the low birth rate nationwide. So with that and the dinks moving and dual income, no kids, into the neighborhoods, we are not going to, we should strive for more kids, but we shouldn't look at 8,000 kids, 7,000 kids or bust, because I don't believe it's going to happen. We should strive for the best quality education. And what you said about, I'm not sure if these are pop-up charters. The other day I was around 24th Street, and I saw 3 charters that I hadn't seen, well, 2 charters that I hadn't seen before. One I had seen before that I didn't realize. I was just going down the street like 2 miles, and there's 3 charter schools within our district.
I'm talking about out of district, actually. People are willing to drive, you know.
Veritas, Archway.
Yeah.
And just to clarify, because I was there for those beginning meetings of the FLY program, it was people within the district. Yes, it attracted a bunch of out-of-district people
Right.
too, but it's people in the district saying, I'm leaving the district to go to Pueblo, to go to Cave Creek, and I can't get in because I'd be out of district. Why can we not do this a block away at my neighborhood school? And they were successful. I mean,
Right.
it's such a success story, but it was people
It was-
who would otherwise would have left.
And there's still
But a lot
now
of people talk
more Spanish programs, and even Madison families that have that option in their own district still choose Biltmore. So I'm friends with them, so there's still more to look at. And it wasn't, my point wasn't just about Biltmore, it was Loma Linda, Excelencia. It's why do people choose a Creighton school, and how do we provide high quality?
I think it's interesting with Loma Linda because Loma Linda is right on the cusp. Loma Linda is just south of Indian School. North of Indian School is Madison. And you have this, on 20th Street, you have the Madison Elementary School there also. And it's interesting that Loma Linda's getting from the outside, out of district students. I mean, Madison is so close by.
I mean, I think too that, you know, there's been established leadership as well at those schools. You know, that's been fairly consistent. You know, they've been in the communities and generations of, you know, big brothers and sisters, and have seen the same consistent leadership at those schools, and I think that really helps. So of course, one of our goals, I mean, if we have strong leaders throughout, and I mean, even at Alta Vista and Happyville, these beautiful new schools, but we are seeing people choose other schools. And so it's interesting to figure out where those parents are sending their kids in those areas where we would have predicted that there would have been much more growth, and they still have, like I said, Madison, we've got Jeff Geyer in those leadership positions who have been there for quite a while too. So there's some missing piece there, but I do think that there's a lot of opportunities. I think perhaps maybe too, and I don't know how as a school board go about this, but maybe being a little bit more vocal about demanding. Could we maybe have some kind of study to see if we need a charter school right there north of the canal on 24th Street? You know, like, so maybe we need to look more too at that lobbying piece, or at least being vocal about how we feel about charters just willy-nilly being able to be put into our districts, whether or not we need them. You know what I mean? I see them pop up all the time, and we still don't have any market studies to see. So I know that's, you know, that's a different approach, and it's not something necessarily that we're going to focus on, but I do think it should be something that we are vocal about as a school board, demanding more accountability. You know, and I don't know if that would put a target on our back or anything like that, but I don't see a reason for a lot of these charters to be popping up without, you know, without good reason and taking public dollars. I'm sorry.
I think. Yeah, I think there are a lot of charter schools in the district, even in the district and out of the district too. They're all over the place, and I myself have worked at a lot of them, and
I haven't yet worked at one that I would recommend to anybody, you know. Hope my boss isn't right, but, the one I'm working at currently is right next to Gateway, and it's in bankruptcy right now. And teachers are leaving, like one left on Friday, 2 more are leaving over the weekend, and, you know, so it's been around for 15 years, but, you know, they just, I don't know, you know, they're just not, but it's right near Gateway, and I wonder, I know why the kids are there and not at Gateway, and, well, it goes K through 12, but some of them are there because, you know, they got into trouble at Gateway, and then their parents thought, oh, well, it's the teacher's fault or the principal's fault, and then put them in another school. But a lot of these kids hop around from school to school to school their whole existence, and that's really sad, that a lot of these kids just keep hopping around from school to school. I think our schools, getting back to our schools, I think making them more attractive than the charter schools. Because the charter schools, what they do is they do, tons of marketing. You know, so they've got all this marketing. They'll say on their website that they're A+ school, that they're this and that. And I've actually worked at one where, I won't say its name, but they actually got the teachers together and said, make the test really easy because we're an A+ school and we want to make sure all the kids get A's. So we literally had to give, it was a high school, we had to give the kids A's on almost everything unless they were really bombing. But, so they can market, they can say anything they want on their website. I'm not saying that we have to go out and do that, but I think the way we have built More Prep Academy as a fly program, that's successful. Why can't we replicate that in another school? I think Donna mentioned Excellencia. I don't know if you were mentioning it because, you know, that'd be a good place to replicate the fly program, but, or a program like that. I love that Mackin is getting into STEM and STEAM, hopefully STEAM. I think that should be advertised a little bit more. Hey, this is a science school. This is a school, if your kids love math and science, send them here. So open enrollment, yes, at all the schools, but like, I think Carol had mentioned this a while ago, is have each school be a signature school in a different type, you know, an art school, a this school, a that school. And I think focusing on that and then just letting the community know, hey, you know, if your kids are really into science and math, send them to Mackin because we're, you know, winning awards, we're, you know, our kids are competing, or, you know, and start to spend a little bit of money to bring bring some, you know, some science stuff there. So I think making our schools more attractive would be one way to go, I think, to increase enrollment. And, you know, it's not that the end goal is to increase enrollment. Yes, we must get up to 7,000 or 8,000, but I think the goal is to have our schools be high quality.
Well, and I think we've talked about it a lot too, and I feel like the principals are doing, you know, trying to do their best to make it authentically what the people in the community want. I feel like too, maybe we need to start pushing forward and moving on some of these things. You know, if we know, you know, I said it before, we know that Camelback has this wonderful Montessori program, and just walking around here and seeing this campus, perhaps, you know, this could be, we could start growing our kindergartners, or, you know, and every year add a grade to it, and then bam, they get to go right to Camelback into that award-winning program where I think they had 100% matriculation for their first senior class who graduated. You know, so I think that I admire and respect the principals who want to get that real, authentic buy-in from the communities, but I think too that because it's so hard to engage the community, we end up dragging our feet a little bit and putting things off, and I think maybe it's time to just make that really bold, adventurous dive into the unknown and start looking at what would that cost to get our teachers certified to be Montessori teachers, and start slow with kindergarten or first grade or whatever. And it doesn't, I'm not saying Montessori is like the magic bullet, but you know, or what would it take to bring Fly to the south side of the district and to create those opportunities for bilingual education to the families in the south side of the district, or like you said, IB, Avid, there's so many really great programs. Taking a look, how much can we spend on a new program? I'm not saying doing 5 new programs in 1 year, but starting small, maybe starting with a grade level, I don't know, but doing it and then promoting the heck out of it, you know?
So, as this relates to the strategic plan, superintendent evaluation. Like, I just want to caution us in just jumping to like, here's the solution, and we see these charters, and I think we have to do the root cause analysis. So I like Mr. Mann's suggestion. Let's look at why people are choosing these 3 schools in particular. I don't know that it was specifically it's the fly program and people come. It's that there were parents who wanted this, and they worked really hard to bring it to the board and then promote it and bring other families there so that it was successful. It was more about listening and responding to our community, not like we have something shiny, come and get it. So like I just want to be cautious of jumping in without doing our homework first. And on top of it, just like as it relates to the charters, like the charters in our district, I think they're not something I would recommend to anyone, but families go there and they come right back. I'm more concerned about actually the charters outside of our district. Like I don't really think of the ones in our district as competitors. They're not on the same level, and it helps reinforce who we are when families choose them and they come right back. I'm more concerned about the Great Hearts and some of the other larger, more successful charters that are outside of our district that families will drive to. But to that point even, I'm more concerned about losing families to the Madisons and the Phoenix L's and the Osbornes at the same token, because they're getting something they're not getting here. So I just want to make sure we're doing the research that Mr. Mann talked about. Why are families choosing our schools, and not jumping the gun with like, here's an enticement, come to us. Let's just listen. Let's make sure that we're creating that space to get their input so that we can provide a service that they're interested in.
Seems like it's a balance of all of the above, and it is a tall, big, wonderful, long-term direction for us. As we continue the broad brush of what's going on in the district, let's talk about the students and how they're doing, and how they're doing based on one set of data that we have 2 years now with. Dr. Peterson?
Good morning, board members, Dr. Lewis. Last week we came and shared our Easy Merit information and had a great dialogue, and we really appreciate being able to have that two-way communication when we're sharing that information, because that is so critical for us. What we were able to share was that for our ELA results, the outcomes for the students were going in the same trajectory as Easy Merit at a statewide was going, and from a statewide they increased 2%. Creighton also increased by 2%. And also too, when we looked at that, and then we brought a comparison from our like districts, and we saw that through our ELA growth between our grade levels, that Creighton was in the middle to the upper end in progress in comparison to our like districts. And so we're moving forward with that. But we also saw that when we took a look by grade levels, that we had 4 out of our 6 grade levels who take the assessment, that they were following in alignment with the state projections. And then we had 2 grade levels that weren't. On the other side, when we looked at our math information, we saw that that was actually flipped. We saw that 4 of our grade levels were not following in that pattern, and 2 grade levels were. And our student outcomes for our math show us going in the opposite direction in the trajectory as to what the state average is going. So that said to us is we need to take an extra special look at where we are with math. But part of our conversation also really reflected the importance of, number one, it's a new assessment and we're still learning with that. And the importance of digging a little bit deeper into that and taking a look at our cohorts and seeing how the students are doing from grade to grade as they're moving across grade levels. And what we were seeing there that didn't necessarily reflect in the overall state results is that we are seeing growth within our grade level cohorts. We have several schools that had significant growth, not necessarily moving into the meets and the exceeds, but they had that steady growth pattern happening, which is what we want for our kids. We saw that we had several schools who were either close or at or above in meeting some of the state averages, and so there were some bright spots within, also some areas for us to take a look at. The other piece that's been great for us as a team, as we are continuing to sift through that information, we're also bringing in other information that we're looking at. So that is a piece, but it's not the whole. And so we already, as a service team, we're already developing professional development. We've got Mr. Hirsch and Mrs. Libman are already planning together and have gone out and done several trainings together for teachers in regarding to how do we use our new ELA adoption for interventions, introducing the thought of preloading information for students so then that they can be successful with their peers and have background knowledge already built for them so then they can interact as the lessons being taught. So just doing some shifts on some intervention thinking. We also have met with one school when they're starting their continuous improvement planning. This week we have 3 schools that we're going to be going to in the afternoon. And so what we're doing is sitting down together, all of the ed service team is at the table, and we will remain at the table throughout the year. So we've got plans in place to really look at how are we going to be able to differentiate in the schools to help support them with what their needs are. How do we make sure that we're monitoring the variety of things so that we can ensure that our students are continuing to move in a growth pattern.
So let's ask the same question. What were your takeaways from Tuesday night's discussion and observations as you kind of roll around the information you received about the test scores and some of the thoughts you had about what Dr. Peterson shared as she's utilizing that data?
So I'll start. We got our test scores, and clearly we would want another year to make some more meaningful, analysis from. So we'd have 3 years for a data set, but there were a number of recommendations, and I just left thinking, yeah, I think it makes sense to focus in on our ELA because we just adopted a new curriculum, but I didn't know. I guess I was left thinking we can't not also focus on math, and that was a problem. And I know good teachers reinforce all the different standards, but we have math teachers that are distinct from English language arts teachers. So to me, that was something that we need to address. That's something that I cared about.
I think that it's a lot easier in the middle school grades for there to be a focus on both things, you know what I mean? Because typically, at least I don't know how, I think every school is different for 6th, 7th, and 8th grade and how they do it. Sometimes 6th graders travel, sometimes they don't. They may have the same teacher teaching them both language arts and math, but I know 7th and 8th grade typically has their own math teacher and their own English language arts teacher. And so I think that makes it a lot more, a lot easier for those teachers to be able to focus on their one content area. And I think that when you go to K-5 or K-6 and you start talking about, here's a new English language arts, and by the way, we have these 8, whatever they are, and I want you to understand all of them. It can feel incredibly overwhelming. So I guess my concern, because I agree, we should focus on both. My concern would be to make that something that is doable for for those teachers without completely overwhelming them, you know, and causing even more, causing more teachers to leave because of the frustrations and pressures that we, you know what I mean? So, and I don't know if that happens because I know that when I taught at Gateway, they had like 5th grade teachers who were really good at teaching math. And so they would come in and switch classes for the math or the language arts section of that, you know, like maybe that would be a way, but my concern is for that like 1st or 2nd year teacher who's very overwhelmed by the number of students they have in their class. To then be like, okay, here, not only do you have to learn all of this brand new English language arts curriculum, but now we have these, math standards where we already know, there was just a study out about our K-5 teachers in the United States just not being where they need to be with math. So I feel like without overwhelming them and learning them out, we need to be incredibly patient, and I mean, it's almost like we teach for teachers, right? If they're struggling with their own like math concepts and their own math proficiency, I don't want to make them feel like, you're really bad at this, because it's just too much to put on their plate, you know what I mean?
Well, in a couple of responses, right, I think the bigger challenges, if I recall, were actually in those upper grades and not necessarily the lower ones. I'd have to double check that. Number 2, I don't think the answer is always just this more for this one specific teacher. Like there are other ways we could address this, and I'm sure I could come up with some, but we have superintendent that has a team that if we say this is something that we care about, let's figure it out. It doesn't necessarily mean more for this one specific teacher. There could be other ways we address that if you all also care about it. I wouldn't say that we wouldn't care about it, but want to prioritize it.
What you're saying, Jeannie, overwhelming teachers, I can understand that, but like Carl was saying, it would be up to the principal or the superintendent to come up with, principals usually come up with, since they're more hands-on, creative ways, or Dr. Peterson, creative ways where the teacher's not overwhelmed. What I brought up last Tuesday regarding a 3rd grade class that was lacking, and I'm not sure whether it was math or not, where year after year we saw this class falling behind the state standards. And the excuse was there was for most of the year in 3rd grade, there was a substitute. And it wasn't like I was saying, I don't want this to go on forever, even though I don't want it, is no one took intervention with this class that had a substitute that brought or tried to bring the children up to where they were supposed to be. And it was excuse after excuse by the administration at that time. Well, they're lacking in 7th grade math because in 3rd grade they had a substitute for most of the year. That is not acceptable. It's not an excuse. Those kids, we failed them because we used excuses throughout those years. And talking with Dr. Peterson after the meeting, and the interventions that will be used to try, whether we like them or not, they are state standards and we are judged on other schools. And we do have, since we have a lot of English language learners, we are at a disadvantage to start out with. It's not that they can't learn, it just might take a little longer, but they should blossom throughout their school years from K to 8. And we need to support the teachers and the students to get that accomplished.
I mean, I think part of the problem is these 7th and 8th graders, I mean, how long have they been learning Common Core? Like 2 or 3 years. I mean, they're at a disadvantage, so that, I think that grade level is gonna be tricky, and as a kid. So hopefully it will get better as they get used to learning Common Core. And same with the teachers, because I don't think they all understand how to teach this new math, especially in the higher grades. But a couple things. One of the highlights from the last meeting was some of the things that Ms. Berg's doing. I think that could be copied throughout the district. She's having success And I'm not even clear if all of our schools are using Engage New York, but I have only heard positive things about that. I don't know if that's like our official curriculum for math or not, but it seems like, you know, what Thriving Together was trying to do, you know, find the highlights and try and spread that throughout the district. When I sat in that meeting, I mean, those math teachers sounded like they would love to collaborate with other math teachers, even within their own district. And I think they have some cool things that they could share.
Well, and that is, I know that over time and time again, when we do talk to our teachers and they get to go to that cross-campus curriculum development or collaboration, that's, I mean, and when I was in Creighton District, we asked for more and more of that, but, you know, back then we got less and less of it for whatever reason. And so I do know that even though it might be a bit of a hassle to have to drive to another campus for your PD, I recall only hearing positive things about that opportunity to have and it addresses the autonomy issue too, because it was great. We had a whole afternoon. No, you know, we had maybe an instructional coach come in here or there, but they weren't, you know, we were able to just really get together, collaborate, and we knocked out like 3 weeks of lesson plans together, and then all of a sudden we had a face with a name, and we were able to email each other and say, hey, how did this lesson, or I changed this, and it was great. So I do agree that having those opportunities of PD, and I think that, well, no, it's third board PD, but yeah, that's something that we should always keep at the forefront, because I know our teachers really, really appreciate that respect and autonomy that they're given to be able to do what they do best.
Well, I think that there's enough time in the school day to focus well on math and English language arts, ELA. So I think to say we're going to focus a little bit more on one and sacrifice the other, I don't think is valid. I think, yeah.
I'm not saying that we ignore one or choose one over the other. I'm saying that whatever we do, we need to just make sure that it's not too much, too fast, and overwhelming. That's all I'm saying. You know, I just want to make sure that, because I can't imagine being a K-5 teacher who's got, you know, yes, you only have 30-something students, but that's a lot to manage throughout the day and a lot to be responsible for. So that's my only point, is that we are gentle and not overwhelming, because I know we do have a lot of teachers who are, you know, have less than 5 years in the classroom. We know that all over the country they're being chased out and overwhelmed with the amount of responsibilities they have. So I'm not suggesting in any way that we only focus on one or the other. I'm just saying we must be careful with it, because we don't want to overwhelm people. That's all.
And I agree with what Jean's saying, definitely. This approach of just throwing more stuff at the teachers, throwing more is just outrageous, because it's pushing them out of classrooms, really. So if there was a way, if we have to do a revamp or a change, then, you know, it's going to have to be, like Jean said, a gentle way. Or let's take away some things from you and add this, instead of just add. We're going to take away this and we'll add this. So not reinvent the wheel for them if they've already got their whole lesson plan set up for the whole year and for every single subject, and then all of a sudden we say, oh, but change it. No. I mean, we really need to be really considerate about how we do things like that.
I just want to highlight, it sounds like we all think it's important, and we've also talked, I think, consistently for close to 2 years how much we've also valued organizational health. So if this is something we are prioritizing, I would recommend Dr. Lewis would just come to us with a recommendation that takes that all into consideration and asks us for the support or resources that she needs to make it happen.
And one thing I just want to make, I don't want to come out of this is more stress over the tests. I know we focus on that a lot as a district, and I was just sharing, you know, my own daughter, I remember when they were prepping to take the AIMS, those third, fourth graders have anxiety about taking the AIMS test. Stomach aches. I mean, it's like, don't miss school these days, if they can't sleep because they're having anxiety, like, I'm not kidding, her and her friends, one of the girls is the highest in the classroom. I mean, stomach aches. Now, where they are now, it's not even a discussion. So either they know the stuff or they don't. You know, this worrying and focusing on it, which is for very good intentions, obviously. But I think culturally we are communicating that too much to the kids, and it's not helping the situation at all. So culturally, I think I'd love to have less time spent and focus on it, because what we're teaching, they either are going to know it or they're not going to know it. But focusing on talking about it doesn't help.
Thank you. Well, as we think about the implications for the strategic plan, I want to just be mindful that we have the tents on our table that we use for the rally, and that keeps our vision and our mission and our beliefs for the, what I like to call Vision 2020, because I think it's cute. But where we're headed in the scheme of things, that train will keep going down the track. And as we think about who we want as our kids, if you want to dare say that human development is a product, this is the product we say we want. And so back behind Annette is a green sheet that just reminds us, as a board, we're focused on our beliefs, our vision, our mission, our goals, and the student profile. And in the coming years, the action teams will be doing the heavy lifting as we actualize what is it going to take as we stay agile to respond to the context of information we have, the messiness of human development, and how do we keep staying on the track? How do we keep moving down that track? So we've got a 3 to 5 year, a lot of work to do. In the scope of today, as Julia takes us through the next phase, Julia, I know you had some thoughts about bringing the team together and getting us thinking a little bit as we move into what might become the next 8 months worth of goals over time for the superintendent. But let's pick.
And can I add something before I move on?
Yeah.
Just, Dr. Lewis, you sent us this article about Baltz being one of the top 5 segregated districts in the nation, and I'm just wondering what you were hoping we would take from it, because I'll share what I took from it. But
well, I shared it with the Leadership Council too, because first of all, when I saw it pop up wherever I was reading whatever I was reading, I thought, I bet Phoenix is in there somewhere, and I did drill down, and sure enough, there was Falls number 5. And what we're talking about is the greatest disparity of wealth, if you will, within districts or side-by-side districts. And the Scottsdale Unified's aggregate wealth and Baltz's aggregate wealth, and they're very different places. I mean, Scottsdale has a 35-mile length if you go all the way up to Desert Mountain, and then all the way down to Arcadia. And Falls is, right there by the airport, and has, 4 schools now. So it's 2 very different types of school districts. But I thought it was fascinating that just through the demographics nationally, it popped up as number 5 with the greatest disparity using those 2 examples. And I thought about us, because we're a long district, and we've got that same demographic happening, and the gentrification, and I just wanted us to be mindful that the disparity lives within us as a team, as a district, and that should navigate our conversation in some way. I don't even know all the way. It's new for me to have this evolving, if you will, what I'll call middle class. I'm used to the evolution of poverty, frankly, in my 20-some years of leadership. I've prepared for and learned a lot about poverty. I've not prepared for and learned a lot about the evolving middle class, if you will. Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. That's where my brain went with it. I don't know. What did you do?
well, so what it said to me is, okay, so if you take Biltmore out of the picture, I don't think we're that much different, really, right?
Right next to Scottsdale.
Yeah, and it's actually really scary to me, the way it's changing for public schools. I mean, minorities and people in poverty are now more segregated than ever. And I think Creighton's no different. So I just would like to keep that in mind, that one of the things that we could, if we build these programs, whatever it is we do, and it attracts people of affluence, you know, like Biltmore, it's good for everyone in the community. I mean, if we can integrate people from outside of our district or from wherever they are, I think it would help. I mean, that's what the article said. I mean, there's so many studies that show that. So if we're doing something good with our schools, it should attract everybody from outside the district. And that's what's happening at Biltmore. We have done it. So if we can replicate that in some way, that is only going to help all of the kids.
High tide raises all ships. Yeah.
All right.
Your discussion has been really good and really fits well into the discussion that you're going to have throughout the rest of the day. But I just had a couple of thoughts on that discussion that you had, and I just wanted to make a couple of comments with regard to your talking about maybe we should be dealing with the legislature about the way schools are funded. One of the things that I think they should be struggling with over there, I'm not sure if they are, is the fact that you have a school facilities board that would not allow you to have the money to build a school unless you have capacity, but then you have charter schools there. So that's, I guess, one way to kind of look at that issue. Why is that the case? And that's happening all over. Unfortunately, there are charter schools being built in areas that clearly have A, B schools, and they're going in there anyway. You know, it's frustrating. Oh, Legacy just built a charter school literally half a mile away from the district office. So, and it has within, I think it's a 2-mile radius, there are like 10 A or B rated public schools that have capacity. So they're not looking at that. That's a dichotomy. And that's what makes, even though they're all public schools, certainly makes that different and makes it more difficult.
Can I just make a comment on that? Because it's back to this demographics thing, like the charter question, like Scottsdale, our neighbor, I think has a bigger charter question. I'm not gonna call it a problem, I'm gonna call it a question where families are, it's an A district, right? A quality schools as defined by the state, and they're still choosing charters. I haven't looked at data, just up like anecdotally, like at a greater rate than we're losing families. So like, to me, like, why are families choosing our schools where they're choosing them is a more important question, not just let's look at the charters, because there are schools with good test scores that are losing tons and tons of families. Okay, thank you for that license.
With regard to the demographic piece, and again, this fits into what you have to deal with in terms of your enrollment decline over time. Does the demographic study tell you anything that will help you deal with the real-time funding versus the 100-day funding that the legislature is doing?
Yeah, it's interesting. It's interesting because, you know, it's one of those things that I've been watching for years and years, and now, you know, I've watched it across 4 districts, but I watched it very closely at 2. And one of the things that I really tried to do at one point was create a prediction model based on, you know, prior enrollment. And part of the problem is there's, and pardon the big 10-penny word, but it's like such the perfect word for it. There's so much obfuscation, which means basically that there is so much mystery and like unknown as to how the state truly calculates ADM. I mean, there's formulas the way it's supposed to work, but you know, you have all this data and you're making the same calculations the state is, and you can never come up with the same number as them. So, you know, part of the challenge really for us with current year funding isn't just the concept of current year funding, which is challenging in and of itself, but that the state chose to change financial systems at the same time as the current year funding switch was being made, which, you know, people always tell us operate more like a business, and the state sometimes tells us operate more like a business. And they even brought in a chief information officer from the business world. And one of the things, because I've been in the business world, one of the things you never do is 2 major system switches simultaneously, especially if they interact with each other. So I think the real challenge we have right now, and one of the big concerns our data people have, is, you know, how do we even know whether we're going to get accurate reflections in the new student system. So that's kind of a headache and a heartache. And then looking at the low kinder numbers, I call it an inverse bubble. So as we're looking at low birth rates and that affects our kinder numbers, it's sort of the gift that keeps on giving, because when you have a small kinder class and that kind of matriculates its way up through the system, what you have happening is you have 8th grade classes that are larger, kind of falling off one end of the scale. And then you have this low bubble working its way up through the scale. So in order for us to combat that, if we're looking at trying to maintain inequitable enrollment, because it's what creates the most financial stability for us, and any sort of stability is good for student learning, because when we have to keep churning to try to keep up with sort of the financial pieces, it doesn't necessarily benefit comfort for teachers or things going smoothly in the classroom. We either have to find a way to backfill at kindergarten or fluff up the higher grade levels, and that can be particularly challenging. What's interesting in the district, and Biltmore's come up a few times in the conversation, is because they were at an artificially low number before the programmatic changes and the movement towards growth with them, they are kind of on an opposite trajectory as the rest of the district. And one of the things we're digging into for enrollment, yeah, thank you, for enrollment, because they actually have 4 full classes bubble at kinder, whereas they have higher grade levels that are lower. And what's starting to be interesting is we do have a few other schools where we're starting to see some of those trends happen as we're watching early return numbers on this year. So it's one of the things we're watching very closely, because that will have not just an immediate effect for current year funding this year, but we'll see long-term effects on how that current year funding will affect us over time. So hopefully that answered the question.
The concept of the moving target fits not only with the discussion of teachers having to deal with something different every time they turn around, but also with that funding model, because you also have that governor's committee that is, I don't know what they're doing. I mean, they were supposed to have given him a report, last December, and that's been extended, and, if there's another change with regard to funding in that, you're going to end up spending all your resources trying to deal with the funding issue, so, which I think is pretty frustrating. Just to get started on the superintendent evaluation, in order to do that, you really have to look at your goals, mission, vision, beliefs, that sort of thing. And I noticed when you were talking about the school programs and at different schools, and having something unique at those schools, that really does fit into your goals for adventurous learning, for community impact, for communication. So, you all are right on track with those things.
We're hovering.
Which is a great.
Yeah,
no, it's good. It's good. Okay, so you have your beliefs, visions, profile of the Creighton student, mission, goals that you've just recently adopted since the last time I was with you, right? Okay. One of the things that I'm going to be talking to you about today, or having you really wanting you to think about, is the fact that you have policies that have been adopted through ASBA that don't necessarily mesh with that. So in preparing to talk to you about the superintendent's evaluation, your own evaluation, I'm looking at, do the instruments that you have match your goals, objectives, that sort of thing. And one of the things that I want you to be aware of is that you have a lot of stuff in policy that might not reflect what you have here. And you might want to think about modifying that, changing that, whatever. Let me just run through some of the policies that, with regard to the board superintendent relationship, and then I'm going to let Donna talk a little bit about the instrument itself. You have I'm just going to check these off, BDD, board superintendent relationship, that sets up, the board is responsible for policies, the superintendent is responsible for implementing them. That goes to the discussion that, the comments that you were making about making sure those roles are separate, even though you're a team, they're kind of CEO versus, the people, the management kind of group. That's in BDD. And I don't know where that fits in your goals kind of generally. You have to have someone doing that. But then in CA, you have administrative goals and priority objectives is what that's called. That's in policy CA. And that talks about district administration. It doesn't single out the superintendent, but clearly that's part of her responsibility. And that talks about the way things are communicated, the processes, how planning is done, that sort of thing. That sort of, I think that fits in fairly well with your communication goal, but still you need to be aware of it. Then in
Julia, which one was that?
that's CA.
Oh, that's also CA.
That's
Okay.
CA. The first one was BDD. And everybody says, where did these letters come from? I have no idea. I'll just lay that out right. I think this is based on NSBA's policies or something, but that's what I don't understand what that's about. But anyway, in CBA, you have qualifications and duties of the superintendent. Now, that's your policy, so your instrument needs to reflect that, or you need to change your policy. That's the pros and the cons of having policy, you know. You have it so that you know what you're what steps you're following, and your public knows what you're doing. But you have to change it if it doesn't fit. You can change it. But once it's in there, it kind of has the effect of law, for lack of a better term. And in that particular policy, that's pretty lengthy, and it separates out responsibilities with regard to education, management, interaction with the governing board, and personnel. So, and it's 3 pages long. So some of it is just sort of what you would expect to see in an evaluation policy. It doesn't really do much for what do we want the goals for the superintendent to be for the rest of the school year, and how do we measure it. But again, it's in there and you need to be aware of it. You have, yes. Mhm.
On the policy CBA, the duties of the superintendent, you have those, and you have the superintendent's evaluation.
Right.
If the superintendent's evaluation covers the points brought up in CBA and then goes further, is that allowable because you have the two aligning? Or do you just do what's in the policy?
I don't think there's a problem if you go ahead. What you're really looking for is, are there things that are inconsistent, completely inconsistent?
Okay.
And again, I just want you to be aware that you have adopted this policy, so that's what you're supposed to be doing. So if you change, for example, you have an evaluation instrument. If you choose, as a result of the discussions today, to change that evaluation instrument, then you're going to have to make sure that's at CBI-EA is the actual instrument that you're using. CBI just generally talks about the evaluation of the superintendent. So, you know, to the extent that anybody thinks this is just let's pick some goals and have an instrument, you have some stuff in here that you have to deal with.
So if we focus on this is what we want the evaluation to be, we can come back and clean up the
Absolutely.
policy to match that.
Absolutely.
So
And the instrument itself. Yeah, absolutely. You need to decide whether this covers the stuff that you want it to cover or it doesn't. So you have two things, and I really think you probably need to focus on them the most when you're looking at the superintendent's evaluation. One is the new strategic plan, the one-page document that you have adopted. And the other is the item that you adopted in February of 2015, your board expectations. And that doesn't really appear anywhere in policy. I'm not sure how that was adopted or how that fits. Does it still fit, I guess is the question. Are there changes in that? Do you still want that document? Are there changes that you want to make as a result of having more recently decided on the strategic plan documents or not?
So
Can we start, just kind of start with that, because those seem to be the key, the pillars of what you want as a board, are those two documents.
So I think that having observed school board meetings across the country, they all operate differently. And having served in Creighton with different boards, we've operated differently. So having the opportunity to share how we are going to bring our best selves to this work and what are some common norms or working arrangements or whatever we want to call that. We called it expectations. The word to me is less important. What's more important is getting on the same page, literally, on how we're going to work together. I think has helped our board be more productive than most boards that I have observed across the country. So I think it's an important element. It was last year. You're the president though, Ms. Kistine, so I'd love your thoughts on it. But for me, it was really helpful in trying to navigate change through a new superintendent, with a new board, with different personalities. So I think that there's a place for it, for sure.
I agree, and I think especially, because board members come and go, and we're in an election year, so I like the transparency of the board expectations, and, if you are trying to get onto this board, these are the expectations that we set for ourselves, so I personally, I think they're an important part of who we are and what we do.
Yeah, and I think we didn't create anything totally brand new. We highlighted certain ethics that we liked. We highlighted certain statements that reflected our values. We debated them. We dropped language to try and make sure we were accommodating that we could all get behind. So to me, it wasn't necessarily something that needed to be enshrined in a policy. It was just an activity that we could take where we could get on the same page.
The only thing, I like what's said, and what Jeannie said, whereas, if you want to know what the board is, read, if you're going for board membership. I guess the ideas should be common to any person to begin with. And what happens if I'm a total crappy person and I get on the board and I don't believe in these goals and I do what I have been for most of my life? There's no consequence. And I guess that's what bothers me. I mean, they're lofty ideas, I agree with them and all that other good stuff, but I don't have to be like that. I don't have to follow them because there's no consequence.
That's
There's
kind of
no
the whole,
idea.
that's kind of the whole point of it, I think, though. It's like this is what we as a board would like to see. And so, say someone comes on and says, I'm not doing that, well, we may have a problem with you. I mean, there is no consequence,
Yeah,
but,
there is no
well,
consequence.
I mean, that's an expectation. Do you want to come on the board and be a troublemaker? Is that your purpose
Oh, yeah.
of coming on, I mean,
Well, and there are people who have an agenda coming onto a board,
Yeah.
for sure.
Yeah, people have hidden and
yeah.
agendas or right out there in the open. I'm a troublemaker.
Yeah. But so for me though, I know I've had some moments where I've been frustrated. I helped create these expectations that we have, and I'm like, okay, let me just take a deep breath. This is what I agreed to do. I want to model professional behavior. That's in our expectations. So it's been helpful for me. I don't think there are consequences. I think it's the action of talking about this, seeking common ground. I came on the board and we had what was goals, right? Is that what you all call them? Goals, but that was it's not about goals. This was more about how we're gonna work best together. And someone might come on the board and wanna be a troublemaker, and that's their prerogative if they get elected. But the activity of just, I mean, this is what I did as a classroom teacher. Let's talk about how we're gonna work best together. And that could either be teacher-led or community-led. Trying to do this as a community, between the 5 of us. But So I think that there's value in it, but like, you're right, there are no consequences. And it wasn't designed to have consequences.
Yeah.
And at the very least, you know, if, let's say we do have somebody who has an agenda, who gets on the board, you know, whoever the president is can just, you know, point to these and say, you know, I just want to make sure that we are meeting the expectations that we've set for ourselves as a board member. And if that person wants to say, well, I don't like these expectations, they can go ahead and call for a vote and try to have them, you know, eliminated or whatever. But at the very least, we have a reference for behavioral expectations like we do in the classroom, you know? Like, this is how we are going to interact as a board, and we're going to be professional, and we're going to have decorum, and we're going to use our,
You
you know,
have it in,
big
in
kid
not
words.
just classrooms, but like in businesses too,
Right.
right? Like this is our, how we're
Think
gonna
you
work.
part of our board evaluation.
Well, I mean, we can discuss that for sure, absolutely.
I'm just thinking, you know,
Yeah.
if we all believe in them, it should be part of our evaluation rather than just that.
Yeah.
And then,
I think we
as
need
part of the evaluation, it would have a consequence. If I'm a huge troublemaker or not, and, you know, you feel that I'm a troublemaker, it would be listed in the evaluation.
but that's
The
if
only
you
thing
think
is
of,
though, like, I mean, I think that the way that the law is set up in Arizona, you know, whoever gets the most votes wins. I mean, it's not like we can, you know, revoke somebody. There are very specific instances only where you can actually revoke a board member's membership, right?
Okay, we're trying to get the community to engage more in our school district. If we have, as part of the evaluation, and I have a hidden agenda, and you called me out on that publicly, the community will know.
Right. Okay, I see what you're saying. So like that's
That's the
the
consequence.
repercussions that you're talking about.
Yes.
And then the voters will decide during
Right.
that next election cycle whether they want somebody who's there to start trouble or whether they want somebody who's ready to do the hard work of
Right.
being on a school board. Yes, absolutely, for
That's
sure.
what I'm talking as
I
a
got you.
consequence, a natural consequence.
So you're
Because the board self-evaluation is supposed to be, I mean, we can do it, like I can write on it and, you know, various other things. But the results are supposed to be presented in an open meeting,
yeah.
open meeting forum. So, you know, and I don't know if it's the president that's going to do it or if we're all gonna go through our own or have them compiled by Hilda like we do with the superintendent. I don't know, it has to be decided, I think.
Okay, so
But that would be the natural consequence.
So you're saying that we actually maybe engage with those expectations a little bit more and really help remind each other in a public forum.
Yeah.
Like these are the expectations that we set forth as a board, and if at any time during a board meeting it is our duty to, you know, say something if we're not meeting those expectations, is that kind of
No.
where you?
No,
Oh,
it's
She's
towards
saying in the annual
self-evaluation.
self-evaluation, which we've never really done with integrity.
Well, that's.
And I think even
where we're
last year when we talked about this, I didn't feel there was trust on the board that we wanted to go that far. I clearly believe in this and
Yeah.
would like to go that far, and it wouldn't, but it's for the purpose of, I think in most healthy organizations, you have clear guidelines on how you interact, and like you check yourself on those. And to me, evaluation consequences, it's an opportunity to like, are we meeting our own expectation? What kind of things should we change? And do these things still matter? Like we're doing with the superintendent evaluation, the tool we used last year, does that still fit? So I like taking it to the next level. I hope that we have trust in each other, that we do agree with this, and we probably have to do it again in January, February when the new board is assembled, unless it's the same of us, but we can.
Well, we
Figure
can
that out.
definitely talk about this as part of your board self-evaluation. I brought it up primarily to make sure that it was, at this point, to make sure that you're still on board with this, because this was adopted before you adopted your mission, vision, values, that sort of thing. So with regard to the soup evaluation, let me just tell you a couple things that you do have in your policy. Administrative goals are 7 different areas that are listed in there. Under the qualifications and duties of the superintendent, education, management, governing board of personnel, are in there.
I have a question, I can't see that at
Oh, I'm
all,
sorry.
and I can hardly hear you because the air conditioner is really loud.
I'll
But,
talk about it.
I know historically we've had staff retention as a goal. Is staff retention still on it? I looked in my paperwork, I didn't see it.
It would fit under personnel. That's a very,
Oh, personnel,
is
okay, I can
very
see
broad.
that, okay.
It's very broad.
Thank you.
Under the policy that you have with regard to evaluation, this is where Dr. Lewis is going to come in. The superintendent is under your policy to provide 3 to 5 goal areas. Okay, and I think that's kind of, and what you have right now is a very lengthy, well, it looks lengthy in policy because of the way it prints out, but it's still a pretty lengthy instrument. And one of the things that you need to think about when you're dealing with this process is, does that instrument fit what the goal areas in that instrument, and do they fit into your mission, vision, values, and do they fit the goals, the specific goals that she wants to provide for you today? The other thing I want you to think about is how you measure that, and it's extremely important. I know in some of your policy, you have a rating system of like 1 to 4 or 0 to 4. In another one, you have like a 0 to 9. In another one, you have satisfactory, exceeds expectations. So you might want to think at least about whether you want to have different systems. And regardless of whether you have different systems or not, you need to know that you're on the same page. If you have a 1 to, let's say you have a 1 to 5, and you think the 5 exceeds or whatever, and you have someone who says you'll never get a 5 because when I've been evaluated, they tell me nobody ever gets a 5. Well, you need to know that because your 4 is like your 5, and in order for the evaluation instrument, which is guiding her and knowing that she's on the right track and that you all think that everything is going the way it should be to have the best outcomes for your kids, you have to really know this is the, not transparency, but you need to be very, very clear about what those labels are, whatever they are.
Well, just like with our administrators, when they evaluate teachers, they need that there needs to be inter-rater reliability.
Exactly.
So we as a board need to have that same
Exactly.
reliability.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. So, Dr. Lewis, you want to talk about the goal piece?
Okay, I think that was a really great warm-up, and I know that feels like a long version of a warm-up, but thank you so much. I really do, but I think we really needed that kind of, that swirl to hover before we kind of maybe land the helicopter. If in your blue folder, you pull the second document out, I'll orient all of us to the variations that have been designed for what I will present to you today as a draft proposed set of goals within the document. So there are 3 parts to the document you're going to look at, just like you did when you evaluated the superintendent in May or June. And then those 3 segments are up there behind Mr. Mann. If you look, the first section is, section 1 is student progress. So that'll be, I'll go over that as I describe the evolution of the ongoing student progress as we're best trying to utilize it. And we all know it's a high value because it's 45 points of the evaluation.
45%.
45%, correct. And then the second set of the document is about the district or superintendent goals. And we want it to align with the strategic plan. So the big umbrella terminology is linked. The framework I want to say to you guys today, though, is I have the hardest time not wanting to cure cancer or seek world peace or fix all the ills of the world. And I want my goals to be huge. And then I realize, oh wait, this is an 8-month gig right now. So I want to keep the big mama goals out there and have them live in the strategic plan. And it's almost painful for me to write goals that are achievable in 8 months because it feels small. But they're huge when I've vetted them with different groups, and some of those folks are in the room. So I need help and guidance from you on what's realistic and doable and aligned with where what our warm-up was about, okay? And then the ISLIC standards are the third section, and I put a big black check by that one because those are gonna stay fundamentally the same. They're fixed, they're research-based, and they are 20% of the evaluation. So it's 45, 35, 20.
Yeah, so just for starters, you're not proposing changing the allocations.
I don't think so,
Okay.
unless you want to talk about that. I wasn't going to propose changes. I'm not seeing an introduction to that. Annette?
I don't know how staff retention is. I know a couple times last year we had presentations saying, well, it's really hard to worry about staff retention because we have a teacher shortage and all the districts are losing teachers. But I think not even measuring it in those goals, but like what steps are we doing towards staff retention? Now, I'm not just talking about teachers, but all staff. Because, I mean, to me, it's hard to talk about a district and completely avoid that subject because we are here for the students and who are the first line with the students, please. So we can talk about, I mean, vision, culture, operations, of course, is important. Family, community, integrity, context, culture, vision. Those four, I feel like don't need to be 4 different bullet points. They can maybe be integrated into less than 4 bullet points because they're all mostly about talk. Family community is something solid. It's something tangible you can touch. Operations is something you can touch.
So
I might add that in the various conversations we've had, a ton of people agree with you, what you're saying. And the umbrella it keeps getting is health and wellness, so that when the district is in a healthy place and there's a sense of wellness in terms of voice and having something you can contribute in a way to the way the organization is growing and developing, that's the definition. And so far in the various conversations we've had that live in, I think, culture on the ISLIC standards and under health and wellness in the district goals. That's where the conversations we've had have tucked it. I don't know if that's a direct alignment for you. I don't know where you were going with your comment. I'm sorry to cut you off.
For me, it was less about retention and more about the people that are here. It's about the culture, the health and wellness of our organization. So I think that to me fits under goal 2 in section 2, and we could probably have more conversation there.
I see it also in the ISLIC Standard 3, operations. So both under culture and operations. While I think what maybe Ms. Sexton-Louise is saying is that she doesn't see the word retention maybe explicitly where it used to be more explicit. Is that the concern? I still believe, though, just looking at these standards, and myself as a teacher who knows, I feel like it's addressed, but I hear your sentiment about it not being as explicit as it once was. But it's more embedded in these other standards, it seems.
I agree.
Is that the feeling everybody else gets? Is it something that, well, we're not here to.
Let's go through it and we can
Yeah.
come back and say, hey, is there something missing and does the board
Right.
want to?
I'm gonna keep doing this, whether it's a parking lot or anything else, just
Okay.
so you can go back to those issues.
So let's get our head around section 1 and just get ready to kind of process the information because it's more academic statistics and it's just a couple of shifts that were introduced. So the team that worked on academic progress continues to recommend the use of the pre and post assessments in the district. These assessments are exactly the same as they were last year, and these assessments have proven to have some alignment. I would not call it predictability, but some alignment and correlation to what actually happens on the Arizona Merit but I wouldn't call it predictability. But we have, where there were spikes of growth, that's exactly where there were spikes of growth in the
So this is
bigger
the
state testing.
ATI.
This is the ATI.
Okay, gotcha.
So if you don't have questions of that, I can move to the one that's been changed, but this is the same as the year before, and then the years past. Okay, if you don't have questions, I'll move on. So here's the new insertion, and last year, you guys, we kind of used whatever we had, which was a Zella. We didn't have enough data sets to know what to do with Arizona Merit. Now that we have nearly 2 years worth of Arizona Merit, it feels worth it to give it a shot to make our goals around Arizona Merit. There are many sentiments on this board that kind of pull that tension in the conversation, but I went ahead and put it on paper. So beat it up if you want to, but this is what my recommendation is. And this would be for all administrators and all district-wide folks, and they would mimic my evaluation mechanism. So it's an or statement, it's the first thing I want to introduce you to. So at the bottom of page 4, you see in bold the big word or. The reason or statements are used is there are 2 acceptable practices in the assessment industry to measure student progress. One is actually achieving a single benchmark that all kids will achieve, and it's a single fixed place. So we want 85% of our kids to be proficient. Well, then you have to actually study what's going on relative to the real test. So where do the kids really come to you in the district? What is their academic vocabulary? What is it, the progress that they've made? Hence the second section, which is what is the progress the kids have made? So if they come to us with 3,000 academic vocabulary words, and we move them to 8,000 academic vocabulary words, they've made progress. But if in another demographic within the district, the kids come with 30,000 academic vocabulary words, they're starting in a different place.
Yeah.
So, as we look at A, it looked at the 2 years worth of data we had and said, okay, what would be the norm, if you will, if you bell curve-ish, of the schools in Creighton relative to the schools in the state of Arizona? What would be the reasonable ways to acknowledge student achievement? So these numbers were proposed by the team in alignment with math and ELA as far as how the district administrators and the superintendent would gauge success in performance. In another situation, option B is, okay, how many percentage points gained did the school see? So for example, one school might have I'm going to go to A again, so follow me on this one. Let's say we have a school that has 35% proficiency. That school would get 6 points on the option A. But let's say they increased 3% in the area of mathematics or the area of ELA. They'd get 7 points. So that between the two, they would get credited, if you will, with growth, not just, oh, we only had 35% pass. So we're introducing an idea here of trying to honor the progress that's made with the hard work that's gained with the kids from where they come, while at the same time having a bar that says we still have high expectations and we expect our kids to perform like any and every other kid in the state of Arizona relative to the trajectory of the state. So,
And
yes.
the state's gonna also hold us accountable to this part.
What's not in here is because it's not designed yet, and that would be the A through F model, and they're in the throes of debating it at the State Department, and we can look at that next year and decide if the board values that approach. So we'll be teaching that to each other along the way.
Personally, I like the growth and progress model, which we can be. But you're going to get at some point, but I can't see it happening right away, because we have a lot of hard work to accomplish. You're going to get the same as Nickelby, No Child Left Behind. You're going to hit, hopefully, I'd love to see it, where you can't get, it would be 100%. You can't go any higher. But I think that would be for a board way in the future to decide on and change maybe, because you can't have any more but right now, I think B would, in my personal opinion, would be great, because I'm not looking for test scores per se. If the child has progress and keeps learning, the test scores will follow behind at some point. And I don't like to look at the negative parts, really. I like to see the progress.
I'm for the growth too, and Dr. Lewis and I talked about this. We just wanted to make sure, I think what she's recommending is you have both in here, and then school by school, you just look at which one is the school gonna get the most points for. But I think I personally value the growth. But it's there, so like we have options here. I don't think you're not asking us to choose A or B.
In this instance, I'm presenting both so that the school can look at both and then benefit from one or the other within the document. So you would have the or statement in the document, not necessarily give me direction today on it.
No, I think that having the option of an either or for school administrators is preferable. Because, I mean, we really are comparing apples and oranges in our district from the north and the south side. You know, like you said, the difference between 3,000 vocabulary words or 30,000. So for, you know, the principal at BPA, it makes a lot more sense for him probably, I would guess, to use option A. Whereas perhaps if we've got students coming in with 3,000 academic vocabulary words, it'll probably make a lot more sense for option B to be the model they use.
So, just the points here, Donna.
Yeah.
The ATI looks like that's 30.
Oh, do they not add up?
No, so
No.
so if your intent was that they were equal, I think it would be 10 ELA, 10 math, and then on the AZ merit, 10 ELA, 10 math, and that would get
Right.
to 40.
Okay.
And then that will leave our 5 points that we can talk about
Correct.
later. So I just wanted to,
It
That
does
didn't
add,
ma-
it does add up. So let's just do the actual, sorry if I actually didn't double check this, but let's just do it real
Okay.
quickly. So on page 3, we have 10 points for ELA, right?
and then,
So it says 15 at the top, that's wrong, it should say 20, okay? And,
oh, no,
Or
no,
should it say
10
10?
for ELA, and then the second bold for math, 10 for math.
correct, you're right,
Okay, 10. Gotcha.
you're right, 10, 10.
Okay.
Okay?
Thank you, that's in the sentence, but the grid was correct. Okay.
That's right, the grid is
Thank you
correct.
for catching that.
That's
Let's look at this one, and we need to probably put a statement in here that clarifies this is another 10 plus 10.
10 plus, yeah, no, those ones are right.
Yeah. So we'll put a statement in there to clarify the 20 total possible on either option A or option B.
Okay.
So now we're at 40.
And then that brings us to the
Then
back
this
page.
brings us to the funky last 5 points. So we kind of had an interesting throw spaghetti on the wall conversation about the last 5 points. And what we didn't know is whether the cart was driving the horse, because 5 points existed and we had to fill the 5 points up, or whether we should just distribute the 5 points somewhere else and drop this baby. What used to live here was the student survey, or the parent survey. And we always kind of have argued in many, many districts, but here as well. Is that what we're talking about when we're talking about student progress? Does that live here? Well, then we talked about moving the Azella scores in here. Now let me share with you what's going on with Azella. Azella's getting ready to rewrite the kindergarten test. The OCR, the Office of Civil Rights, is coming in telling Arizona, bang, bang, bad, bad. You're exiting kids too quickly. They should be in ELA, according to research, for 4 to 6 years. We're trying to get them out in the Arizona in 1 year and rewarding schools for that. So the state is in a hiatus right now about not even knowing what it's going to do as a benchmark for the definition of success with ELA kids. We know we have a lot of ELL kids. We know we want our kids to show gains and growth, but we don't have a reliable measure right yet that we could throw. We just would throw a dart in the dark and say, okay, let's make the number 30. I don't know if 30 is the right number or 20 is the right number. With the OCR arguing with the state, I'm reluctant to put Azella in here. So I think it's something we want to measure. I just don't have a reliable measure yet.
So you're saying there's no way to measure the growth of the ELL students?
There is a way. What I don't trust right now is the Azella as the way.
Oh.
Yeah, and statistical
So
reliability.
other than the Azella, there's no way?
Yeah, there's ways we can gauge proficiency. It would not be necessarily epically applied to all 6,000 of our kids or 4,000 of our kids, because the moving target continues to move. And I wouldn't want to put a number on a piece of paper that says that's the right number, because I don't know what number it's.
What percentage of our kids are in ELL, more or less? Most of
38, 36, 38% of our kids.
I think that's big enough to have it in the evaluation. Somehow, I think it's important. I mean, that's over a third of our kids. And if we
But
agree,
what, yeah, and what
The
would
problem
that
is the
look like?
measure. The problem is the measurement.
Yeah.
And I think that, I agree that until the state figures out how to,
Statistically reliable,
exactly. they're-
measure this,
Right. I think that it's wise to
not
try to,
incentivize selling our kids short.
right, and put this on the back burner. I agree that because of the high population of ELD
Right.
students, that it's something that we should have as a way to, or we should have a way to measure. The state has not given us a reliable measure and is currently under review, therefore it makes sense to remove it for now. And actually, in the conversation that I had with Dr. Lewis before this meeting, I said, perhaps what we may want to focus on as we move towards restorative practices and social emotional learning, and really taking a look at what we want our students to look like. Perhaps what we could, and maybe it'll be this year, probably not, but who knows, I don't know, do a pre and post test for social emotional learning standards and see where our kids are with that. Now, I certainly don't want them necessarily taking yet another test, but that could be a good gate. Can we see growth with our students as far as their social emotional learning? And I don't know what that would look like, but that could be something for in the future, perhaps.
Do you know what other districts are doing? There must be other districts who have the same challenge.
They're doing a smattering of things like this, and so they're using student survey data, parent survey data to round it out. But you don't have to have all these elements. Some are just using the letter grade, and they held it at bay because the letter grade is in hold right now. So it's just been kind of glossed over. So there's a range of things. Most are using internal assessments.
I wonder if there's other districts actually looking at the ELL and having their own ways to measure it if they're not using Zella. Because, I don't know, I think the only reason I keep hammering about it is because I know that it's different within each school of our district, how kids progress in it. And I think getting it all on the same page and having a very comprehensive program for the children who are English language learners would be a really good, for the district. I know for years and years and years, we've heard a lot of horror stories how, kids are in it for 6 years, 5 years, and things like that. So I just think it's really, really
Except
Well,
for
we've
that's not
also
a
heard-
recommendation.
We've
That's
also
not-
heard, I was talking to your friend Abigail,
Uh-huh.
right? And
Who, by the way, she's the instructional leader at North High School of their English language development department.
Right,
So,
and they had to call hundreds of families to say, hey, your kid was exited too soon, and we have more resources and support available. So the question then that I have, what all this makes me believe is yeah, we don't want them there too long, we don't want them there too short, what is that right number? And without having any statistical reliability here, I think we're jumping the gun.
Yeah, I'm just
Whatever
talking
that
about
expression
progress,
is.
not
I'm wondering if we can disaggregate the Arizona merit, and I know we can, to study maybe this year a baseline for how did we do with our ELL kids within the ELA part of the test.
possibly.
And we'll just drill down that way and talk about it. Maybe it doesn't live in this document this year, but we evolve a system and know that we can disaggregate down and study what our ELL kids are doing within that measure. It feels like that way we're not
And
ignoring
then we
the
would have a
issue, which is what
baseline.
you're protecting.
Yeah.
And that way we're studying the issue with the one thing we think we can count on.
So wait, but you're saying with the ATI, right, not with Arizona Merit, it would, because you want to see the growth?
We could do either.
Because I think more, it would be more important to do growth rather than see how our kids
True.
do on the AZ Merit.
True.
So if we, I mean, since we are able to disaggregate that data.
Well,
that-
let me give you an example of Natick, is one of our schools that it didn't look good on the percentages, but the growth from does not meet to partially meets was high.
Yeah,
You don't get credit for partially meets in the scheme of things with the state model. But we gave them credit and they got an award because they made such progress within does not meet to partially meets within their cohort. So we're drilling down and watching things and we can still do that even if it doesn't live in this document this year, is what I would recommend.
Yeah, I would love, if we're gonna go that route, like, take time, look at your models, present it in a board meeting where we can digest it, think about it. And then, like, if we like it, we can think about it next year. I think if we don't have that right now,
we redistribute.
and then hold you accountable to like some like random numbers that we just threw out, seems irresponsible.
I agree. I think that these 5 points should be redistributed.
Well, I think I have a different idea for these 5 points.
Oh, okay, let's hear it.
Here we go. Get the stickies.
Well, so like this section is called student progress or student achievement, right? So like, if you follow the research from Dr. Ron Ferguson from Harvard and the tripod surveys, if you ask, you can survey students, even kindergarten students, on, I think he's got these 7 C's, these qualities. If you design surveys the right way, they are very predictive of their students' success and of how effective their teachers are. I know that Roger Freeman's done this out in his district, Jeff Smith and Balls as well, as others across the country. And I know when I've asked about this in the past, we've taken some of those questions for student surveys. I would think there's a value in the student survey on how your teacher's doing for student progress. Because there are statistical correlations, I don't know how you ask them, and I'd let them figure that out. I don't know about asking the families if they're satisfied. I think that would fit in a different area. So to me, this wouldn't be about family surveys. If we wanted to keep these 5 points on some sort of survey that's not a test, I would like the student survey more closely aligned with the Ron Ferguson research at Harvard.
And I've heard you say tripod survey before, I know in the past.
Yeah, we've had presentations and I've grilled Dr. Lugo about it. But you can ask the questions like, do I feel there's C's, right? Do I feel cared for? Am I challenged? I don't know them off the top of my head.
Right.
But there's an easy way to remember them for 37 C's.
But
So
you're suggesting putting that in the evaluation, student
These-
survey?
Yeah, these 5 points instead of a family survey, because we already are issuing student surveys. We would just make sure it was the right survey and we would put that in here.
I would prefer to see a teacher survey, because students don't always take it seriously. So, many do, but not all of them. So we're not going to.
But that's not what the research shows us.
Well,
If there was research that you want to bring, and I'd be interested in it too. But that's why I'm not just saying any random student survey. I'm talking about,
One that's been
Design.
vetted and designed to.
yeah, and our neighbors have been using this too, so we can get their feedback on it. They've
Yeah.
spoken highly about it to me in the first 1-2 years. I don't know what it looks like after those years, but I think that would be a good use of 5 points here that aren't tests and they are student progress. What do you think?
I'm thinking it would be a first year. So I'm trying to figure out what would be a good result and what would be a bad result, if you will. Just trying to figure out that first year.
Sure.
Love the idea, but I think we can tweak and empower and grow the student survey. I don't know what year 1 looks like on a point system, is my only caution.
How about,
Yeah. It's a good
We
point.
can develop it.
yeah, how about like
I love the idea.
go between the two? I like the idea too, the students giving feedback. Keeping this year, having the students test for feedback this year also, so we can get at least a baseline.
I like it too because.
Could we do a teacher survey? I mean, teachers are professionals, we know they're gonna answer
This is
seriously.
student progress.
Oh,
so-
student progress, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, the
Yeah.
teachers could talk about student progress too.
Yeah, we
But
have
I
a
would-
teacher survey in here already that we're gonna talk about in 2, which
Oh.
is the TEL
The TEL
survey.
survey.
But, you know.
It's different.
Like, go with this year and next year, because we have feedback from the students this year also, so you'd have somewhat of a baseline.
Yeah, I hate to
And
throw in
yet-
something new without that baseline.
And I,
so-
Yeah.
I like this too because it goes along with the whole idea of student engagement and empowerment and voice, you know, like, and if our neighbors are using something that's been vetted and proven to be effective and really, addresses the things that we want in our schools that go along with all of this, then I think that could be, I think it satisfies a lot of the things that we have talked about.
Yeah.
And in the absence of a good Azella test,
Yeah, so if we're gonna punt on that so you can research that, would you recommend we reallocate these 5 points? Because I don't know that what the family survey, satisfaction survey, how that correlates to student progress.
That's what we currently have, right?
Yeah, but is there a statistical correlation?
We have.
But wait a second, hold on, and I'm sorry to interrupt,
No.
so what this was last year when we did this was Azella scores, correct?
Mhm.
Okay, so this was like kind of we don't have Azella, so let's just put this in and let everybody discuss it,
It was
okay?
spaghetti on a wall.
Right, I got you, okay.
And I'm not real proud of this. I think it was a best, okay, let's get this stitched.
So,
I might go with
as-
redistribute, but.
As a parent, I'm gonna tell you, like, if I'm happy in it, you're gonna get all the points, and if you're not, the parent in me, if I'm not happy, you're not gonna be at the school to even do the survey. So I just don't know that this is,
Doesn't live here for you.
it is important, but it's probably under community impact or
Yeah.
someplace
Yeah.
else. Personally, I don't know,
But
Amy
there was
or-
there wouldn't have been a baseline for this survey either, right?
Yeah, no, we have parent return rates from years past, and one of the pieces of feedback we've been getting is they're too low. And then we thought, well, what's a reasonable effort to, if we looked at the trajectory of low parent return rates, how can we get that higher so that, you can see the scale here.
Right, okay.
30% is considered statistically substantial. So this is, hence the 3 points distributed the way they are.
so,
If you have problems with this, and I agree that we should have a student survey, but we don't have a baseline this year, so it would be totally.
We have baseline student survey.
wait,
We do?
Yeah, yeah, we actually had that in here before. And it measured 2 things, right? Or was it just one? Do you remember? We have baseline student survey. I mean, I just lump in the student survey from the past that we have and just make some adjustments, and I'll just take direction from you today to do that.
wait, so the question, so I guess the question that I have for today, we need to decide, for you to be able to come back to us, do we want to redistribute these? Or will there be enough time for you to be able to maybe implement, whether it's the tripod survey or a reliable, or if we continue to use the same student survey, but that's what we need to tell you today, redistribute this or come
I
up with
think
something.
those are probably the 3 prongs to consider. Redistribute, use the existing student survey from which we do have a baseline, and then we can just plug in a 5-point thingy in here, it'll be a thingy. And/or develop, the newer, we could do both. I'm not sure I'd put a developed survey in here yet. And I don't know if I like the old survey, because I just don't know it that well, to be honest.
Right, I'd be curious to see what it.
Yeah, I don't know what it tells us.
Yeah.
I know we gave
I
points
wouldn't
for
put
it.
it, I would say, look at it,
Uh-huh,
right? See if the questions are the right way, are they getting us what we want?
yeah.
Because we have some stuff, we can still give a survey this year, and then next year we might entertain it. I would advocate we just reallocate the points, and if we want to measure the return rates of parent surveys, that would go in a different area. Because I want to honor that this is student achievement, or student progress,
Yeah.
whatever you want to call that. And I don't know that this measures that.
Yeah, I'd rather the four areas, go to 11.25 rather than 20?
I see what you're saying, redistribute the points
Within
equally among the
range.
other.
Yeah, the other thing you could
Gotcha.
do is take these 5 points and put them in the goals. You could make it 40, 40, 20.
Oh,
But
it's 40,
But our
30,
teachers'
40.
evaluations are still
are
45, 40,
45, 45. Okay.
55.
I say we redistribute.
Within this section?
Yeah.
Okay.
But I like the idea of a student survey. I would like for you to develop, I mean, this is a living document, it keeps changing year to year. But I would like the board's direction, not just mine, for you to develop a survey and give it to the, more like the one.
Get a baseline this year.
Get a baseline this year, so you can come back to the board next year and say,
And plug it in.
plug it in
That's
for
nice.
those 5 points.
Yeah.
And
And
if
I
you're
learned
gonna
about
do
it at
that,
ASBA conferences.
you need to make it clear. I have to tell you, as an outsider,
Yeah.
I have no idea what it is you're trying to get from the survey.
Yeah.
Just,
Yeah.
you're gonna, I mean, if you want her to put a survey together, you need to tell her what it is you want. When you say you're surveying students, what are you getting? If
Typically,
you
their
wanna-
satisfaction with their class experience.
And is it all students? Is it middle
Grades
school
3
kids?
through 8.
What is
Grades
it?
3 through 8.
3 through 8, okay.
The surveys that we've
Yeah.
typically, so the surveys that we've been giving for a number of years now are given to students in grades 3 through 8. They started as a paper-based survey, they moved to an online format. They measure everything from student perception about whether their teacher cares for them and, kind of to what degree, how good food is in the cafeteria, how positive their experience on the bus is, to the conditions on the campus. So we do get typically a very strong rate of return from students because they take it at school under the guidance of their teachers. So we are able to take that data and share it. It was built to be able to share specific information with the respective sites and departments. So we pull all the questions about facilities and give it to the facilities team. And likewise with food services and so forth. So it's a pretty robust survey that certainly could benefit from some refinement, but we do have years worth of results to look at.
So we could use that this year, and
But-
it is what it is. It's typically positive. Typically, the schools get all 5 points on it. And then while that airplane's flying, build the new one.
I think like when we're putting in like the quality of food and the facilities, like that's important. But I just don't know that it lives here. And so like the survey itself probably needs to be pulled apart or redesigned or.
I agree.
So I instead of trying to I think like I would want it to measure student achievement, student success, student progress. The tripod survey was another way to evaluate teacher effectiveness. And they looked at care, captivate, engagement, classroom management, their challenge, that they clarify big ideas. So there's stuff in there that I think would correlate, that would maybe fit here, but would want you to come back and tell us if you agreed
Yeah.
as a superintendent.
Yeah.
And I think, the family or community response is gonna be different from what an 8th grader thinks. I mean, the 8th grader may think the bus is a great thing, and the parent may
Yep.
think it's never on time. So, I mean, you really need to make sure
Triangulate.
you're in agreement on what it is you're measuring and what you wanna get out of that
Yep.
survey.
Especially like for kindergarten, first grade.
So I'm hearing develop it, bring it back for next time.
For student,
And I'm hearing
Progress.
distribute the 5 within this section for now is the direction you'd like me to take.
Yeah.
Okay, so 11.5 or something, whatever you.
2.5.
2.5, right. You got that? Okay, good. We'll tweak that when we get back on Monday. Okay. Thank you very much for that feedback. We knew when we were throwing the spaghetti, this is what it might sound like, so thank you for entertaining that part of the conversation. Now we're moving to section 2, and section 2 is under the policy says have developed 3 to 5 goals. So 4 goals have been developed in alignment with the district strategic planning process. And I will tell you, in my own mind, by myself, I had a different set of goals that I thought maybe I'd like to do. When I get rid of the word I, and I start to think about we, and I think about the data, I had to modify my goals. So this is hard for me, so talk me off the ledge or push me. But I'm struggling because I feel like I want to do so many cool big things, but what we're learning is our kids need some more fundamental basic foci right now. And so I want to make sure we stay realistic, and I want to make sure we take the smaller steps that we need to take to be truly effective based on the data. So, number one, and I think certainly the most important, under adventurous learning, and while we love the word adventurous and we have all embraced it, we can have fun while we learn the basics, okay? And adventurous and fun aren't the only synonyms that go together. Adventurous can also be challenging, you know, and climbing and you know, an Ironman. It's an adventure and it's a challenge. It doesn't have to always just be, you know, giggles. So I don't want us to misinterpret the word adventurous learning. But through innovative and creative and relevant learning experiences, the following 5 bullets seem to be the most relevant for the next 8 months. And I'd like your feedback on them. I'll read all 3, and I mean all 5, and then we'll pick apart why things evolve. Implement the new ELA adoption and integrate the digital learning to provide engaging learning opportunities to further develop students' reading, writing, and speaking skills. There's like 4 goals in that one. If we wanted to unpack that objective, if you will. But if you read it as a whole, the question is, what would you say 8 months from now would make you feel like we did that? The intent behind it is the district just spent over $1 million on an implementation, and we haven't started yet. We're just now rolling out those devices. We're just now opening up and unpacking the standards. So the main objective here is that teachers become expert planners and students become expert learners through this new implementation, and we're just now unpacking it. So the intention is year 1 of a very appropriately well, I think it's beautifully spent resource needs to just be done well. So that's, the goal is implementation. The verb is implementation. You want to pause, or you want me to keep going?
So I guess the question is, how do you measure?
Right.
Yeah. How will we know if you're successful?
Right, because that was one of the problems when we,
Yeah.
speaking to inter-rater reliability, we need to know what highly effective looks like. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. So, you want to chime in here? We've talked a little bit about it.
Well, I mean, there are different ways you can go about it. You can provide some kind of benchmarks during the year, or some progress during the year. You can look to see whether other districts have ways of doing that. But you need to, I mean, you know what information you're getting from your staff. How does that information come to you, and how can you forward this?
Well, and what I told the principals was the student achievement component of their evaluation, as in mine, is where the student achievement conversation will live. The implementation, in a way, is more about adult utilization. So if I was to say, let's survey the 3rd grade teachers across the district on their novice understanding of what to do with this tool versus their expert understanding of what to do with this tool, just based on what we call self-efficacy, I have this sense of confidence, or I am self-declaring, here's the degree to which I use it, or here's the things, I don't know what to do, I'm sure I'm not using, you know, half of what this document is intended, this program is intended to do. So for me, it would be a measurement of teacher efficacy, or teacher comfort, or teacher maximizing the tool.
So you have professional development in there?
We do.
That would be one way for you to measure that is, have there been professional development days? Has there been training? How many people, I mean, you can really get down to how many people have been trained, how long was the program, who put it
And
on,
also,
that sort of thing.
I'm sure you do this, right, where you, do you do surveys every time there's PD?
Yes, we do.
Okay,
So we could share the
So
PD
that-
measures.
Right, and those are anonymous, right?
Yes,
Okay,
yeah, people can be brutally honest there.
okay. And I mean, you could even have teachers do it on a Google form so that you can just bam, like, get it all.
And we do that.
Yeah,
We do.
nice. So that could be a measure, right? What do you all think? When you're looking, because I know that it's important, I think that was part of when we did the evaluation in May, I think that was the biggest struggle for some of us as board members, is knowing what do those metrics look like? And what would success look like? So if we survey our teachers about the PD, regarding the ELA adoption, what numbers do we want, what kind of satisfaction rates do we want to see? How will we know whether to give you a 9, so, and will the PD surveys be the only measure? What else will there be?
Yeah, as long as we get feedback.
Right,
I think that's really
As
important.
long as on this, that there's feedback that the superintendent gives, and this is what I've accomplished, more or less.
well, and I think too, it speaks
Comments,
to
yeah.
Annette's concern to make
Right.
sure that teachers are satisfied.
Right.
And so that's a way for us to measure teacher satisfaction as it relates to the superintendent evaluation. What do you think, Carl? You have something to say.
Yeah, so, like, maybe we're trying to evaluate too much stuff here. Like, do we need to set a goal on implementing the adoption? If we're not implementing $1 million investment, I feel like we're gonna get the achievement, right? That's one way. I think there might be too much here.
So you mean with regards to that one bullet point or with all 5 bullet points?
Well, just, the other ones that seem new, like there will be a model, like there's a plan. Implementation to me feels a little harder to evaluate, and I think
these are all hard to evaluate, actually, except for, the bottom 2 seem more like.
Well, wasn't that the question? The question was how, we've got the new ELA adoption, how are we gonna measure it? And we're just coming up with ways.
yeah, and
Yeah,
I'm
we can
proposing
measure it.
maybe we don't.
Maybe
Like,
in the future
increasing
years,
student-
of course, we'll measure the test scores from it, but this year we can't.
Well,
So-
if you look just at what is written in the goal, this is simply implementing it and integrating. This is like making sure that it's in, if you have a huge investment in it,
Of
I
time
would
and money.
think
I mean,
you
that's
would
a
want to
bulk of
make
work,
sure
yeah.
that it's being implemented. It doesn't mean that you're going to get results in 8 months at this point, but it does seem to me that you would at least want to know everybody who's supposed to be trained in this has been trained, as a way to look at it. Everybody has been, everyone knows that they have to integrate the digital learning into this program because you have spent a bunch of money. That's a lot of money to spend on a program. So I would think you'd want something. And I'm not sure that the measurement really needs to be a whole lot more than you're being able to say within, the next 3 or 4 months
Here are the
that
things that
everybody
happen.
has had the training.
Yeah.
And then maybe is it working? So
And then
I'm just-
measuring the professional development surveys, like Jeannie said, would be a perfect way to do that.
I'm just,
And I
It doesn't-
couldn't tell you if a 4 is good or a 4 is off the charts terrible.
I just know that people go to professional development, that doesn't always mean that it happens in practice. So if they were trained on it, doesn't mean that they actually implemented that practice the next day or even in the next
But that
couple
would be
months.
staff management from the teacher to the principal, and she is responsible ultimately on the staff management of implementing it.
One of the things I've seen done in the district that was, I thought, telling, I don't know that it was, the most statistically reliable thing, is we actually asked the instructional coaches as they gauged the teachers at their school, to what degree do you see this being fully implemented? To what degree do you see people struggling? To what degree, we can ask the quality and the degree and the frequency. I mean, I will tell you right now, just dipstick and walking around, I can't get over how fast they're on it. The kids are on it. They're already doing projects. They're already showing project-based learning, and it's week 2. I mean, it's already popping in the classrooms I've been in. And there's nobody's waiting or scared, or the kids are passing the teachers. It's anecdotally really cool. Can we put really cool in the rubric?
that's it.
Well, and I
Yeah.
think, I
It's just
just,
really cool.
5 is really cool.
and I
Yeah.
think too that,
I would
you
like
know,
that to be a 9, it was really cool.
when you do address strong professional development and, you know, teacher leaders as the, you know, like the ones who are facilitating the professional development and being able to do it across campus, I mean, I get it, yeah, there are some teachers who will go to a PD and then just continue to hand out, like,
Which is a
word searches,
supervision
but
issue.
that's
Yeah.
a different problem,
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay.
So I think that, and especially when you have something that is as focused as this ELA curriculum is, most teachers are pretty excited when that kind of stuff is so much more easy to manage and, you know, the ideas are there, and then you're able to share your ideas with people from other campuses.
Yeah,
You know?
the training and PD survey.
Do you still think that it's not something that belongs here, or?
Oh, I mean, if it belonged anywhere, it probably belongs here.
It, to me, is probably the best thing we got going for adventurous learning. Literally yesterday, I saw 5th graders presenting on desert animals, and they were using National Geographic, and they were embedding videos, and they were embedding research, and they had these really cool popping presentations, and they just did them in like a couple hours. We used to assign that and spend 3 to 4 weeks on those in the past, and it was just cool to watch them manipulate and have access to data that was colorful. And even the kids who were listening to the presentations, because I was thinking, oh, do I have to sit through another one of these presentations? You can see the kids go, oh, I mean, they had a choral response. And it was just fun. It was fun to see the liveliness of this beginning to happen. So I don't know if I'm getting too excited over nothing, but it just,
Well, so what that says to me is it's more than professional development, is it working in the classroom? So, I mean, these are millions of dollars that taxpayers have allowed us to spend, so that's a cool story. If we can see proof of that at some point, that would be really helpful to me.
Well, and that'll come
Is
with,
that in what year 1? or is that
ideally,
year
it'll
2
come with
evaluated?
the first section of your evaluation too. You know, it'll be in the ELA part of it.
yeah, I mean, what would be fun is to have kids come to show you, or you to go walk in the classrooms with me, and go see it. I mean, it's that simple potentially, without it needing to be a 98% pie chart, you know? I don't quite know how to force a pie chart on the It's Really Cool story, but we could, you know, but I'm not sure pie charts are the only way to measure. You know, so I don't know. I'm open to either.
One of the most interesting board meetings I went to, and they're few and far between. Remember, I'm a troublemaker. It was Squaw Peak at the time, and it was those who were learning English, and each board member was assigned to a student. The student chose you, hey, I'm your little guide. I had one about Yo-Hi. Jose was his name, and they took you to a computer, and they showed you, basically it was retention and understanding, comprehension and retention. It was a story, you know, various stories, and then afterwards, you gotta remember this computer's old now, but afterwards there was questions, and the student got graded on questions, and it was kind of neat. It was really neat, and they went up a pie chart, different stories. But it wasn't the idea of the program that was that interesting. It was that a student was showing you this program and how they understood to work this program and how they liked it because of, you know, this is what I do in this class. And I thought it was one of the most interesting board meetings that I had gone to, and you're repeating this if a student could show us, or go to one of their downloads where they're showing us what they learned in this program or their little project, what it is. That sticks with you a lot longer than the pie chart. Yes.
Well, the word prove comes with some kind of neuro-linguistic thoughts, you know, you're like, what, prove. And I mean that as just an examination of where your rate of reliability is and your differences and how you guys see the same words on a page and see what you want to say about it differently. So I think if you felt, and felt feelings are maybe too loose, or you saw evidence of students using it, you saw evidence of training documents or dates, and you saw evidence of professional development satisfaction, would that be your definition of proof?
Yes.
Okay.
As opposed to.
Did you get all that? I said it really fast.
And I, you know what, I just came into the room because I was doing.
Okay.
As opposed to like
Read
finding all these books that have never been used in storage for whatever reason, but that would be, you know, the opposite. I mean, it's, you know,
Yeah.
teachers for whatever reason chose not to use the curriculum. You know, they figured out something else, you know, so.
We can't get away from it, it's so cool.
Well, you know, you can, if you had, for example, students come to a board meeting, you're not only seeing that this has been implemented and it's working, but you also tie into your goal of community, letting the community know what you're doing by looking at goals here.
Yeah, you don't even have to bring students.
Cultivate a sense of belonging and influence through open exchange of ideas and
And you,
information.
this
What's
is a
better than?
taxpayer thing, right? A way to show
Right.
taxpayers, this is
Exactly.
what we did,
Yep.
you know.
And then
creates
put the
that
video on
pride
the
for
website.
students. And it kind of does all of that,
Love it.
ties them all together.
Sue's over there smiling ear to ear. Like, yeah, let's do
Bring the kids in.
Yeah, it's a really good
Good.
idea.
I mean, that's how
I
you
Emily
know.
taking notes too.
Mm-hmm.
Your whole thing is, your whole, all of your, I mean, this is huge. This profile of a Creighton student is perfect.
Yeah,
This shows you what they're doing.
yeah,
What a better way for you to judge whether things are working.
yeah,
Go to the school.
yeah.
And then
So
you
if you're
get-
good with those three examples, you know,
Yeah.
professional development satisfaction, the dates of the training, and then even visual evidence of some use, that would feel good to you for this goal, metrics wise.
And then also, so you're saying too, like posting those dates in case we want to maybe show up at PD.
Absolutely, what a
Yeah.
great idea.
Yeah.
So we want to get the dates to the board of the PD, that's great.
Does it, wait,
go
can I
ahead.
just want to make sure that your concerns over does this belong here, are you like okay with this?
Oh, it wasn't that it wasn't, it's.
Or just that it be
I
too
was
much?
reacting to, yeah, is this too much? Are we
Okay.
trying to measure everything? Like, I kinda wanna measure everything, that's where my mind goes. How you measure it, I don't know, I think I was thinking more a different verb than implement, I was thinking maybe along with Amy's, which is evaluate. Like, was this a worthwhile, what's our return on investment type of thing, but that wouldn't necessarily be your one. I'm fine with
Yeah, evaluate what, the program or the superintendent?
Oh, no, the adoption, like,
Yeah,
was,
the adoption.
so, or, we're fine, I'm good.
Okay.
Are you okay with the word implement?
Okay,
Are you okay with the word implement?
For this year, yeah.
Okay.
you're good tuning it? Okay, just making sure everybody's voice is heard, okay.
Are you okay?
I sometimes, you know, I hear a sneeze and I know she's back there. And I don't want to ignore you. There's been too many for me to say bless you to each.
I'll speak up when I want to.
Okay. Okay, so then does that mean we can move to bullet 2 now?
Is that all right?
Yeah.
Okay. So, increased student engagement. The word increase is problematic because we don't know what the baseline is. So, maybe the better verb there is focus on, you know.
Well, it could be, you could do, couldn't you take a baseline and
We could
come
start
back
with
and
something, come
show
back,
us?
sure. We could do a September baseline and then have a March baseline or a second dipstick.
Yeah,
You know, also, it would, you know, because I've seen it as I've gone through some of the school sites, but even for us as board members, maybe getting a little bit more background on the Danielson framework, because I don't know that we've actually had an explicit, like, presentation, and I don't want something that's gonna last for, 45 minutes or anything like that, but just whip us through it, like, what are
Yeah.
so that when we are looking at, because I had the benefit of knowing the CT for us, because I had.
just 3B and.
It's in your packet, if you
Yeah.
pull
Oh,
your,
yes.
if you
Yeah.
pull your, blue folder open, it's
Yeah.
the third document back, that looks like this.
Oh, okay, so I
there-
have seen that
No,
before.
I'm happy.
Okay.
I'd like to just stick now and maybe at the end, because if you change that to
Okay,
focus, no offense, the board is going to argue. Focus to me means this, focus to Jeannie, and
Right.
we'll have 5 different opinions on what does focus mean.
Okay.
But
So we're saying from September
a
to.
dipstick is, if you have 2 different
Yeah.
groups of numbers, we can look at it and say, okay, it's increase or it's decrease. It's in black and white. It's not my interpretation of the word focus.
So I'm going to give you just a couple of examples of what's been going on anecdotally. Having walked to a couple of classrooms, but specifically a couple of classrooms, we're shifting our language from watching teachers to watching the learning. And that's a huge culture shift for us, because even we as principals, I'll say, squatting down and talking to a kid and listening to their use of analytical language or application language or comprehension language is very different than standing kind of in the back of the clipboard and coding the teacher's questioning strategies. The questioning strategies we know gets the kid to application and analysis. We know that. What we're not finding yet, or I'm in my Donna dipstick yesterday, literally, is we have kids who are used to speaking strictly at the recall level. The strawberry is red. What color is the strawberry? The strawberry is red. Red is the strawberry. Not, well, how does it grow, or what vitamins does it have for you, or how does it compare to the orange you ate earlier? We're not having the children yet. That's not across the board.
I was just gonna say,
Not across
now,
the board.
I'm curious, do you find that more in the upper grades, because they're the ones who
Everywhere.
struggle? Okay,
It's everywhere.
okay.
And I don't want to overanalyze it too early, but it's been a decade of observation with children. Because on the stage, I'm doing all the talking, and they're regurgitating back what I want to hear. And if we're not pushing for them to be doing the talking, and me to be the guy on the side, and then I'm listening now for depth of knowledge, which is what DOK stands for. We're looking for a depth of knowledge by the way the kids converse. They can show it in lots of ways, but frankly, I'm just listening for it and in terms of how they converse.
That was 30 years ago, master program at ASU. No one thought it was just a regurgitation. And these were people who had their BAs or MS studies, or not MS studies, BS studies. And that's
Yeah.
a institutionalized learning project in the way it's been for ages.
I originally had this bullet before I met with the Leadership Council on Thursday reading that we would develop a walkthrough protocol to examine the DOK language use of the children. And I got some understandable pushback, if you will, in a very critical friend way with the Leadership Council on that kind of makes us feel like the West Ed days and that you're gonna come in with that darn clipboard. And I said, all right, give me synonyms. We know what we're really doing is we're not watching the teacher. How do we get the pressure off the teacher and on the learning, where we're watching the learning? And we're still so stage on stage oriented that teachers think, oh, they're in, I need to be the one.
Yeah.
And it's gonna be a real big culture shift for us to start examining, watching, listening, and learning about the learning, the cognitive experience that the kids are going through. That's a very sophisticated shift. I'm excited. It will be slow and awkward, but we'll get there. Now, the word increase, we'll do that, and then they wised up in advising this goal. The Leadership Council said, can't we just parallel it with something we just are in our second year of doing, which is the Charlotte Danielson model? What you're saying we want, lives here already.
Yeah.
So I thought it was great advice, and so we have a bit of a measure. So we'll do a bit of a dipstick in September or whatever, and then another one in March and see if it increases without artificially inflating ourselves. Because that could happen too.
Yeah.
All right, you good with this one?
Yeah.
I'm good. And, yeah, because we have an hour, just so everybody's aware of time. That's all.
Okay,
We don't-
well, we'll move faster. These are the hardest and most important ones in my humble opinion. Maybe these are the 4 goals and we stop the other ones. That's what I want to say.
If you get that,
Okay. Now, how can we not have this goal? And I don't know how to measure strength, so think about that with me. Well, I kind of do. Strengthen mathematical critical thinking skills through the integration of the 8 mathematical practices. So when I asked the team, how many of you know what the 8 mathematical practices are? Hand in glove, that goes with Engage New York. This is the curriculum on a page, right here. So we should be embracing these fully as we teach mathematics. Sadly, for 35, 55 years, we've been teaching math algorithmically and computationally and formulaically, and it's linear. And that's what shut down many people who choose teaching. I'm not good at math. So we have an efficacy issue, hands down across the district, hands down across the profession. So I'm not good at math begins with breaking through, in my humble opinion, not focusing on mathematics practice 1 and mathematics practice 6, which is what we're used to being good at, and we think that's kind of it. It's really, in my humble opinion, surrounds, if we can get close to mathematics practice number 3, now we're getting kids to think like mathematicians. So I introduced this to the Leadership Council, and they had actually some comment that you started off this morning with, Jean, which was, it's too much. The ELA thing, which I think is going to be fluid faster than we know.
Yeah.
I think, like Annette said, we can balance the two. It does not, we have a full day every day. We can balance the two. So I just don't know how we look at our math scores and not focus on math in some way. So this feels right to me.
And I think too that, again, it has to be accompanied with, because, the research does show us that our teachers feel, not just here in this district, but all across the nation, uncomfortable with math. So we need to really develop approachable and effective professional development, with the consideration, like I think you're probably right with practice 3, and I understand staying with 1 and 6 because it's comfortable, but I think that whatever we do with this, we definitely need to make PD to our teachers. So, like here, I know that when you're undergrad, this was your approach to math, but everything's different now, and we need to somehow help those teachers, because I know I would really struggle with it. I'm that kid too who convinced myself in sophomore year that I was bad at math, and that was it. And it was a struggle for me to ever convince, until I had to pay for it. When I went to college, I was like, okay, I'm going to be good at math no matter what, and I figured it out. But making sure that our teachers are really that they feel comfortable within this framework, because it's a huge paradigm shift for them, and for their instruction.
I have the same problem with strength, and that I believe board members will have different interpretations.
I don't know how you would show this at all.
He'd show it by if the scores went up on the option B, on increasing in math scores, but I think we should make it really simple and easy for us to understand and have the same interpretation by using the word increase.
Yeah, what does it look like?
Yeah, that's going to mimic the goal on implement. So I'm kind of thinking, share the training with you, share the PD results with you, and share the teacher satisfaction with you. Ish. Something like that feels right.
Right.
Because this is, again, we have a place where the student achievement lives, and I do expect there to be a correlation. But in this goal is about the behavior of the adults for the children. Does that feel right? So what verb, we want to change strengthen to?
I mean, if the tool, the evidence that we're looking at are the same, I think it just makes it a little more consistent.
Okay.
The PD opportunities, the PD survey,
Okay.
I think just keep it as uniform as possible,
Okay.
personally.
So what word would you put in there?
I don't know that I wish. I personally would be fine with it as long as we know we're looking for the training dates and
Okay.
whatever.
Yeah,
And isn't this one of the areas that we talked about before, where we saw some bright spots in our district, and I'm thinking like Loma Linda and Excellencia,
Excellence,
where they were,
And within
just,
schools at grade levels, there's bright spots,
Right.
because that particular teacher
so
Right.
is
really,
great at this.
really digging into those scores and making sure that those people who are able to really internalize these 8 mathematical practices and be able to facilitate, let's, make sure that they are, that where we have those success stories, those are the people who are providing the PD.
Because keep in mind too, we could have two, three new board members who,
That's right.
need to interpret this stuff too.
Okay. Yeah, so we'll do some onboarding, no pun intended, with, in January, no matter what, we'll revisit this mid-year. And so I know you two will still be here, and you can say, at the goal-setting conversation, we decided it meant this.
That's right.
And
I
then-
never talk.
Strong arm.
There's gonna be one board member,
show you
who's
this
three of these
expectation.
returning. It has to be
One
mathematically.
return, so that's
At
three.
least.
3 of you will remember this conversation.
Yeah, at least one,
At least.
at least one.
Well, hopefully Dawn and I both remember.
Right.
I'm hitting the Alzheimer's switch.
So for my last of my 4 goals.
Oh, there's 2 more in there.
Darn it.
You wrote them, not
I
us.
know, because I couldn't stop. You guys are supposed to help me off this ledge. You're pushing me off over the ledge. Okay, so research and develop gifted services plans. That's just, we earmarked 1, 2, 3 money for it. We've hired 3 people to work on it, and we're already peeling back an amazing many layers of the onion. Are we not, Dr. Peterson?
We are.
So it's research and develop. What we can do is just give you board updates on here's the development of, here's what the program's beginning to look like. And by May, we should be bringing you here's the Rizzulli revolving door model, or here's the Truckinger question and answer divergent convergent model, or whatever gifted model we pick. As we work through that. Does that feel right? So it's kind of an unveiling in May, right? Or earlier?
Well, actually, we were talking, and we would really like to bring forth, maybe before winter break, just an update as to what's been going on, the learnings we've had, the discussions we've had, and then continue providing updates.
But by the end of the year,
Anyway, it should be, I want to, we're doing it.
yeah, but by the end of the year, the board will have, we have a plan. This is what you're presenting to us is the plan.
That's correct.
Absolutely.
It'll be a concrete,
That's,
tangible.
So I talked
Right.
to another parent and they say, what does Creighton have? I can tell them. We
Pretty
do have a
well.
gifted
Explain it
program, yes,
explicitly.
yes.
it'll be on the website.
Well, also too, we'll be setting up some parent meetings, so there'll be opportunities for parents to come and participate in discussion, provide suggestions.
Great.
So there will be information coming out throughout the year. Okay?
And I know we probably need a break, so,
Before you do
one
that,
more. Yeah,
before you go to the
yeah.
next goal, let's just make sure we know what we want here, and I wrote down a bunch of ideas, but I want you to,
And there's one more.
with regard to the new ELA adoption, I think you were in agreement that she's gonna tell you about professional development, she's gonna tell you about those surveys, and then provide visual evidence during the year. Board meetings, let you know also about presentations at schools. Is that perfect? Is there anything?
What do you mean by school presentation, just like a school visit?
I just wrote that in.
Or
as a-
that they,
as a reminder.
record something, bring it to the
Yeah.
board, or the kids come and bring it to the board, or we go in our visits and see it.
That'd be fun.
Yeah.
So you wanna, but you all want to know
Sure.
We want to see it from the kids, yeah.
with regard to the digital learning, you're talking about having a couple of different time periods assessment because you don't have a baseline, right?
well, it is
Well, that was
embedded
just
in the
part of it.
first
Yeah, it's
bullet.
part of-
It's
yeah.
part of A.
Right.
And I think the entire concept lives in all of A.
Well, I don't disagree.
Yeah,
They were
okay.
separate bullets, so.
No, here they're the same.
Oh, you have the old document.
Oh,
My bad.
Okay.
My bad. I know, I thought we sent it. Oh, you have a new one? Okay, and then go ahead.
The student engagement, depth of knowledge, talked about focus on the learning. I'm not sure how it's gonna be
We're
measured.
gonna be looking at the Charlotte Danielson, B and C,
Right.
and share teacher increased use of either questioning strategies or increased vocabulary use by the kids.
And that'll be September.
And it will be, a baseline in September and a baseline in March of some kind. And it won't be every single classroom, every single school, but there'll be a sweep, if you will.
Well, I just want to make sure you all are, you know,
Comfortable with that.
yeah,
Yeah.
the sweeps. You don't want to come back in May and say, well, I don't really know what sweep is.
Oh,
I thought you were gonna talk about all schools and you only did 2.
Yeah,
And you don't
yeah,
wanna
it
be
would
in that boat.
be, it would be a focus on a, you know, just a random dipstick of classrooms that we would just aggregate, I would think.
And I'll
Are you
write
gonna,
them in.
how about putting a number, and that way everyone will be happy? Is it going to be 10 classrooms, 6 classrooms? How many classrooms?
I would think, if, Dr. Peterson, how would you like to, did you hear the question? I'm sorry.
Or even a number, 5 to 10. You know,
Yeah, if
maybe-
we were to get into 10 classrooms at every site,
Every site, that to me is what's important, is that we make sure.
and then we aggregate those 90 or 100 classrooms into a baseline for September. So we know basically what kind of learning, what kind of vocabulary and what kind of, is it a recall, comprehension, application analysis, synthesis, evaluation. We can just get a quick dipstick on what kind of, where are the kids? Because yesterday, even when we saw 2 complex lessons, there was still, one was still at comprehension level. But by the time the kids are gonna be moving forward, they're gonna be thinking and talking more at the analysis level.
So you're talking about a minimum of 90 classrooms?
I'd say 90 to 100 classrooms aggregated across the district, a baseline in a month, and then a baseline in spring. I mean, our second,
Right,
not baseline.
across the grades.
Right. Does that feel right? Thank you for asking the question, Julia.
Eric, do you have something to say?
Yeah.
Well, so,
It's like I'm here
I'm
to
trying
stop
to
this.
signal
It's
to-
crazy.
we were just talking about measurement and data on those particular elements of the framework. And we have abundant data from last year that we could, really look at where our teachers ended the year.
Well, that's true.
And while there is an apples to oranges piece with it with turnover, it's a great way, because we use that data for professional development
That's
planning.
That's
So without going and doing sweeps essentially, we could provide you with data about where we
Okay.
are as a system
Nice.
on that, and then use that as a baseline and make
Okay.
projections for the future.
Yeah,
That's
thank you.
better.
Thank you, Eric.
Less intrusive.
Thank you.
And I wanna,
Sorry, I wasn't ignoring you, I was engaged in the conversation.
I was picturing walkthroughs in 90 days, I'm like,
That's good. That's really good. That's good protection of human resources. Very
Yeah,
well done.
Yeah.
We're good there? Okay, you want to go to the next one? I know we're going to go up. All right.
The mathematical critical thinking skills, right? Professional development, shared training, surveys, stats. Not
Similar
sure.
to the first bullet point,
And
yes.
get rid of this word, or we keep it. Satisfied that you know what that means. Strengthen.
Yeah, I am, but I don't know that we would be on the same page in a closed room later, so I think Donna's point is excellent. If you sense that we use the above criteria, would you feel, oh, that's evidence of strengthen? What would be evidence of strengthen for you?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Okay.
Will be of
If
the
it's,
metrics, yeah.
yeah, the same as.
PD information.
Because that was really, that was the thing that kept coming up in May. I heard, well, what is,
Yeah.
so now I feel like we have more concrete
Yeah, I'm glad we're doing
measures.
this.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're okay with leaving this word in the goal?
Board?
Okay.
Yeah.
Because you
I
talked
feel
about
like we have a shared definition of it. Okay.
And then the get to that plan, just
It's a
unveil
plan.
maybe mid-year in May.
Mid-year update. There was
I heard
one
both.
more, Julia, and then before we take a break, I just want to make sure, Jeannie and I talked about developing a restorative practices model, and I know that goes back to your introduction this morning with social emotional development, and, we just don't want this to get off the radar is the real point. So, let's
So,
talk about what that might look like in 8 months.
And where does that go?
It's in here, I don't know if you have if you got the last one that Hilda sent you yesterday,
And it's in your blue packet.
in your blue packet, my apologies.
No, that's all right. Let me make sure I have the right one.
It was from our conversation.
Right. and-
Yesterday.
And so, I mean, as far as what does it look like, I don't necessarily know. I don't know, does it start with one school? Does it start with, one grade level? I don't know how, what it should look like. I do know, I think you said yesterday that Sue was taking a look at the parent form that we had talked about before the summer break, right? So if you want to speak to that maybe.
I'll be bringing that form back to the board just to review at the next board meeting. We met at our last leadership council meeting, we met with the principals and had great discussion over the form. So some adjustments have been made to allow more latitude versus how deleted was before. And then the assistant principals and I already in conversation is we're going to start really examining where are we with our PD assistant across. So some of those pieces are already rolling.
And I think too, so we started with Eva's analysis a couple of years ago, the demographic study of our behavior interventions and discipline policies and who's affected and at what rate our demographics are affected. And that's step number one for sure. And then, hold on. So one of the things that, cause I was telling Dr. Lewis how I talked to Ian Danley a while back because this is also a passion of his in the Phoenix Union District. And in our conversations, I felt like what the board understands about what's going on with the restorative practices model is very, very different than what is actually happening in the classrooms and with professional development. So I guess, and I feel like there is a sense of urgency with this. However, I want to make sure that we do it right. And so I feel strongly that, I think probably one of our next steps with regards to restorative practices is making sure that our teachers have an understanding of, not only what the school to prison pipeline is, but their part in it. You know what I mean? And so, and again, this is your plan, but I do think that teacher PD for what this is gonna be probably one of the biggest pieces. And in fact, McKeesa will come to your school free of charge and provide ACEs training, trauma training, and then they're moving into resiliency, and the fourth piece is I can't remember what, but they have a 4-part kind of PD where they will come to your schools free of charge and help you with the whole culture thing. So I don't know if that's, again, I'm not here to tell you how to start it, but I think that that's definitely a key component. I know you want to say something.
So I would just think that by the end of the year, right, develop a restorative practices model. I would think like there's A, the model that we want to do, B, like any proposed policy changes that the board needs to adopt, C, like an implementation plan, right? That doesn't mean we are gangbusters this year implementing it. We might need to come back to all the professional development. We need to put money into that. Maybe that's year 2 or something.
So when you say,
So for me, I'm thinking the model, policy, like proposed policy change, maybe we don't need to change our policy. I don't know. And then 3, like an implementation plan.
with like a timeline, so year 1, this is what we're looking at, year 2, this is our goal for year 2,
Yeah.
year
Like
3.
what the training might look like, and because I wouldn't expect this happens overnight.
Right.
To your point, like we need to train folks, we need to identify different resources, and like I think culturally it's just a different way of addressing behavior management.
Yeah.
I think another real important piece of that is gathering our baseline data as to what does it really look like, what is taking place in the schools, so we have that understanding. So
Which is, didn't you already do that to us though?
We've done that already.
We did have, yeah, I remember seeing the bar charts, and some schools were much higher than others with regards to out-of-school suspensions.
Yeah, that part.
So
what
that
I-
would be our baseline?
Well, that's our data baseline, but what I'm saying is it's just an even conversation. I'm hearing PBIS is different. So what do we find as a common place for starting?
Yeah, and that's what I call develop the model.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that would be this year.
Right.
So could we get all, like, the model, like, bring to the board policy implications and an implementation plan? And that would be just cut and dry, it happened or not, 9 points or no points. I didn't know there would be some, we got point 1, 2.
Right.
Well, I think that's another component for the discussion relative to what Julia was suggesting we talk about in terms of the scoring approach, because, and that's later on, Julia?
Well, you can talk about it whenever you want.
But I think we probably need a break
Yeah.
to stand up for 5 or 10 minutes, is that okay?
5 minutes.
Okay, 5?
Yeah.
And then I think we should just call that a day, and those are the 5 goals.
Is that okay?
That's
All right.
a mouthful.
So we're moving past goal 1, which is adventurous learning, and we're going on to goal 2, which is health and wellness.
These 4 bullets are intended to do a couple of things. The develop a separate nutrition service at selected sites, and it might be a selected site, is a federal opportunity that we are on the brink of potentially getting. And we see so many of our children racing in the door for breakfast and almost wondering if they can take something from lunch to save for night, that we are very excited to pursue this. So I think either we do or we don't. I just don't know the quantity because I don't know the federal support yet, and I just would like to leave it as vague as develop a separate program. Is everybody okay with that?
So what if we don't get the grant?
Then you say, contextually it didn't happen. And I think that's part of the scoring conversation you guys might want to have. Does it have to be a 9 or an 8 or a 7 or a 6 every time where you just go, oh, it was a good try, it didn't happen. So it's punishment time, you know what I mean? So you kind of have to think about if you even want it on there. I want to pursue it. What are you thinking? I see your face.
Well, what I think is that if the grant doesn't come through, you have the ability mid-year to say, we're gonna revise the instrument and take that out.
Okay.
Or,
Is that all right?
or leave it in because you think it's her fault or somebody else didn't pursue it or whatever it is. But
Right.
Don't forget, you're not stuck with this. I mean, you have the ability to
I'm good. I'm good.
to modify it, and this is, and we talked about this before, it's the whole concept of being flexible. All these goals are great, but if something happens next month that you have to respond to right away, you
Take
can
us off
still
this,
do it.
yeah.
And if you're all on the same page here, then you're gonna understand that whatever that something is gonna have to push something else farther down the list. I don't think you'll have any, I don't sense that you guys are gonna have any trouble with that.
If there's a new dynamic in January, we'll have that conversation in a mid-year conversation. And we'll do a mid-year in January, and then whoever is, if it's the same 5, or if there's a single dynamic change, we'll pick it up and reteach each other where we are with these goals. Does that sound good?
Yeah, I like keeping it in here and being flexible. To me, although it's the evaluation, I think the work of the board is generally, it should be a reflection of our values, and if it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. So I'd like to keep it in there, and I think after we get through these, I think we should look at the scoring, because the bulk of what we do is the teaching and learning, and it just feels unbalanced that adventurous learning is 9, and this would be 9, and communications would be 9. So I just want to save time for that after we go through the meat of these to just to broach that conversation.
Sure. Yeah. So,
Increase.
may I ask too, real quick, do you know when you'll know about that federal grant for the supper program? Next month? Okay.
Yeah, it'll be pretty quick, and we have a huge advantage in that one of the new managers that was brought on board has actually been involved in this process previously with their prior district. So they're having nothing's for sure ever, but they have a really strong feeling of high efficacy of being able to get at least 1 school or 2 schools in the pilot program for this year. And they're also investigating other parallel programs like Crisis Pantry and a variety of other things. So I can virtually guarantee if for some reason this specific program doesn't work, we'll have another program with the same intention that we'll be able to plug into that same slot to meet the same health and wellness goal.
And we'll stay flexible, and if it has to go away, it goes away. I mean, it's not a failure, it's just that it didn't happen.
But I love the idea of addressing those, it's, it's a wraparound service, so I like the fact that we're looking at beyond the four walls of our schools and outside into our communities.
I don't want to not write down goals out of fear. I also am trying, like I said in the beginning, I'm trying to keep myself off the ledge here, but I know these are worthy pursuits, so let's just try to keep good faith about the efforts to reach the goals. And sometimes, a goal that you think is easy to check or easy to prove turns out to have layers that you never anticipated, so that's part of the story. Increase opportunities in wellness offerings provided by our health service agents for employees. In this one, we're going to look at ways to get our staff opportunities for either increased exercise or increased learning about diabetes or increased opportunities to learn about mammograms or the things that we can do. I have no idea what that list looks like. I don't want to put mammograms, I don't want to put diabetes, I don't want to put LA Fitness for $70 a month, but we have a partnership with our health service provider, and they see when our people are healthy, healthcare costs go down. So there's a shared interest to help make this happen. So it's not just all on our backs, so to speak, where we have to go out and spend any M&O money, but to increase benefits for wellness is a retention strategy and an effort to keep people in front of their classrooms or on the side of their classrooms while their kids are talking. So, we want people here and healthy. And I'll just give you an update. In these next groups, if you're comfortable, just providing it through the updates and the one-on-ones, I can just let you know the progress. And I'll just do my best to document it. I don't know that it needs to be, you had one program, now you have 5 programs or something like that. That doesn't feel natural to me, because I don't know what we'll really get. Implement district-wide training on update safety plans. So why we did that is last time we developed a safety plan, and what I realized is I did a bad job of communicating that to you guys, because we did develop a safety plan. There was some concern that maybe it didn't happen or you didn't know it, and in fact, it sounds like you didn't know it. So we'll do a better job of communicating that a safety plan wasn't being developed, and we're going to emphasize this year making sure everybody knows what that safety plan is now that it is developed. You good with that one? Mm-hmm. So I'll just give you guys updates on how we trained people, what we provided in the classroom, what was expected at faculty meetings, and that kind of thing.
And I would include parents in
Oh,
that
that's a
too,
good point.
so that they know.
Yeah, that's actually part of so several things that will be happening this year is we'll be bringing sort of our plan template to the board for board approval, so you guys will get a look at that. A lot of the work that was done, because it was individualized for school sites, was actually done over the summer, because that was the time that we were able to, don't really want full teachers during the school year to work on safety planning, but we wanted school staff involved, so that way, they had input, and it was fantastic, because you got to hear them say things like, well, when I'm in my classroom and I know I need to secure the room, I have this methodology I can use, and it makes me nervous because it feels like it takes too long. And then through brainstorming with the group, we came up with this alternate methodology. We're actually partnering with some firefighters to get some used fire hose, and you can create like little rings out of it, and they go over the door arms, and a teacher can have that hanging there and just push it over the door arm and like 2 seconds flat, the room's secure. So things like that came out of that process, so it's really powerful to have them involved. But our next steps are to get all the staff at the sites trained, get parental involvement, and also get involvement with the students, because that's one of the things that is also sort of a key piece, is to do student training as well, so that way they're part of the process.
Do we have the ability to send a text message to all students and parents if, let's say we had an active shooter or something horrible like that, or if there was, even if there's a flooding, do we have the ability to send those mass text messages to parents and students? Because I know Phoenix Union implemented something like that a couple of years ago as part of their safety program, and
We have some of that capability through Infinite Campus. There's, having done this now in multiple districts, there's kind of two components to it. One's the technical capacity to do it, and the other is making sure that the data's up to date. And there were also some legal changes recently with text messaging that require us to have the parents opt in to the text messaging. So the
We do
person-
have robocalls though, right?
We do have robocalls, and that's currently one of the methodologies that we use. But in talking with Emily, just in the short time she's been here, we're both used to more robust systems that have broader ranges of communications like text messaging. So that's actually one of the things that we have on our docket to investigate and look at what tool sets are there. That will also be part of what we're looking into at the website, because rather than just looking at a website redesign, and even looking at kind of the background, what tool set is that website built on, we're looking at trying to find something that's holistic, that includes some sort of smart device app with it, that would also include push notification capability and some of those pieces. So it's definitely on our agenda to increase the mechanisms through which that communication can take
does
place.
that include the reverse 911?
Reverse 911 as in,
There's some cities have reverse 911 where
We
they
do in
basically.
Phoenix.
Yeah, they do in Peoria also. So the city will send out will call all the phone numbers that, now whether they're doing just landlines or what they're doing, I don't know. But you'll get a message saying, stay in your house, there's an active shooter situation at this point. But I don't know.
Did someone come on my landline?
That's all that came with mine. Oh, I've had it once or twice in Peoria. But that's another thing
Yeah.
to look at,
I think
especially
just-
if Phoenix has it.
Yeah, now that you described it, I think it's through CenturyLink manages it for all the phone providers that are landlines, and it's through the E911 system that they manage. But we could look for ways that maybe we can connect into that. I don't know if they provide that capacity to connect in, but we could
I don't
definitely
have
research that.
CenturyLink.
Okay.
Sorry.
I don't have.
What's the
something.
No, but they
No,
manage
but
it.
they manage it. So if you have Cox, CenturyLink still is the management company for E911.
All right. Increase the percentage rate of participation on the TEL survey. I think we had some concerns expressed last year that it wasn't at a rate of comfort or satisfaction, so we want to definitely get that up. There's lots of ways we're talking about doing that. The main thing is, go ahead and host the TEL survey during the faculty meeting at the site, and ask the principals to step out and have a teacher facilitate the administration of it. It sounds simple, but it feels right. And I think we'll get, 90% instead.
I have a question.
The
So
numbers.
I like that goal, increase participation of the Pell survey. Do we have a tool or a measurement at all about looking at the Pell survey and actually making changes according to what we see on the Pell survey
Yeah, that's a good
to
idea.
results? I mean, we can look at it all we want, or we can have them do it all we want, but
How meaningful is it?
But wouldn't the information from the telesurvey be part of what we use to then draft next year's superintendent evaluation? So,
Absolutely.
it should be, but I don't think we've done it in the past.
Yeah, we need to do that. That's good. All right, any other questions on goal 2?
one thing that, and this is just maybe to put on your radar, I was just talking to Donna about the Mama Park Health Center, and Matt Jewett, a former board member, works with them, and he's talking about how one of their new initiatives is to get clinics in schools. So something to think about just for the future, and I don't want to get out into the weeds or anything, but for you to think about, that's one of their goals, is to get like clinics, or even mobile clinics where they do mammographies and things like that in school communities.
Yes.
So just one of those out to make sure it's on your radar.
It is on our radar, we're having some conversations with it, and you'll be surprised where some of those conversations are actually taking place. It's in concert with our nutrition and wellness team. Doesn't that make sense? So as we move forward with reaching out to the entire community as a comprehensive wraparound service.
And then it hits, community
Yeah.
engagement and everything else.
Well, I see that living in the strategic plan, I really do. As we look at goal 3, we want to onboard our new communications manager. And Orion, we wrote them at the time because it was the correct preposition permission to use, not knowing it was a she.
Yeah.
So orient her to the strategic plan, the district, and the community. And to have the depth of impact, we really want to do that well and not just assume, quick, put some flyers together, quick, put some brochures together, quick, razzle dazzle. We'll do some quick things, but the main thing right now is for her to get a real understanding of who the Creighton family is. And that's gonna be multi-tiered, and it'll probably take a good year to get her, you know, get anything you have in your pocket of come to the homestead or menorah, not menorah, is it menorah? Luminary.
Luminario.
Menorah. What?
Luminario.
Luminario.
Menorah's Jewish.
Festival is various events. You know, I mean, I don't know if you're still doing permaculture, but I just found that fascinating, you know, that when we did the tour of Coops. Just events where we helped people who were looking to run for leadership roles in the community. I'd like to just get her in the rhythm of all the things going on, so.
Well, Loma Linda Neighborhood Association's having a lot of events too. We're
Perfect.
talking about having movie nights and stuff like that at
Perfect.
Loma Linda for the community.
So if you could help support this goal by giving us loads of invitations, we'll keep getting deeper and better into the community.
I just have a quick question. Is she bilingual? Does she speak Spanish?
No.
No.
Green Gables also has community meetings.
Yeah,
I went to
I went to
one,
an HOA meeting.
and that one.
But yeah, she'll accompany me to a lot, and she'll go on my behalf to several
Yeah.
things as well. Now, this is a funny phase, because we talked about complete phase 1 of a 3-part series to improve the district website. I always think a website is something you can get on, you can change the colors, you can change the motto, you can rebrand, and what is the most difficult part in the whole wide world is to really understand what your readers want.
That's right.
And that's in and of itself a life. The other part that's the life is what you want to say to your readers, and then and how friendly you want to use it, or how complex you want to keep it. So, you know, you can have a really messy, muddy one, which has everything and the kitchen sink in it, or you can have a simple one that's kind of a dud. Somewhere in between lives, you know, Goldilocks, you know, just right. And so Jay introduced me to the complexities of what it takes to really do a website well. And I just looked at Fairfax County last night. Theirs is brand new and it's fabulous. But it's also 168,000 students.
That's right.
You know, it's just not a fair comparison. So somewhere in there we'll find our way. But I wanted to assure you that we're going to get in front of this website. But it is a beast. And it's bigger than I really ever appreciated. I thought it would be a simple goal. It's a complex goal. So I use the word loosely, phase 1. And Jay, if you want to speak to the genetics of, or the, you know, the basic constructs of each of the phases.
And one of the ironies, and maybe if she had known this, she might have made a different decision. I'm just teasing. But Emily just finished a website update and migration for Isaac School District, so she's like familiar with the process you go through. When she saw the phases, she's like, "Oh, that's so much smarter than the way we went about it." You know, kind of hindsight being 20/20. But one of the pieces that she came across is at some point you migrate your existing content over. But what happens with a website is very often you end up with sort of these orphaned pieces of information, and everything's not necessarily up to date or the way you want it, not all the information's there. So it's like anything that you do, if you migrate bad information to a shiny new website, you now have a shiny new website with bad information, and people are just going to be frustrated by that. So conceptually, where we're starting with phase 1 is making determinations about need, making determinations about what the appropriate tool sets might be, and then working on with the existing tool set, kind of doing a facelift and information update, so that way when we get to the point of changing tool sets and changing site design, then all of the content that currently exists can be migrated, and it'll be correct content that's been migrated. So that's where the phase 1, you know, concept comes from.
I just want you to be specific about how you're gonna know that phase 1 is done. Because that's what you say here,
Yeah.
complete phase 1. So what does that mean? When phase 1 is completed and you're ready to go to phase 2, that means what?
Phase 1 is completed, a platform's been selected.
I write these words down like I have a clue what they mean. Okay.
Data's been captured to indicate needs for the new website.
And again, where will that data come from?
It's gonna be through a multi-phase, so keep in mind, one of the other things we're doing this year is community engagement study. So that will be a component of community engagement study to understand what the community is looking for from an information communications component. Obviously, we'd love to know what our board is looking for and desires. Dr. Lewis mentioned an example. I think the examples at least partially came out of a conversation with Emily, where Emily said, hey, if there's any websites you really like, could you please send them my way, because it helps, you know, mold and model my thinking.
I should send her Tulsa.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, the ones that I know that I've gone to, when I go to school websites or district websites, the ones that I tend to like the best are the ones that are interactive and that also pair up, you know, community resources and supports outside of the school day too. You know, the ones that I've seen, those are the ones that I like.
You write links to other areas.
Yeah, you know, so if we do, you know, if it is, say, Breast Cancer Awareness Month, we can direct our families where to go for mammograms or whatever, you know what I mean? Those kinds of resources, you know, food banks in the valley and things, just because I know that, you know, all of our schools are Title I, right? And I really want to focus on those wraparound services and make it easy for parents to find that stuff.
And that fits your goals.
Yeah.
That you just recently adopted.
And ironically, it also helps with our page ranking. So when you have those external links, if they're high efficacy external links, based on the way search engines like Google work, that actually impacts how likely you are to come up in the search by somebody else. When they're putting in Creighton schools, you know, what's the likely we come up, like if we come up or another Creighton school district in another state, that drives our efficacy up because we have those linkages. So yeah, it's definitely
Those
best
are two main
practice.
things that will tell you that phase one is done, the platform selection and the data.
Yeah.
I have a question. There must be, you must be considering a component for like classroom websites, and how the students will interact. When I was on the PTO way back, that was something all the parents wanted, was to have the teachers update their websites with what's going on in the classroom, what is the homework, and it just, we couldn't do that.
Yeah, so we're, you know, when we look at this, and I'm kind of giving you the 15,000 foot view here, but one of the things we particularly, I wish she was here to hear this, and say something nice about it, but one of the things we particularly liked about Emily is she had been down this pathway of the challenges of keeping data fresh and updated. So she has some notions about some ways to do some things with the individual sites to try to create some of those conduits and pathways for that updating. But part of that piece is, and she identified it immediately, was a concern around teacher websites. And there's a variety of different ways to slice it. Personally, in my past experience, I've actually even sliced it individually by school. So when I was at Madison, one of the things we did is we made it a requirement that there be teacher websites. But some of the schools like Madison Camelview wanted to do it by grade level, and that worked really well, because then if you're a third grade parent, every teacher had the same thing, they were all on the same track, and they picked their teacher who was the best at updating and to update it. Other schools, the teachers wanted to have individual control of their website, so we let the schools choose school by school. I don't know if that's the methodology we'll end up at, but there's a lot of different best practices that are out there, so we'll be bringing those best practices to bear. But without a doubt, having places where students and parents can go and look at homework assignments and things like that is definitely a key component of the remodel. What that ultimately looks like and whether it's in the new system we're purchasing or whether it's a linkage out, we haven't decided, because one of the other things that's sort of out there as a potential best practice, and it may be a fit for us or not, we want to make sure, is because we're starting to use so much more of the Google tool sets. Some districts use Google Sites for their teacher sites because then it keeps teachers within that same tool set, and it can kind of be linked out from within the district site. So we'll be researching all that and finding the best way.
And I've used Google Classroom, and it is awesome. I love Google Classroom, and if you can figure out a way to make that all be part of the website, it just makes everything so easy.
So if I can take us from the 15,000 foot
Yeah.
that Jay was, and take us to the 30, because what I think is missing here is the purpose. or the intent, or what's our value statement on communications, both internal and external? I think without that, like, we don't, maybe we want our website to be all things to all people, but I think we should narrow that and say this is what we want it to be. Is this a tool to help us primarily drive fundraising, like through tax credits, or is this about enrollment? And for parents, is this about transparency with whatever that
Students
might
are learning
or is this to facilitate communication? I think without this purpose, this intent, like all of this is just busy work. So for me, what I'd like to see here would be like complete the community engagement study or whatever you called that, and like propose the value statement or the purpose for communications, internal and external. I think that those pieces are more, to me, they're more important than these are important things, but I think the statement that 30,000 foot, that the purpose, that to me is more important as a governing board member. It's like, what do we want the website to be? Do we want it to be all these things? Do we want it to be for the teachers? Even in Google Classroom, is that something that this is related to, or is that academics and?
Well, no, I mean, if we're talking about as teachers having individual websites, then it would just, I'm just saying the link to it and have, having that as a resource for our teachers. But I don't see, I mean, I hear what you're saying, but I feel like a good website is, and especially a school website, in my opinion, can kind of be all things to all people, because you have different, if I'm going to the Isaac School website, chances are I'm going to the tab that says employees, and that's where I'm gonna live for the most part. As a parent, I'm gonna go somewhere else. But I feel like we should be able to provide whatever information and whatever, I've never tried to do this myself, so I don't know how hard that is to manage, and I don't want anything to get lost in the weeds.
Not all people want the same thing, and we're just 5 people from the community. We represent the community, but we each have our own ideas and our own biases and our own wants, just like every member of the community also has that. And so I like what you're saying, whereas, it might not, you go to the employees of your website for your mail, and Amy might go to, 3rd grade classroom to see how her student's doing there. As long as we have at least some of the needs met, or most of the needs met of the community when they go to the website, it's a success.
But I think if we pulled 25,000 people, we're gonna get 100,000 ideas on what we need. And I think that we do need to put some parameters. We're not going to give everyone a little bit of something that they want. I think it needs to be more focused, with clear purpose. Because if we're trying to do everything to meet all the different needs, it's gonna just look sloppy and messy, I think. I think like having a purpose helps drive like clarity and high quality.
So what would you think that the purpose of a district website would be then?
And so it was interesting, when I talked to Dr. Lewis about this the other day, right? Like when we were looking at, in the beginning of the summer, like, okay, like what do we need to know about the uniform policy and classroom lists and stuff? Joel was like in Mexico on the trip. So like the first place we go to is the website, because clearly it would have like information for new parents. Like this is how like you get your kid ready to go. Nothing was there. Nothing was there, right? So then we contacted some other folks and they ultimately redirected us to the PTO website, which I don't think is the PTO's function, personally. And when I shared that, because like I've heard Amy talk about like what she looks for classroom support and this, which isn't something we're looking for. We get the paper home from the teacher, that's fine. But Dr. Lewis is like, I was thinking about it for different reasons. So I mean, as a parent even, not as a governing board member, like the things that I would be looking for in kinder are probably already different. And it's, are we gonna have like, it's just a lot. If we wanna cater to every classroom, to every parent, to every teacher, to every stakeholder, our taxpayers who don't invest in, like, don't go to our schools, it's just too much.
It's not, that's what everyone else is doing. That's how you build a website. If you have a question about a company or a school, you should be able to get that answered on
The
the
goal is
website.
to keep them on your website as much as possible. You know what I mean? So if it is about uniforms, we should have it there. If it is about what the teacher has as expectations in their classroom, you should be able to get it there. You know, that's how I see.
There should be a map of the district boundaries, there should be sometimes.
So I think as we navigate the content and the phases, the first two questions are, who's our audience and what do they need to know? And I think that's really phase one. And then it will probably be an organic, continuous improvement effort. I hesitate to say, you know, in 8 months, we'll have the perfect website that will be all things to all people. I think there will be danger in that statement, even no matter who's sitting in which chair. Because there will be an incredible amount of dissatisfaction no matter what. Because if you forgot to say that I needed to pick up Kleenex on Tuesday on the website, it's the website's fault. And so I want to be cautious about just being sure we're chunking what can be managed, because we don't have a team of people to really work on this. And at this juncture, I'm wondering, should we let this live somewhere else? I'm reluctant to put it in, because I think it's a setup for dissatisfaction.
Mhm. So how,
To be perfectly honest.
I mean, so with that though, like, how do we like, just, if we're not going to try and be everything to all people in 8 months, right? Like, what is, I guess I don't want that to be to be the expectation. I guess I'd like to see the bigger plan, like what are we trying to accomplish? Because when we're talking about our audience, right, like that could be parents, that could be teachers, that could be prospective parents, live in the district, out of the district, that could be taxpayers. It could be like all kinds of crazy other people. Like it's just so big. I would want to make sure we're keeping it focused. What's the most important things we're trying to accomplish in year one? And if it's do the community survey, that to me is like a good enough goal. That can help us determine the plan. I don't know. I think to get to be all things for all people is going to be many, many years, and by the time we build it, our audience is going to change.
And I think it's just sounds overwhelming to you, and I think it totally can be that.
Well, I also don't want this to be distracting from adventurous learning.
Right, well, I mean, how would you get, are you hiring a contractor to do this? I mean, this is a big job.
Yeah. It would be one of the, typically the way that it would be, it varies from site to site or from the way different organizations do it. You can hire a developer to come in and build you a site from scratch. It's usually not a good model for schools because it has a lot of unforeseen costs, and that becomes problematic for schools. So typically what schools will do is they will buy some sort of platform tool set, and they'll buy a certain amount of services in order to get that platform and tool set customized to the degree that they want, and to get whatever assistance is necessary with content. So obviously, if all Emily did was website, it would still be a big undertaking to do that, and that's not what we want to have happen. So it will be, in order for it to be successful, it will need to be a hybrid of Emily's efforts, whatever contracted services are purchased, in alignment with whatever platform is selected, and then in addition to that, it's one of those things, and this is where people get sideways with websites, is they think, oh, well, the point person is where the break point is. It actually ultimately becomes a district-wide effort because you can't share information you don't have. So, and that's part of why I mentioned earlier that Emily has a plan for trying to create sort of, for lack of a better term, a system for having reporters, for lack of a better term, at each site, somebody who's local at the site invested in the process in order to try to draw that information forward.
On top of a full-time job.
On top of their full-time job, yeah. So it would be a very broad mix of people who would be involved in both content generation, content communication, and then the actual posting to the platform itself, if that makes sense.
Don't forget that you have new teachers who are so involved with technology, they would love to have the opportunity to do this. We might even have technology classes, 7th and 8th grade level kids who can
That's right.
do that stuff and you get a project. I mean,
We might get there.
you have lots of other districts to look at. Obviously the larger districts have more tech folks there who can do all that kind of thing, but, and you're right, the more information that's in there, the more you're gonna keep people on that website. I mean, that's certainly true with my experience. We have everything with links to the Education Foundation and that's one, you know, there's just all kinds of information in there. But you do have to be careful about making sure that there's no way that somebody can get into FERPA type protected info and HIPAA type, I mean, it becomes more complicated, but you really can have everything under the sun on it.
There's legal requirements as well, so that's the other piece, is we're legally required to post certain things. It sounds bizarre that legislatively we have to have a website, right? But technically we do, because there is actual state legislation that says the following things will be posted through the district website, including announcements that we've made about our bond. We're legally required as part of the election process to be posted to the district website. And a lot of financial data, like our annual financial report, our proposed budgets, all of those things, we're legally required to provide those links. Even though they live at ADE's website, those link-throughs have to exist on our website.
That's interesting, because I think charter schools don't have that legal requirement at all.
They don't. We have Title 15, which is like this thick. They have very little restriction or legal requirement.
They do have to have the open meeting law does require, or if you have a website, there's things, notices, written notices, and that sort of thing, have to be posted on that website.
One of the things I love about our school's website as a parent is they use a program called Canvas, and it's just a link. It's actually not even, it's just a link on their website. I can go and check my kid's grade, what's going on in their classroom, like from achievement and from a parent helping their kids. It's evolved since we've been there, but it's extremely helpful to know if your child is on the right track right now, or if they've fallen behind and they're going to fail English. And I don't think we have that at home right now. Some teachers may use.
We probably have it, but it's maybe not enabled, because I know that in Isaac, we have Synergy, but that parent view part of Synergy or the student view part is not enabled. And so the teachers can look at their grades, and the administrators can, but the students or their parents can't. And then send a quick email saying, oh,
That's super
Billy's getting a
helpful.
D,
Yeah,
or he just
yeah.
got an F on his test, that I would like to, because it posts all their grades the minute
Right.
teacher posts them.
My guess is that down the road, you're gonna see more and more requirements of things that are on the website.
Yeah.
It's just the way everything seems to be going. Right. There's no money for it.
But the charters don't.
Oh, yeah. So with regard to leaving this in or not, you threw out not having this in here.
It's
if
clearly a
limited.
value, and it's clearly some steps we need to take. What I don't know is what the definition of success is.
Well, if you
And
look at
we just keep it to those two, excuse me, go ahead.
right. I was just gonna say those two things, I'm sorry, the platform and the
That ought
data.
to do it.
Does that should help with this. If you're getting data about what people want on it, that would help you with this.
Yeah, the
You're
community
more on
forum,
the
the
purpose.
community engagement piece.
If we added, what's not a bullet here, but the community engagement study.
As a mechanism for understanding content. I'm not
That-
sure it's the goal, I think
Yeah,
it's,
it's
it's
to
a
achieve
mechanism.
the goal, yeah. So it wouldn't be a bullet, but it would be under, that would be a method.
we could say to you, here's what we learned from the community engagement study that helped us determine the content for the website.
It's not gonna cost us money, because I know we're wanting to do a lot of them. And do we have the money to do a lot of these community things?
Yeah, the community engagement study definitely has a cost to it, because you do need to engage a third party in order to truly have an effective study. Last year when we were going through the budget advisement process, and one of the things that came out of Budget Advisory Committee, if you'll recall, that was brought forward for the board's blessing, was the concept of using some of the one-time dollar monies for kind of business development in order to generate either additional revenues or efficiencies that would help us use our dollars more effectively. And one of those recommendations that came forward was to use some of those dollars for a community engagement study. The thought process being it's sort of a baseline, effort to make sure that we're figuring out what our community wants from our schools, so that way we're able to put that product on the market, which ultimately, if we're putting a more aligned product on the market, then that's going to keep more students with us, which has sort of a fiscal component to it, because the more students we keep, obviously, the more dollars that are coming back into the school
And
district.
there's also the community meetings that you do to put out the word, community council.
I think this part is important because you have very diverse community, and you know what that community is better than anybody that's gonna come in from the outside. So you're gonna have issues that a lot of people maybe wouldn't think about because of the difference, the diversity, as I said, that you have in your community. You might get some folks to respond. Do you have site councils?
We have a community council at large where people from the various sites join us. But I don't think any school boasts of a true site council.
Those folks can all, even though it's not scientific, can certainly tell you what they would like to see. You know what you would like to see. I mean, you could do a whole thing on just kind of throw out ideas on what you think you want to have on there. But I think looking at other school district websites and getting an idea if you think they're really great, or you think they have way too much information in them, that they're not, it's too confusing or whatever, maybe it would probably be helpful.
I'm not per se opposed to community engagement survey, that's gonna cost us money, but we're putting it under a very tiny thing when we're looking at district-wide, the whole thing, which is website. So we're just doing a community engagement just for the website. I mean, if we're gonna we talk about doing community engagement for other things, it needs to be holistic. It needs to be not just for the website, because then we're piecemealing all the time.
Well, and that
spending
maybe
a
is
lot of
under goal
money.
number 4, actually. As I'm looking at goal number 4, I'm thinking we might as well just go ahead and acknowledge that as we utilize the community engagement comprehensively, as Annette is suggesting, that we're gonna get layers of information. One place that will help is the website. One place that will help is to inform strategic planning. One place that will help is in branding and marketing.
Absolutely, yeah. It's intended to be comprehensive, but part of what we need to find out is how do we best communicate with our community? And so website falls under that communication section of the community engagement study, but it's by no means the only thing that study is intended to determine for.
Well, and we also need to determine how, if every single 100% of our community and parents are looking at websites too. Because I know for a fact there are households that don't have computers. I don't know what the percentage is now. I know that it's rising. But I guess community engagement, just as long as we're not only doing it on the computer, we're also doing it in a couple languages
And that's where the cost comes in, and why we can't do it ourselves, is because to truly effectively reach out, you don't want just the computer. So there's likely to be some sort of, telephone survey component to it. There's a need to engage a firm that has the ability, because of the nature of our community, to have a multilingual effort put forward. So it's far more complex than what we have the tools and staff members to do. And that's why we're looking at engaging a professional firm to do it for us, so that we would make sure that we get statistically valid data back. Because we can go out and we can ask 27 questions and have a web survey, and we're going to get a portion of our community that's a subset to answer questions that may or may not truly be driving at what we're trying to get to, and then we'll make decisions based on that. It's really important that if we're going to put forward that effort, that we make certain we're getting back useful information that we can actually take action.
The last bullet, and I think we've had a couple of people already chime in about what might be improved on this statement, is design and monitor positive news campaign. And that may not need to be on here. We're already showing a huge improvement just in the last year in terms of the number of positive media attentions we've had. But I think, Carl, I think it was in our discussion where you said, let's just drop the word "and" monitor and keep it with just design positive news campaign. And it's going to happen whether it's on this paper or not. You good with just dropping the word "and" monitor? Mm-hmm. And then We'll just keep listing, like what we did this past year is in the updates, we said, oh, we were on channel 12 for this, oh, we were in Arizona Central for that, oh, we got an accolade here, oh, the radio stations, we got a radio station coming up.
Have we completely dropped the quarterly newsletter?
The Creighton Communicator has morphed into an annual report so that it's more comprehensive, it's
So
sort of
it's
a
once a
one-shot
year?
deal.
Is it paper going to the households?
Yes,
Okay.
in Spanish and English.
So, just gonna throw this out one last time and you all tell me. It sounds like what we're not putting here as a bullet, and I'm thinking from the 30,000, is determine our communication needs. We're gonna have the survey, we're gonna determine from that survey how that fits into website and other things, but like we're not actually calling the goal, which is determine the needs, the communication needs. I think that's to me, it provides the purpose that I'm looking for. I think it's probably easy points for the evaluation because we need to do it for these other things. So I'm recommending we add a bullet, something along the language of, along the terms of determine communication, external communication needs. I'm
I like
okay
that.
with you
Yeah.
with something, and I just think that piece, that's what's missing here for me.
Okay.
Do we want to limit it to
Yeah.
external?
No, I don't
It
think-
sounded like what we were thinking about was external, but
No, I don't think it should be limited
Give me
I
an
don't see
example.
internal at
I'm a little
all.
bit behind on the curve here. Give me an example of what you would consider as an answer to your bullet.
so if Jake comes back and says we did this comprehensive community engagement study, we went and we had some forums, we did some surveys, and we did this, and this is what we've determined would be the most effective way to communicate, and these are the things people are looking for. To me, that'd be 9 points, or the max points here, 8 points. As opposed to, we're just gonna push this out there because we think this is what people want, but we've actually not done a study to determine, like, in terms of business practices, like you would do some market research.
The communicator, for example, we assume everyone wants to get that, but we have no way to measure that at all, and it's expensive, and I know it was super time consuming.
There was a study done, but it wasn't very returning, so that was our biggest draw. on
It's
the
like, how long ago was that?
Before Scott became VP.
I mean, technology has changed
Oh, yeah.
dramatically since then. Why can't that live on the website and save us $40,000?
Or the study might show
That people want it.
people
Yeah,
do want
yeah.
that paper, or that's how they're gonna access it. But we don't know that right now.
Could that be in the community engagement thing, or do we have to spend money and do something separate now?
Well, it sounded like that's what you were promoting, like that, you're gonna do this to determine needs that we could use for the website. And then you had mentioned appropriately, I hope it's more comprehensive than just website. The answer was yes. It sounds like we're already doing this bigger, to me, more important goal. And the things that are here are they're more finite. I think we're looking for how do we measure it, but to me, like the actual, like the value of actually doing the work to find out what the need is and what our response is going to be is more worthwhile of my personal time as a board member.
I guess what's confusing me is the word needs. What are the communication needs?
Yeah,
I guess it's semantic, so maybe it's rather than wants.
I'm okay with whatever language. What's important to me is that
What you need and what you want are two different things.
absolutely.
So I guess it's the wants, because that would be utilized more than a need, or vice versa, I don't know. But
Determine communication, you can help wordsmith it, but does what I'm saying make sense to you?
What I'm hearing you say is, the old phrase we used before was do a needs assessment. Those were the phrases we used to word, but I get the needs comment. What's the desire of the community for the most effective communication?
right.
What's the desire of
Yep.
the community for the most effective communication? So if you text me, I always respond to text. If you send me an email, I don't see it for 3 days, so don't send me an email. You know, it's just from a personal practice, so,
Right.
and I used to just live on my email, but now I've morphed to being a texter. So I've even sent you guys stuff in text, and I'm thinking, oh, I probably shouldn't do that, or maybe that's okay, and it cracks me up, because we're constantly evolving on how we communicate. Some people want that organic face-to-face time, and they're like, don't send me something in writing, I don't wanna hear your
And it's gonna be different for everyone, so, you know, you need to be able to capture that, then also determine like what's gonna be the best and,
Yeah.
and which ways of communication are be the most
Exactly.
effective, yeah.
Just for me to better communicate what I'm trying to do here, like as opposed to a charter school that props up and says, we're a good school, come and take us or leave us, it's the market. Like we're district school, public school, I wanna make sure we are engaging our public and meeting their desires, right? More so than like with the hubris of this is what's good for you, just trust us. Like that to me is why it's important as a school board, an elected school board, that we are asking our community and we are using data to evaluate. That doesn't mean we're going to give everyone what they want, but it does mean that we are trying to be responsive to our public. That's why it's important to me.
And each community will be different. Like you brought up the communicator. In my community, people don't go on our website. They don't have kids in their schools. But the communicator is a big thing, and they enjoy it because they can see what's going on within the school district that they're paying taxes for. Whereas BP community might not like it. I know when Suzanne was on the board, her community didn't like it because it was bilingual. They thought it should always be in English. And, you know, some of the other communities, like in Gateway, Excellencia, Creighton, they need the bilingual to keep them up to speed because they primarily, that's their first language. It's different, like everyone says, we're from here to here, and the economic, the subgroups are so different.
Yeah, so conduct community engagement study to determine Creighton community or Creighton communication value add.
Desires.
And put that in a bubble, because I'm still gonna suggest that might live in goal number 4.
Okay.
I had a question on communication. Are we only talking about external? Because I know, Genia just said, no, it's supposed to be internal and external. But are we only talking about external? I see it just as external right here, for communication, not internal in our schools.
It's a Creighton community and neighborhood.
When we say, I know, I read it. When we say Creighton community though, are we talking about only, is the community not the school also? And the community in the school, the students, the teachers, is that not considered part of the community?
No, I feel like that we should, I mean, I think that they kind of go hand in hand, really, you know, that, you know, if we're effectively communicating internally, then they'll know what to expect with our external communications, and they'll be able to message the things that we're doing as well. You know, that's our goal, right? Because ideally, we all have the same, you know, we can all explain to somebody what Creighton looks like, and so that happens through internal and external communication. So I don't think we necessarily need to limit it to just external communication.
Well, we don't have it internal listed here at all. We don't really have.
But if we're saying Creighton community, I feel like that means, like you said, it includes the teachers,
The steering committee went through this exact debate and landed on Creighton community as assuming internal and external combined.
And if it helps at all, I know Emily and I have already been talking about some tool sets for internal communication. So, I mean, that's already in the mix. To be efficient and effective in what you do, what you need to do is build systems. So we're not trying to go, oh, look, we'll do this and we'll do this and we'll do this. So in the conversations that we've had just in her first week here, we've talked about an internal newsletter for staff and how you leverage that internal newsletter, because you're capturing stories to go into there. So now as you get ready to roll those stories up to something that's going external, you're basically reusing that work that's already been done, so you're not doing the work, 6.5 times, or, we spent all this time on this internal thing, and now we're gonna spend all this time on this external thing. And philosophically, from my point of view, and a ton of research bears this out, the single most effective ambassador for a school district is the classroom teacher. Because when people talk about their schools, they know, this is what they know. I'm not saying they really know it, but this is what their perception of what they know is. Oh, as a nation, we're just terrible. Oh, Arizona as a state, we're not that good. Oh, my school district, it's okay, it's pretty good. My school, oh yeah, it's better than most. My kid's teacher, rock star. So we really, from an ambassador perspective, we need to drill down to that classroom teacher and help them be our ambassadors. And having that internal information available is kind of part of that greater communication strategy.
Yeah, well, that's true. That's true across the board. I mean, listen to people complain about Congress. They say, but I love my congressman. They're not part of the.
Well, I'm just asked because it seemed like we've just been talking about the external. So in the bullet point number 3, where it says design positive news campaign, that would be included your newsletter, the teacher newsletter you were just talking about?
I mean, the primary energy behind the campaign is to get sort of broad-reaching coverage of the great things we're doing. We've used the phrase a couple times, Creighton's the best kept secret for this, that, or the other thing. We don't want to be the best kept secret. We want everybody to know about the great things that we're doing. So, but one of the methodologies for getting that information out is obviously to share it with our staff. Even if we know we've got sort of a low-hanging fruit opportunity that we're going to be, on talk, we're going to have our superintendent on talk radio talking about, our schools. That's great that it's on talk radio, but we don't know how many people are going to tune in. But if we have it in our internal staff newsletter, hey, be sure to tune into talk radio. Now we've not only shared that information with our team, but we've also given them an opportunity to see the recognition that they're getting through sort of that external positive news story piece. So the key is to build it as a 360-degree system as opposed to just having single individual component parts. And that's really what we're trying to drive towards. But in order to be able to do that, and many of you have commented on this and you're right on point, in order to do that, we have to know what are those tool sets and communication methodologies and desires and needs to know. And that's why that community engagement study is so critical to provide something effective to our community.
And your website can have a link to the internet.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
So it's,
Yep.
if you take the view that there's no such thing as too much communication or too many ways to communicate, for what you said, because everybody's looking at it for a different reason, for what you said about the newsletter, I would make sure that newsletter had information in there about how your bond money is being spent or whatever. I mean, just so that if that's a big part of how those folks get information. If you don't have kids anymore in the district, how your information just kind of stops. I mean, I thought everybody knew everything until my second one graduated from high school, and all of a sudden, while I was still on the board, I didn't have nearly the information.
Wow.
Because it's, like you said, it comes from the classroom teacher.
Yeah, and social media, and there's a ton of other pieces, and that's why when I used the term platform earlier instead of web, we're going to buy a new web tool, and you notice I very specifically used the term platform. The reason I use that term is we want something holistically, where when we plug information into it, that data can go out through multiple methodologies of communication. So you plug the story in, it's on the website, it's pushed out through social media, it's on an app in a parent's hand, it's sent out via text, whatever. But instead of having to have 50 people on staff to push this thing to 50 places, let's use the technology, get the right tool set, put it in once, push it out many.
Okay, before you go to 4, I want to just recap and make sure you've got all this. Because we just kind of went into 2 and 3. With 2, the health and wellness with regard to the supplement nutrition program, y'all are understanding that it's depending on the federal grant, and she will let you know if you get it or you don't get it. So you'd be ready to take it out.
And then how it
if you
rolls
don't.
out, assuming we are.
Right. The wellness opportunities, she said she'd just give you updates. You're okay with that?
Yeah.
Okay. The same with the safety plan training. There was discussion, I'm not sure how you're doing the including parents piece that was discussed. Are they gonna be notified, or do you not want that in there as part of the assessment of this goal?
I think there's many, many, many people who will be notified, and the primary user is the classroom teacher. So
So we
just to
want
make sure
to
kids
check
are
this out?
safe, and then, but I liked the comment that was added, which is make sure parents know where to go. For example.
Well, I think parents need to know that there is a safety plan.
Yeah.
And what happens if you hear on Channel 12 that there's a shooter, like what.
Right, or if
They
there's a
need to know
lockdown,
what-
or the rumor gets ahead of the fact of,
Yeah.
no, it wasn't really a lockdown, what really happened was, you know, because we stay on top of that stuff pretty tightly, in terms of stuff that comes home to parents, because we've got to get ahead of rumors all the time.
So,
I mean, I consider that a common practice. Relative to the plan though,
what about are kids included in the training? Because if that's true, I know you all have heard about districts that they tend to be older ones, but they get upset because, the kindergartner comes home and has been told to do certain things and mom and dad didn't know about it.
Yeah.
It's kind of freak them out. I can tell you,
totally right.
it just, from personal experience, we had a very sophisticated plan when I was on the board, and we had a shooter in a classroom, for real.
Yeah.
Then we had, it was great. The Glendale police did everything they should have done,
Right.
the whole thing. What we didn't anticipate was that the little kids were
That's-
fine.
Oh, yeah.
With the lockdown, they thought that was kind of fun.
But mom and
because
dad
they
were
present.
panicked.
What they didn't know was that there'd be SWAT team guys out there that scared the tar out of them.
Mhm.
So I'm just throwing that out as you want to make sure parents know that their kids are getting this.
This
So that it
mirrors-
doesn't come back to bite you when
Yeah.
you're trying to do a thing that makes a ton of sense.
Yeah, this
What-
mirrors the committee conversation on the what ifs, what ifs, what ifs. It's an endless set of what ifs, but the point being is when these things happen, and they will.
How will it be
How
communicated?
will
Do
it
I
be
go to the website?
communicated?
Will I get a text? Will I get a phone call?
Exactly, yeah.
What do I expect?
Yeah.
I think at the beginning of the school year or some point during the school year, sending home information via the children to the parents, just saying, hey, we're working on safety plans in the school, just to let you know, and your child is also involved in these trainings, and I think, just at least so they know that it's gonna happen.
Not reactive.
Exactly.
If we've already come up with a button they can click on an app, to find out, then fine, include that. If we haven't come up with that yet, then just merely let them know at least. And-
Right, and it's as simple as
In a
even
couple
just saying
languages.
fire drills. We're doing fire drills twice a year. So if the first grader comes home and says, there was a fire, no, it wasn't a fire, it was a fire drill.
Exactly.
I mean,
Absolutely.
you know how that communication is. So what are we doing here? Are we leaving this in, or,
Yeah.
I don't know how you want to measure it, but I just want to make sure that it doesn't get confusing.
Include parent notification, maybe.
Notifications, yeah.
Yeah, like in the preschool, right, we used an app, Schoology, and we would notify they're doing a fire drill, right? I don't know what that looks like in kindergarten because we're not using that app. We get the note home at the end of the day, so I think what you're saying makes sense to me.
When they put out the handbooks, each school will do a fire drill twice a year.
No one reads handbooks.
Oh, but even beyond that though, like, even if we read that,
The
like,
information's
like,
available, you're not utilizing it.
why were you practicing this today? Is there a problem in the community? Is this an unsafe community?
Yeah.
Like, at least at this age, parents are freaked out.
Or like, I remember hearing parents get upset about, feeling like they were traumatizing kids by having them even go through a lockdown, and so there's.
Oh, come on, I did the nuclear war drill.
Right, done
I was
covered.
under the
Yeah, yeah.
desk,
Me too.
all rolled
I'm
up.
with you. Like that was
What could be more traumatic than that?
Because that's gonna help.
We have the same training, get under the desk, like that's gonna help.
So it's on by.
Showing my age here. Okay, so include parent notification?
I mean,
Does
I
that-
don't care if
does
it's
that
in
work?
there or not, but just
And again, you're gonna have different ways,
Yeah.
you're right, I think a lot of people don't read those handbooks, but they might read the note that says there was a fire drill today and.
Or a text
child
message
talks
that
about
says,
it.
hey, your kid's gonna go through lockdown tomorrow, if you wanna prep them for that, go ahead and do it.
Yeah, either that or when the website is what it wants to be or something like that, and if that's what parents want, put it on the website.
Just something, a system.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, the last one was increased telesurvey response, increased from what to what?
It was in the 20s, I think, so what do
Want
we?
it higher than that?
We've had it up,
It was
we've had it up to
80-something.
85%. When the first year went out, it was 85.
Just up was good for now.
Just that.
Let's
Increase.
keep moving.
Increase from what? Okay.
Dragon.
Okay, with regard to your communication, determine, now, this is morphing into other things based on conversation, communication desires. We're good with that, right?
Yeah.
Communication manager said it would be a year-long process, the onboarding.
Just better not listen.
You got it. Conduct community engagement study, that's kind of the same thing as this one, right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, it's the same thing.
Phase one website platform data regarding needs for new website, that kind of feeds into that as well. And all these
And
things
those will be
are part of that, okay. And then the positive news campaign, you're gonna drop the and monitor
Yeah.
language, is that it? Okay, cool. Next.
There's more.
Community
Hey,
impact.
you're-
Why did I do this?
You're gonna be busy.
This is now a 3-year plan.
You will evolve.
I know, I'm so excited to grow. All right, community impact. Cultivate a sense of belonging and influence with our community through an open exchange of ideas and information. And the 3 bullets here are, we will invite community members to contribute to strategic planning action teams. Is that self-explanatory, or do you want to kind of go after that a little bit?
I mean, again, how do we measure that? I know we've invited people in the past, and in the past, it seems like it's always been on like a Thursday, you know, whenever it's more
You want like 912 to be this measure?
No, I'm just saying, like, we've done it before.
What's the right thing?
How do
Right.
we?
Are you talking external or internal here when you say community members?
Good question.
I think it's both.
I see it as both, yeah,
As it
because,
has been.
because many, I mean, I would say for the most part, most of our classified staff lives within the boundaries of their school or within the district. So, yeah, I feel like many of our, and teachers as well, we have teachers who live in the community as well, so I feel like it's internal and external.
I mean, what
So
I've
you're
seen-
just talking about only the people in the district, or, because if, I'm just not understanding when, because we did say community before meant,
Both.
Creighton community meant both, so now are we just saying just the people in the district? What are we saying?
I mean, I feel like
Well, yeah.
I feel like everything the focus of the people who we're trying to engage with are people within our district. I mean, yes, we have people who are coming to us from Scottsdale or Madison or Phoenix Cell or whatever. But I feel like when I say community, I'm talking about within our boundaries and the people that we serve, you know, whether it's employees or parents.
I just think about the folks that we've already engaged in this. They were clergy, they were community leaders, they were educators, they were parents. It was people who they were invited and they wanted to participate in this. I don't, to me, like that was comprehensive. I think that bullet there is good. The way it
Well, I
is.
do, I mean, I think that like the weekday thing is kind of a problem, just my 2 cents. I've gotten comments from community members of that, and teachers wouldn't be able to attend either
No.
unless.
Teachers
they
are our
got sub.
community, aren't they?
Absolutely.
I mean, why aren't we having teachers on forming our strategic plan?
I think there are some
They
on
are.
there, yeah.
Well, I mean, what percentage? I mean, to me, I think they should be 80% of the strategic plan because they know what's going on in classroom with the kids, in the community. They know what's going on in the community with their families,
Right.
each family of each student.
Right.
I mean,
But the strategic planning team is made of Creighton staff and teachers, correct?
It's classified,
cross-
certified,
it's a cross-
admin,
Yeah,
and.
it's a cross-representation.
So that is taken care of. I think the other challenge is just, if you really want community members to come, like a Saturday.
I'd be harder.
Yeah, I mean, yeah,
Maybe our communication or engagement study will help us.
yeah.
You know, at the risk of beating a dead horse, you guys have used Creighton community as one of your 5 goals. Promote the value of the Creighton community. You need to decide, what is that? Is that everything? Is that within the boundaries, as you said, it's parents, it's students, it's community members, it's businesses?
Is it
it's
teachers? That's what I'm wondering.
It's, you know,
I
but
think we've already
do you keep
answered that
saying-
though, like
yeah.
2 times.
We said it's.
Well, sometimes we're saying yes, it is, and sometimes we're saying no, it doesn't include teachers. Sometimes it's
What? I don't
including them,
remember we
sometimes
said it
it's
wasn't.
not. Mostly it seems like it's not, but if it is, then,
In which specific areas do you see where teachers are not included?
well, Amy was just saying community members, you know, and talking about people externally, you know, people.
But because teachers are already on the strategic plan, it's 80% training staff.
Right, right. So that's why you're saying, so when she's saying community members, she's saying, we're not talking about teachers because they're already on the strategic plan team. So we're talking about other people. So,
I guess maybe I've been hearing something different all day, because when I hear community members, I'm thinking of our students, I'm thinking of our teachers, I'm thinking of our classified staff, I'm thinking of the clergy, I'm thinking of business owners, I'm thinking of property owners, taxpayers. For me, community members is all inclusive. Anybody who has a stake in Creighton, whether it's because they own a home and they want their property values to stay up, or they own a business and they want more customers, or they have a student and they want their, you know, so.
Or they get a paycheck.
So let me, yes, so if, I mean, that's how I see community members, and that's kind of how I've seen it all day. So let me clarify.
Yeah, when I
Okay.
said community members, people outside, because we already have a team of Creighton people, so we're trying to get other people. Yeah.
Okay.
From the community.
And I mean, I just want to make sure with, so when you think of, is my own definition in my head, kind of the way that everybody here, are we framing this the right way? Okay, just making
Yes,
sure, because I wanted to make sure that our conversations. Okay.
If you have, in my mind, which is slightly wicked, if it's Creighton community members, it's what you, but if it's community members only, just not Creighton, then I think of the people who live,
Okay.
or, you know,
so it's different.
it is different, that's how I differentiate and box things up, but the Creighton community member and the Creighton family is what you're saying.
Is that what you meant? I wasn't here when you did these goals, so that's the reason I brought it up,
It was,
because you have that as a
it was
goal.
the steering committee's interpretation that it was inclusive.
Mhm.
And
So
when
should
when
that
I
bullet
voted on
actually
that,
say
it was
Creighton
my
community
interpretation too.
members?
If that's gonna make it more explicit, then if we wanna put Creighton community members in front of community members, just to make it more understandable for people, that's fine with me. Does that sound like something we would like to do? Okay. Thank you.
That's nice.
Evaluate and recommend programmatic changes to academic, the APTT. So, after meeting with different people in the room, individually, and talking about this particular goal, I then talked with the principals at the Leadership Council about this goal, and I will tell you, there was a visible body language shift in the room, because as we went through these goals in that meeting, there was a lot of head nod, a lot of leaning in, a lot of forward thoughts, a lot of, that's how we can do it, whoa, that might be too much, let's move, let's adapt the pace, let's change the language, let's up the pace. And in this particular one was the first and only time I watched the entire room do this. And I thought, what, are you just tired because it's the end, which is also possible. But it was visible to me that, and then it was articulated, that this goal was not a motivating, and I really do see the principles as key to this goal going well. So there was a mixed sentiment about APTTs. Since I wasn't here at its origination, or when it was at its peak, I know even among the group here, there's some different sentiment about it. But after a couple of conversations, I landed on the word evaluate and recommend programmatic changes to APTT. Because it feels to me like we need to evaluate its effectiveness.
Can I ask how many schools are implementing APP?
All 9.
All 9 right now? Okay, because I know.
And from K-8, correct?
Yeah,
Or is it-
it'd be pretty, K3.
It's only K-3.
K3. Okay, so all of the schools, K3. Okay.
So I just,
And it gets the best energy in early childhood because there was some drag by the parents who were saying, ugh, I hope I don't have to go to another one of those.
Well, it's
So,
just
I mean,
2 times a
that's
year.
anecdotal, I don't have any data.
They're only going 2 times a year, aren't they?
Every year,
three.
yeah, so by the
Twice a year.
5th grade,
Used
yeah.
to be 3.
I'd like to hear,
No, I'm saying like back in the day.
I'd like to hear from a parent.
So our first APTT is in, it's next week, or the 7th, so I don't know if that's 2 weeks.
You haven't, so you haven't had one yet?
No, but what I do know is that when we were on the board, at a time when it was all hands on deck, our student achievement was not good, we were being threatened by the Department of Ed for hostile takeover.
Yeah.
When Dr. Paredes came to us, this was my perspective as a board member, she's like, I have an opportunity like that I want to do here, which would help parents be, and the parent liaisons and others, like have an ownership in increasing student achievement. So this was a new way to like take the parent-teacher conference and invest in parents in like the actual strategies that could be helpful. So like, here's where your kid is, let's set some goals, this is how you read the data. I've never seen this in action, by the way. And like, here's a strategy to use with your child. So however that went, what I remember hearing from teachers was at first hesitation, and then afterward, I remember Miss Eklund Smith saying like, life-changing, like this is game practice change for me, like I don't know how I did this work before that. So I heard that from teachers. I know that when we're talking about the best kept secret, there have been numerous articles about APTT spreading across the country that Creighton gets 0 credit for. But I also remember hearing over the years that this might not work for the older grades, this might not work for maybe some families that have higher education. And if we're just trying to stick to a rigid model, I don't know if that's going to work. I don't know what that's going to look like for my family in a week and a half. But what I think I've heard is that there was some value to this. I think actually significant value for significant numbers of families. So if we don't think it's working, like, let's actually evaluate that and make changes. Let's be flexible instead of just trying to force mandatory compliance.
Absolutely.
And if it doesn't work, then let's get rid of it. Like, I don't really have any attachment to it other than it's something that I've heard has been valuable.
And I think it's, 6 of one, half a dozen the other, because I have had the same experience where actually, I think maybe because I tend to gravitate more, to have more colleagues who are middle school teachers, in that regard, it can be a huge flop. However, we had a middle school teacher at Gateway who kind of piloted it. She volunteered, and I think she had a lot of success as a 6th grade teacher. And I think perhaps it could have been too because she was bilingual. For her to be able to engage at that level with the parents of her homeroom students, there was an element for her that made it easier for her to maneuver that whole thing. Whereas with some of our teachers who are monolingual, maybe it's a little bit more difficult. But I think the goal, as it's stated, evaluate and recommend programmatic changes. I think that's a totally acceptable goal.
And I will say,
I've done it 9 times, yeah.
I disagree. Back to wordage again. What happens if she evaluates and she finds it's great, that it needs no changes? And we are making evaluation on the changes she recommends. What if there's no changes needed? We'd have to hit her low because it says recommend changes.
No, it
Well-
says evaluate and recommend.
I
So
think
leave it-
that implies, to me, that implies that if after the evaluation, there are no recommended changes,
I'd like to just put as needed.
okay, so evaluate and recommend programmatic changes as needed.
Or if needed. Or if needed, anything, but not that it's set in stone that there's changes that have to be recommended.
Okay, that's fair.
Yeah, I just want, like, my comments, and I'll share them with you because they were with the superintendent, but like, if teachers and principals aren't finding this to be an effective tool, we should not be investing a ton of energy in it. We should be investing in other things that do work, that are driving positive results. So I don't know that we need to micromanage this and force it. So I just wanted Dr. Lewis to own it and then come back to us and say,
Mhm.
this is what we think.
Yeah.
Well, I think parents should definitely be asked about it, the parents, the teachers, parents and the teachers,
For
really.
sure. And we might even find that at one of our school sites, it's not something that we need to have, and maybe at other school sites it is, or at certain grade levels, we need to have this, and at other grade levels, we don't. So it's definitely not a fix-all for, for everything, yeah.
Good. I don't think you got a chance to share, you said.
Yeah, I mean, I've been to numerous, probably, yeah, 9 or so. And I think what was really valuable to me was to get all the parents into the classroom at one time and sit down and like see faces and you don't get that opportunity. But what was, I think, weird about it was just kind of the content of what happened. It's like, here's how you add, you're gonna do your kids' homework right now.
Right.
And it was just, it felt a little condescending, I think, and maybe it's just Biltmore, and I think for some parents, it's probably super helpful because I think parents are looking for ways to help their kids with the Common Core math. But this was, I think, perhaps before we were even doing it, the Common Core, I can't remember, but it was kind of like too simple. But it was great just kind of being in the classroom and having that opportunity to learn, but then you do it again 3 times and it was, and it was extremely mandatory. Like the kids again were stressed out, like if you don't go, Mom, I'm gonna get in trouble, So I think there's some value in it, but
I know Dr. Peterson's over there taking copious notes because we've already been in contact with Maria Valetis just to learn a little bit about what's the hybrid she's developed since.
Yeah.
And since it was birthed here by her, she seems like the good go-to person at this juncture to begin this conversation. And we can certainly customize our results, whatever they are, whatever our changes are.
I mean, I think that my wife and I know how to support our student, but we want to be on the same page as the teacher, so we're looking for the teacher's guidance, to be honest. We don't want to undermine the teacher. So we think we know what we're doing, but we're also at that kindergarten phase and really looking to the teacher to give us a little direction so we can reinforce whatever's going on in that classroom.
it doesn't have to be an hour and a half, 3 times a year.
I sadly won't be able to
Every
go,
year,
but I'll
yeah.
let you know my wife's notes.
The last one is increased parent survey results, and again, I think we got some feedback that, the parent surveys are maybe stale or not getting quite the energy that they need to in terms of volume, so we just thought we'd add to the volume of this goal and be sure that we're asking the right questions and we're utilizing the data. But the principals said about this one that they really felt that they could solve some of the concerns by having the increased digital opportunities at the site, that during parent nights and parent conferences, they could set it up so parents could do the surveys and increase the results right then and there. That was some of the feedback we got there. And I don't know the baseline number, but we'll just simply say increase.
Okay. Discussion on that one? Before I.
So, Dr. Lewis, you and I talked about this, but one of the things we all kind of talked about at the beginning of the meeting was trying to find something to attract kids from outside the district, doing something specialized. And that was in last year's goal, but it's not really in this year's goal. So when are we gonna do that? If we're gonna look at trying an IB program or another FLI program that's not on this year.
Yeah, I don't think we're hearing that yet. You know, I mean, I like the idea, and I know we have a couple of folks that like the idea, and the question is, but you said, let's push it, and then you said, well, let's listen first. And so I think that the board's not on the same page yet about, do we just go ahead and take a step off that ledge and say, we're doing IB, or we're doing Avid, or we're doing Fly in the South. So, you know, where are you on that as far as, you know, do you want to put that in the strategic plan? Does it live with the community engagement conversation? And then we get more information and we keep letting the principals lead site-based grassroots discussions. You know, I think one of the conversations we had too was, how do you advocate advocacy? Because in some cases, you know, when we had the synergy that was going on at Biltmore or at Squaw Peak at the time, there was an interesting organic synergy that was going on relative to people wanting what they wanted, and it was just a pow, you know, it was a wow.
I think that's a minority of people that will do that.
Yeah.
And so I think, you know, to my friend Denor's point, I mean, a lot of our community is looking to us
To tell.
to say this is something that's working,
Right.
you know?
Right.
So, and even friends of mine at Biltmore are like, I'm tired of it. I'm going somewhere where I don't have to reinvent the wheel, you know? It's hard to get all that stuff, you know? Everything for our grade was new. So it's like, you wanna go someplace where where the system in place. I mean, I think, and you know, things like IB and stuff, that's already made. I mean, that whole FLI thing had to be made from scratch, and parents were involved with a lot of it. And it's still, even our grade, the highest grade is still, you know, that's why people are leaving, because it's not perfect yet still.
And I think that you and I probably on this one share the same sentiment, like, let's do something, you know?
Yes.
And I feel like, you know, because there are programs that exist already. I mean, you know, we could look at Sean Hannafin's mindfulness program. We could look at Faith North's Montessori program that they already have, and Camelback's that they already have. We know that IB stands the test of time, and we know that we have schools that the kids feed directly into. I think it's figuring out which one of our leaders, which one of our school sites is ready to take on that challenge, because it will be a challenge, and balancing that with with how much we're going to ask our teachers to do. Is this going to be a grade level initiative? Is this going to be a school site initiative? But I think that it's time
To start, because it's too big to say the whole district is gonna do it, but I think if we don't start something, I mean, again, these kids are 7th graders, I mean, it's taken 7 years, you know, it takes a long
Montessori
time.
took 12, by the
Yeah.
way, I was in Phoenix Health.
Yeah,
It was
so
a
it's-
12-year journey.
Yeah, so it's,
Yeah.
you know,
And just, I mean, to Avid, for your whole school site to be certified, that's an expensive endeavor, and it takes, I think, 3 years.
IB's a 3-year process.
IB's 3 years, and Avid, I think, is 3 years.
Mhm.
So it's not as if we're just, but whatever, I think that
Something.
and because we're the best kept secret, right? Like, let's stop doing that, and let's actually be like, check out the really innovative. I remember hearing this thing on NPR probably about a year ago, and I want to say it was in Newark, and it was a school, K-8 school that was in a district that was failing, and the principal made this bold decision,
Yeah.
we're gonna go full Montessori. And it ended up being the most amazing, and I'm not saying that's what's gonna happen, and it didn't happen overnight, but the decision was made, and now this school has parents coming from the suburbs who are like, I want my kid to be a part of this program, and now they have the other problem, where they need to make sure that the kids in that community always have a space, you know what I mean? And that's, I'd say, a good problem to have,
and that's the problem we have at Biltmore, right? I mean, it's full, there's no space.
Yeah, just for
I think this is just what I was saying about an hour or so ago. I was saying, it's exactly along the lines what I was saying, and then it was said, well, we need to get the community involved. So which way are we gonna go? Are we gonna go with doing it, or are we gonna get the community involved?
Well, and we also have this tool
First.
that was provided for us by Sydney? Lydia, thank you, sorry. And, again, maybe we get one of those leaders who's willing, who knows their community, who's willing to take on that, you know, like, let's give this tool a shot and make that part of,
Yeah.
but I feel like we could talk, oh, what a great idea, this would be, what a great idea that would be, but still never really do
Yeah.
I agree, but I would like to go back and try to get, within this next year, try to get, identify a school. You talk about, you know, have them apply to the board. If, you know, like,
Create a process.
create a process, so could the board need, you know, have, if LCK wants to go IB, you know, the principal puts in to the superintendent, this is how I'm going to get there, you know, and what it will cost, and have the board make some type of decision. But it would have to be, I don't want, like you're talking, the community and the school and the principal and the students, the whole community,
The
is going
Creighton
to have to be
community.
involved.
Teachers.
Yeah, that's why I said the whole community would have to be involved. And if, you know, if Gateway feels they're not ready yet because they want to bring up scores or work on this and, you know, really identify some
But
needs.
Excellencia is like gung ho, we're ready to go, we've
Right.
talked to the
Let
community.
them put in some kind of draft, some kind of
Yeah.
proposition that this is how we can do it, and this is how long, you know, generally it's going to take, or some kind of proposition to the
So a
board.
proposal, here's, maybe even if it's, I mean, we have 9 schools, maybe a
Right.
third of our schools, or
Not
whatever.
even that, just, I think what I'm hearing is, so when I just, if I can back
Yeah,
up
go
for a
ahead,
sec,
go ahead.
right? Like, when I ran, it was about, like, I now know enough, like, we're public schools, we can create the schools we want. This is what I was running for, I wanted to, like, have a hand in that. But I also feel I want to slow it down and not just have, I'm gonna call it the hubris that I see some of our charter neighbors have, which is that this is a good school, you know you want it. And if you don't, that's okay, because you can go down the street. I do want to make sure we're honoring what our community wants. So what I like, what I'm hearing here, and I also want to like couch this in, we already have a ton of stuff that we are giving the superintendent to do. So, but what I like what I'm hearing is like, let's put it out there, like we do need to find the right
Proposal.
leader, right? Who wants to engage the community and go through this work, because it's not easy work. It's in addition to all the other things. If we created a process for a school leader who wants to lead this effort or something, that would be vetted through the superintendent and then come to the board or something, I think that would probably be a good first step, so that we're not just sitting back, because I know even at Squaw Peak, right, there were parents who are like, we kind of want this, can we do this? I'm not really sure, should we push the board, should we push the principal? The board's not responsive, the superintendent's not responsive, but the principal is. Like I even that community didn't know that they could necessarily advocate to change the school. So I think like if we wanted to put it out there, we probably need to dangle some things out there and create some systems that will empower the right leaders to take advantage of that and bring us something.
Right,
But
like,
also,
in the-
I want to make sure we're focusing on high quality and making sure all our kids, especially because we care about equity, are getting what they need first and foremost, which are the foundation. So we personally didn't choose Biltmore because why? We chose it because community, and we saw a group of families who will advocate for what they want for their kids and want to be part of that. So I think there's something about that community piece more than the program.
But I'm saying, so maybe put it in the community survey or outreach, like these are some things we could do, ID, added, live, you know, what would you be interested in, rather than people having to. People are not gonna, they're not coming, I mean, it hasn't happened since the fly program, it's not happening organically.
But you still need the right leader that wants to put in all that work and effort, or we need to find out what the community wants and then find the right leader for that type of thing.
Yeah.
And I would just leave that to the superintendent to come, because we clearly value it. We clearly say we want to do this. We talked about Squaw Peak being the first of 9, and we haven't acted on that since.
And Squaw Peak has gone through, they're on their 3rd principal. You know, it's not easy. I know that, you know, and so what if nobody wants to do it?
And if we don't have a leader to do it, then we don't have the business doing it.
I think if we put the word out to the principals, hey, this is what we would like you guys to come up with, I think we'll get at least one, maybe more, that
I
start to
think it
think.
should be a volunteer, it shouldn't be a must. not all schools, it happened years ago, whereas at Gateway, AT came up with Spring Ahead. The board decided, and it never came to fruition, that all schools would spring ahead, and they passed it. I think John Owen was president then, I'm not sure. But, I mean, the principals were not happy. It worked in that community in Gateway, but it might not have worked in Loma Linda or Excelencia especially, or something like that. But we
but
don't
I
have
do-
cookie colored
but I do-
colored kids.
But I think that you're right, the leadership piece to that is really important, and I think, I'm pretty confident right now, I can think of probably, I've talked to 4 different principals who, at least to me, have indicated that they are ready for something,
But I
for
don't-
special programming at their
I don't want all
school.
principals to be.
Right, expected
burdened
to,
with
right,
this.
of course.
Yes, I want it to be a volunteer thing. If, the school and the principal feels like they can really do it, let them put in a proposal. I don't want it to be mandatory for all schools to put in proposals.
So going back to good goals for the superintendent, and I know that this, this is important to all of us.
Why are we?
I mean, is this just now something that we have on Dr. Lewis's, that hopefully is on Dr. Lewis's radar?
Yeah.
And she can hear that we want to go through a process of community engagement, getting teacher buy-in, finding the right leaders in the school campus to go along with it, and knowing that maybe the expectation for us as a board is that we're going to start seeing some of these proposals come up,
Well,
and not necessarily putting it on here,
Yeah, I mean,
or.
at least
this year
part of community engagement. I
Okay.
mean, well, I mean,
This year wouldn't be part of that on her docket, per se.
But a good first step might be finding out from those
Right.
leaders who feel
Right.
comfortable, if you could implement a special program that you feel meets the needs, or if you use this tool that Lydia gave us to find out what meets the needs, or if we find out on our community engagement surveys, whatever, then please put forth a proposal to the board so that we can take a look at it pragmatically and see if it's something that we want to move forward with, because that's something that we all feel is important to us.
Yes, we
I-
move forward to it, and then maybe next year, 2 years, it would be implement or.
Well, again,
design a
like these
program
things,
or-
it doesn't happen overnight. It is a, several year-long process to bring any of these, I mean, just the training alone would require, especially if you're talking about IB or Abbott training, just that, the cost of the training alone is, we have to do a cost analysis and see if that's something that we can
It's
do as
just
well.
that she brought up that she
Right.
wanted it on there,
well, I want to just be
The
talking
idea.
about it.
For
It's
sure.
not
Yeah.
even,
Yeah.
it's,
the idea of it, but
When
I
I see
like the
Dr. Lewis
idea,
taking
but
crazy notes, so she's
not-
paying attention.
for this
It's a
evaluation.
resignation letter.
We're looking at next year, having it on the evaluation.
but I think as part of community engagement, that needs to be something that we're asking about
sure.
specifically.
Oh,
And I appreciate you bringing it up, yeah.
I did too. It was one of the conversations we had early on when we first met each other. So this is a shared value, I want to reassure you. I believe it lives in the strategic plan. And what I would like to say about that topic is, in the conversations we had last year to begin to promote the idea, no, there's no video yet, but to promote the idea at the leadership retreat with the Leadership Council, we studied a 68-page document on the community engagement process and really began promoting the community engagement process for the grassroots initiative. And how do you find just that little group of stakeholders that are the 6 people that make the difference for those 600 kids? And there was some, when will I do this feelings, right now I'm trying to get my math scores up, when will I lead community? So that was an understandable and fair first thought, but we just keep kind of beating the drum a little bit on this conversation. For now, we have 6 schools who are actively exploring their personal signatures. They're going about it differently and organically in their own way with their own respective stakeholders. For example, Mackin is doing STEAM and working very hard at it. Mackin was sent to Tucson to go look at an arts program to embed it into the engineering program. Mike Madison is beginning to lead conversations in his school about performing arts as a focus. Papago is exploring and actively working on coding and robotics. Would I say it's a full signature? Would I say it's a systemic huge thing yet? No. Of course, there's Fly at BPA, which has its own story, really good story. LCK has probably had 3 or 4 meetings with community members, more active than any other site with community, to explore what they landed on sports or sports sciences. And they're still not sure they're in love with that idea, but somehow that with the kids at the table, that's what they wanted to do. So they're still playing with that. Excellencia is looking at civic leadership and how to give back. So a lot of great, rich, natural conversations are being supported. I would say from a systems point of view that the things that work from a marketing experience in my several years of different experiences is if you tout it as a magnet program with an admissions-based approach, you tend to get a better response. And you know, it's a bit of a supply and demand psychology. But it also can have negative consequences and unintended consequences of what some people would call brain drain, because then, you know, you have a certain group of people that would bother to seek admissions into a magnet program. And others, you know, but it's just something to be aware of. Examples that I've seen happen that where the organic process, like the BPA, happened in other districts was the OMA program in Tucson. And while it's not at every school, it's probably at 13 of its 53 schools. And it's each of those 13 schools does it a little bit differently, but it's artist in residence based, it's opera and social studies, it's music and math. I mean, it's an amazing arts integration program, but it was very grassroots driven. Another school district that went for year-round school spent 3 years in the dialogue before they could actually adjust their calendar to say why it was a continuous learning model, not just a calendar change. So these things are really very, you know, their paths are very crickety. So in that, making it voluntary, I think, is critical to what those who were successful, is because it was driven so much from the bottom up. I'm a little nervous about any innuendo of a mandate in terms of its effectiveness. But I'm eager to be aggressive about it and urgent about it. And I think there's ways to do that.
And this could be too somewhere where, you know, the Creighton Community Foundation could help us as well. Who knows?
Who knows?
You know, because Jeff Bowles he's committed to engaging the community and finding the gaps. And so he might be somebody that we turn to when it comes time to start.
I think one of the things we might come back to is we create a process. And that might be the way to speak of it strategically for the district. Maybe not in here.
Yeah, especially
because it's so messy.
Budget implications.
Well, that's where I was going exactly. If we create a process, what OMA did, Opening Minds Through the Arts, was they dangled an arts integration specialist for the school so that the program had fundamental support. IB requires an IB director. Montessori requires $6,000 per teacher for 6 weeks of residential training in the summer out of state. So you know, these funds are very exciting, and if the board would like to prioritize, and we may, these directions as far as come to us with a proposal and ask for the money for this kind of a creative approach, I think we could create a system like that. I'd like it to live in the strategic plan. But I think the conversation is excellent, and we have a lot of potential. I mean, I think we're primed.
So it means we wouldn't add a bullet here, but it still lives on.
We somehow got off on parent survey return rates. That's where we started this conversation.
Oh, hi, Julia.
We have an agenda here.
What? We were in La La Land.
I thought it was a tremendous conversation. I haven't seen that much energy. I mean, you guys were like
So
on fire. Awesome. That's really
Yeah.
great. Are we putting it anywhere here? We're just leaving it alone. That's a great conversation that you have.
It's up to you. I'll follow your lead. So
I just
please.
wanted in the parent engagement study that we're doing, as
Let's
part
make
of
sure
that.
that is,
Yeah, and not just, what would you like your school to be? It's like, if we had this to offer, is it something?
Would you be willing to go demand it from the board?
Yeah.
That's what I want.
Yeah.
Is that the
I want them to
community,
demand it.
is that the community engagement study?
Yes.
Creighton
Okay.
Community Engagement Study.
Okay. Well, that's
goal form?
I think that
Okay,
should be it.
so, strategic planning action team, what are you doing with this? We're leaving it the way it is, community members, Creighton community members?
Yes.
Okay. The APTT, the recommendations for change, we've added if needed.
There'll be a report probably in a presentation or something.
Parent survey return rates, I don't know what they were before, but there was.
But they'll be higher.
There was a suggestion
Whatever
of
they were.
increasing digital access as a way to do that.
Yeah, that's a method, yeah.
Anything else?
Are we going through each and every one of these lit standards?
No, we're
Okay,
done.
okay,
So-
good. I saw the box was checked over there, just making sure.
When we're done though, so this
Oh,
section
yeah.
was 35 points. And I put this out there earlier. I feel that they're right now almost equally split. I think community impact, we put 8 points, the rest are 9. I just feel like there's more meat and it's more in line like with the core work of what we do, the adventurous learning goal.
You want to weight that heavier is what you're saying?
So just, I want your thoughts, because I just put random numbers on this, but if that was 20 of the points and the others were 5 each, that gets to 35.
I have a thought. What if we were kind of tinkering with this little phony 5-point box? What if we just moved 5 points into goal 1? And bada bing, bada boom, it's done.
Well, the reason why it was 45 in the first place is because the teacher evaluation was 45.
Oh, that's
Right,
right,
yeah, yeah,
that's
yeah.
right.
Yeah, yeah,
Yep,
yeah.
Nope, you're right, that's right.
I have no problem weighting the adventurous learning more heavily because it does require, there are a lot more bullet points and there are a lot meatier, those bullet points, I feel like, with a lot more work that needs to be done.
It's our
I
priority.
agree that it's a lot more work and all that, but a year ago, when we hired a new superintendent, these 4 goals were our priorities. She took it from what we said, and now we're saying one's more important than the other.
Well, I threw it up for
Yeah,
discussion.
yeah,
I wasn't
that's-
saying declaratively. I feel that way, but I also never said they were equally important. I felt there were
Well, it's
different
new
things.
content inside of each one of these goals, and I think from what Dr. Lewis has put in here, number 1 is the most important. I agree, yeah.
So can we just say, let's, weight it more heavily and come back to us? Or do we want to decide right now what it's supposed to be weighted at?
I think in her decision, come back to us, great.
Because we're gonna go through, we're gonna finalize this document at a later date, right?
Actually, this is just an exhibit and it just comes under the superintendent, so, unless you want to, this is the day for the dialogue for direction.
Okay.
If you want to direct me to reweight it and you leave it at that term and you say she'll do a good job reweighting it, or if you want to say I really want it to be 25 points of the 35 or, substantially weighted, you can decide if you want to do it again.
What would you take it out of?
So right now they're like 8 or 9 points
35,
each.
yeah.
So 35. So it's just a number, right? But if
Right.
adventurous learning was 20 and the others were 5 each, so the others became half of what they were, and then that one became twice.
And
It equals 35. But I'm also confident that if we gave the direction to Dr. Lewis to redistribute given like the amount of work it takes and the different people working on it, I'm not really gonna lose sleep over it.
Yeah, me either.
The easy thing to do is to make everything 7 and then take the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 other points and put them in here and make it 13. Right? Is that about right? That's the easy thing to do.
Yeah, 'cause
Is-
some of the stuff like health and
I'm
wellness.
gonna leave it to.
Yeah, I get it.
Okay, that's
Yeah.
good.
I get it. Something like that?
The
Yeah.
direction is she'll reweight it based on the amount of work and effort that
Proportionate.
proportionate.
Yeah, I get the idea, unless you want to go deeper. Okay.
14. No,
14, you're right. I did the math and it said 14. Yeah, 35 minus 21, right.
Okay, before you leave this area, you do have, gotta, at least, I think you ought to at least talk about, how do you know what labels you're using on determining how she's doing when you're evaluating her at the end of the year.
Okay.
You
So
have,
highly effective.
well,
What
you've
do
got,
we consider a 9, and what do we consider a 1?
Yeah, this was the discussion that we had when we saw each other's scores that were given to Dr. Lewis. And I think one of the fundamental differences that we encountered was, for me, as a classroom teacher, I had always kind of been taught when when we talk about the SES or whatever the evaluation tool is, that to be rated as ineffective, it means that, the image I was given as a classroom teacher is they're basically sitting at their desk, playing solitaire on the computer. That's ineffective. And so that was part of the reason why when we were scoring, didn't give any ineffective unless it was something that truly could not be measured, like I think the safety survey, because that was something that we weren't given or we weren't aware of or whatever. But otherwise, I took that to me, like I said, as a classroom teacher, I tried to, not give any zeros, because when I was first trained as a teacher, that was basically, if you're ineffective, that means you're not doing anything at all. You're sitting at your desk, not even engaged with the students at all. And so we need to decide if, what highly effective, and developing look like, and what warrants an ineffective progress, I guess.
Also, the last evaluation we did was the first evaluation of Dr. Lewis in the district as a superintendent. So she, like a first-year student, as a teacher, was a first-year superintendent. And I think we had, as a group, varying ideas, like you say, the effectiveness or lack of it. And whether we wanted, we came off a superintendent who had been in the district 45 years. Dr. Lewis is not going to repeat the same thing. She doesn't have the experience or anything like that. That's how I feel.
Yeah.
As opposed to, with the scoring.
Yeah, in the same regard, where, how I would imagine an ineffective teacher, I kind of felt the same way as no first-year superintendent is going to be highly effective at any of these things, probably, so I didn't give a lot of highly effective, when I rated Dr. Lewis, only because the things that we were asking her to do were, pretty deep and long, and so, yeah.
I mean, I would say it's possible for sure, but I mean, when you think about our diagnosing model, to get a 4 is rock star, right? And they're few and far between. So if you're doing a really good job,
And you have one.
Sorry,
I had to do that.
if you're doing if for me, if the superintendent's doing a really good job, that's a 3, which here would be a 6 or 7, right? So but we did not have reliability or consensus on it. So to me, I'm not opposed to scoring max points on a certain element. But to me, what I am for sure is if it's not just compliance, this happened. Some of them are going to be just happen and then you get the points, but most of them did a really good job. That's effective progress. Blew it out of the water. That's highly effective.
if you look at the section 3 of the contract, you have definitions.
Yes.
Now, those standards are done on a 4320 as opposed to your section 2, which are on a 98765 and 0. So you have 2 different, and if you want to keep them that way, that's fine. But it looks to me as though there was at least some effort to include the definitional section of 3 in at least the ratings for section 2. That makes sense?
It is different though.
It is. It is.
I feel like having different measures are fine because once the standards that they don't change, they show up differently, and then the goals should change, I think, year to year based on where we're at, and so we can be flexible. And I think that for consistency, that if we had some training by the time we were doing this evaluation, that brings us more aligned with like the concepts that I've heard us talk about with the Danielson model, that like really good, 3, like blows out of the water, 4, like, and then just put that on that 9-point scale. That would, for me, help us better align at that time, because I don't want to like think like, oh yeah, that was great, and I gave a 7, Jeannie gave a 9, but like we kind of think she did the same job. Like that's not fair.
Right.
And it's totally fine if we think she did a different, we have a different understanding of it, but.
Some training on inter-rater reliability.
Yeah.
Yeah, some ways for us to approach this and to be
Give us
able
an
to
example,
be
let us score it.
consistent. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Like that would, you know, a real world example would be nice too.
And I think if we do that in the middle of the year, and then again at the end of the year, that will
Yeah.
help us practice this.
Yeah.
Also, on the last section, there is, with the definition of highly effective, whatever, there's a not observed section. The not observed section is not in the first part. And either we get rid of it, or we put it throughout the whole thing to be continual.
But I don't, so,
You have the suggest to modify the goal.
That's
option.
not observed.
yeah, but so to me, the standards are different than the goals. The standards, like these are like some of the benchmarks of being an effective educational leader, like a systems leader. The goals were like, we've now just spent a lot of time talking about, these are the things we want to see. We don't want to not observe it by the end of the year. And if there's a crisis or something that happens, I would expect superintendent to come and let's talk about it and let's modify the tool. But I don't think by the end of the year, we should have not observed on any of these things.
Okay. My question to you,
Yeah.
the elections in November, December, January 1, we're going to have 0 to 3 new board members. No, 2. 2's the max you can have. So hypothetically, say we have 2 new board members who come on board January 1st. When we do this tool, they might not have observed everything on the summer.
Yeah.
And it seems that, that's why I've been pushing to have the evaluation done right before the election, so at least the people on the board have at least 1 year on the board, or 11 months, to see everything, as opposed to what, 3 to 4 months?
Yeah, no, I hear that, but I also know that when I started with, when Dr. Boyle was here,
Yeah.
like, she spent a lot of time showing me binders of evidence of like, I did, like, we accomplished this, we did this, we did that. And not that I want to bog down Dr. Lewis with that. Yeah,
But I
my
think
point
Dr.
is
Lewis
like,
would have plenty of opportunity to demonstrate the goals to new board members. I mean, January through May.
Oh, I'm doing binders.
You have a policy, you have
I
a
know the
policy
first year
too.
I was on the board, and somebody says, oh, just marker pile across the board, and I'm going, why? I don't know what I'm marking.
Yeah.
And they go, don't worry about it. You know, it's because I did not have the experience in what, it was just a few months on the board,
I hear you.
when we did an evaluation. And so a new person on the board does have a problem with it.
I hear
You
what
do
you're
have a
saying, so if
policy,
there was
you
an
have to.
option for that.
Yes.
You have a timeline, and you've got to evaluate every year, and you've got time constraints that the legislature throws
Right,
in
yep.
with regard to performance pay, so you can't, you have to have an option, something else besides, we can't do it. Like training for that person to come in.
Well, I'm
or-
saying if, okay, you know, this is a secondary position to a lot of people. It's not their life. They have home life, they have work life, they have, you know, school life, whatever. A not observed doesn't go for or against. And if you have one board member that didn't see it, like maybe 3 things, it doesn't go for or against Dr. Lewis. The other 4 members would carry it with their opinions.
But I will also say though that like,
I'm not saying go down the line. no.
because she does, you know, before we even score her, she has an opportunity to be able to show us through binders or PowerPoint presentations or whatever, what she's done. And even though I may not have been you know, I may not have seen her in action from, you know, August to December. I was able to disseminate the information that Dr. Boyle gave us as new board members.
Right.
And at least, you know, I mean, and
I'm just saying, not everyone can disseminate, not everyone, you have a unique advantage, which is great, because you educate the rest of the board, of being in the educational system and understanding these things, but not everyone does. And on the 101, is she gonna go through each piece with the new board member saying, this is what, you know, she's going to have her comments in here, but if there's something that they don't understand, maybe they don't understand an acronym APTT.
Yeah, so
I think, you
Donna,
know,
so
what-
I hear Jeannie's point, which is it's our professional responsibility
Right.
to get up to speed, but what if it was like this, if we're looking at like adventurous learning, it's just like you got like your 7s and your 6s and your 9s, all the way down, you're like, I didn't know about this gifted service plan. I think what you're maybe suggesting is if you don't put a number there, it shouldn't be assumed it's a 0.
Right.
Just average, like the notes to Hilda should be just average the ones that are there.
Right, it's almost like
Okay.
recusing yourself because of lack of knowledge.
okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, I tend to agree with Jeannie, but I hear you, and I would rather someone not put something and it not be punitive.
But I would hope that they would seek out clarification. I think that's my concern, because then you could be this totally disengaged board member who never even meets with your superintendent or whatever, and then, you know, like you get to say, oh, I just didn't know, so, and I want, I mean, even though we don't get paid for this position,
know.
I want people to take it seriously to the
Oh,
point
yeah.
where they're gonna try to find out, I don't know.
Okay, we usually get a executive session or study session on a Tuesday, and it's due the next Monday, correct, or that week? What's the timeline that board members have?
I think we have 2
10
days to 2 weeks usually to get it.
Usually, you have like that whole weekend. 'Cause you have
Yeah,
to
okay.
get it on Tuesday.
So
do
we
that
get it on
Thursday,
Tuesday,
And it's due usually that Monday.
and it's due that Monday. Not everyone has their meetings. I'm sure, you know, and I'm sure if you text, not email Dr. Lewis, she would make arrangements to meet with you or something like that, but, you know, you're throwing her schedule off too. She has meetings and stuff like that, but I'm sure she'd try, if all possible, to meet with anyone on the board. But when you really look at it,
But if, yeah.
the normal person, you know, Friday night, Sunday night, it's due Monday morning.
I
When
study
do
it
you-
for half an hour every day. I'm just
Okay,
kidding. I'm just
you're
kidding.
exceptional. You're exceptional. Not that many years, you're going, oh my God, Hilda wrote me, I gotta do this.
Right,
Yeah.
no, it's,
But
yeah.
so like, when we talk about like our expectations of one another and how we take this job, I think it should be our expectation or professional responsibility that this is one of the most important things we do.
Yeah.
And if you don't, because you don't, like that's your own prerogative, it shouldn't be punitive to the superintendent. So I feel like I hear you both. I think I'm more on this, but I don't want to penalize the
If we're going,
superintendent.
if we're looking for consensus, I can live with that, you know, totally.
Right.
Yeah.
You know, a board member that comes in and puts a not observed on everything, then there's a problem with that board member. But maybe there's a one or two, you know, and that's pushing two, that doesn't really understand the process
No,
or
I-
something like that. That might put them not observed, so they're not you know, building her up or taking her down.
No, I appreciate what you're saying, and like I said, I can totally live with that. So if we want to have an option for somebody to not score and not have it go against Dr. Lewis, I'm okay with that. But again, it'll just be something where, as we move on to our next agenda item, we can talk about, you know, those expectations that we have of ourselves as board members and make that clear, that if we do have a board member who seems to be disengaged from the evaluation process, then I feel like we need to have a conversation with that board member, so
Well,
then, yeah.
even like, in the vision on this, it does have not observed, but, you know, barriers to achieving the vision are identified, clarified. What if she comes to the board in December and does that? Our January board member if we get any changes, would not see that.
Yeah, but the difference though in the ISLIC standards is you might not need to observe all the different standards for the goals that we set for the specific year. So to me, it was like, these are all good practices. These are the standards of being an effective systems education leader. Some years you're gonna emphasize some of the standards more than others. So like, you don't need to necessarily emphasize all of them every single year. To me, that's why it's different than the goals. The goals are like, if you're on a board and don't know what these goals are that we asked the superintendent to produce and like get support and like give us regular input, then you're not doing your job as a board member. At the same time, don't want to penalize the superintendent. So to me, that's why it doesn't necessarily.
I agree with what you're saying, but, you know, there might be something that somebody just doesn't understand or something like that, and I wouldn't want to penalize somebody
Gotcha.
because of lack of comprehension by a board member.
I think we just put that in our radar reliability training and not necessarily put it in the, because I don't want it to necessarily be a standard option where you can just check it personally.
Okay.
Okay, so you're gonna, no decision with regard to this rating business at this point?
Well, a
But you're
decision,
okay with the superintendent bringing back a recommendation on reallocating the points
Yeah.
on
Yeah.
that section? Okay.
So I'm gonna move the points for goal 1 to 14, goal 2, 3, and 4 to 7. We'll keep ISLIC at the 6 standards at 4 for vision culture, and the remaining ISLIC standards at 3, which total 20. We're gonna set up training for you guys in January for a mid-year check-in on how this is going and give some samples. And you guys can decide if you want to sit in executive session to practice with or a facilitator or with me or however you want to handle it. We'll talk about that as we get closer to January. And then that way, whatever shifts, if any, occur on the board, that will be the right time to introduce both the goals and the progress at that time. And the only other question I have after the rate of reliability training is it the board's desire, which you can answer in January if you prefer, or we can do it, talk about it in one-on-ones. Do you want to do mathematical averages, or do you want to do consensus building? And that's another conversation that is very different, you know, because a 0 plus a 9 is a 4.5 or whatever. So the
Yeah.
question is, if you guys want to have the group discussion and go, well, we really think it's a 6, you know, or whatever the argument.
You're saying that when you see the evaluation, do you, like, the question is, does the board want the individual numbers there or just the composite?
Yeah, it was intended and designed to be a single composite score as one by one body called the board.
Yeah.
And what was helpful as a learner was to look at the range and go, wow, we are using the word promote very differently across the board. And our verbs were it was really clear to me, different verbs were different for you. So that taught me something about clarification and communication. And I think philosophically, I've been on a number of committees where we write teacher evaluations, where we write report cards for kids, where we write standards-based approaches or results-based approaches or effort-based approaches versus achievement-based approaches. You know, so that you can circle these philosophies, and no matter who the 5 people are in January, you'll be on different pages. You just will. So, you know, my thought would be, in the healthiest of circumstances, you come to a consensus on one number as a team through dialogue, per big goal. It wouldn't necessarily be, in my humble offering of experience, micro-analysis per subset. But that's another way to do it. So it's just a thought for you to consider for January's rate of reliability training. Because mathematical averages are different than a consensus holistic score of where you see things are going. Is the adventurous learning thing roughly going in the direction you want? Did these things roughly get us in the direction you wanted to go? Or would you like to be results-based and tangible? And those are 2 very different approaches.
We could debate that one.
Yeah.
Or we could wait till January. I'd
Yes.
say let's wait till January, because it could be another debate in January.
Exactly, Annette, exactly.
You have one more piece with regard to the student evaluation,
Yes, ma'am.
and that is your current evaluation instrument has superintendent comments, board comments for the superintendent, and then board comments about the board.
I have,
And the question is, well, there's a legal question there, and that is, you can't evaluate yourselves in executive session. You can't do that, because you don't fit the exception. So you have to make sure you do that piece outside, if you're gonna do that. The bigger question is, does it make sense to you to have board comments about themselves on the superintendent's evaluation, or do you want that to move over to your own evaluation?
I personally would like to see that move over to our own evaluation, because to me, it takes the focus off of where it needs to be, and that's the superintendent.
Second.
Wrong again.
Okay, meeting's over.
Great
See
job.
how quickly you can come to consensus? Annette, you're good with that? Okay, thumbs up from over. All right, Pam, Sue, and Eric.
Let's get back to the next agenda item, which is board expectations and purpose of evaluations of school board and board self-evaluations.
All right. Let me,
No.
She went to the restroom.
Oh, okay.
wait a minute.
Let's wait one more. Oh, I thought she was over there. Donna, yeah, she stepped out, I didn't see her. Unless you're just gonna read those things off of the.
Well, I'm just gonna tell you what you have
Okay,
now,
Yes, let's do it.
and then you can decide what it is you wanna do. Right now, this is your policy, and it says, these are the 13 areas that you can choose to include in your self-evaluation. Meetings, process, policy, goal setting, curriculum, fiscal management, facilities, board member orientation, development, board officer performance, board member relationships, board soup relations, board community relationships, legislative governmental relationships. So going back to something that you said this morning about maybe talking and getting more involved with the legislature, you clearly have that in there now, okay? Now, the form that the actual evaluation instrument that you have adopted in policy includes these. Board relationship with the city, board member relationship with each other during meetings, board relationship with the community, with staff and personnel, with the instructional program, with fiscal management, and then you have an area that just says general statements, and you're supposed to do problems, weaknesses, and accomplishments in that order, which I thought was sort of interesting. I would reverse that.
I would
but
too,
anyway.
yeah.
So, having said that, this is what you have in your policy right now. Here's the big question. First of all, does this self-evaluation help you determine if you have moved towards reaching your goals and objectives, your expectations, your mission, vision, values? And if it doesn't, then it isn't going to work. It's not going to do anything for you. You're just going to go through the process and mark, yeah, we did this well, or we're average with that, whatever that might be.
On the policy self-evaluation, I'm not a policy expert, but we're dealing with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 things that talk about board relationship with. If we as a board hit those 5 points, but maybe 1 or 2 questions, would we still fall in policy? In other words, how is our relationship with the superintendent, with other members, and things like that, and staff and instructional, I can't read that.
Instructional programs.
If we kind of combine them into maybe 2 questions, would that still be following our policy, or do we need separate questions for each one according to policy?
Your evaluation instrument has those separate areas marked out, so you change your policy. To answer your question.
One step back or above this, so by law, we're required well, are we required to have an evaluation, or is it recommended that we have one annually?
Well, let me answer that one.
'Cause the way
It depends.
Yeah.
That's the lawyer catchphrase. You have it in your policy, so right now you have to do this. Whether you're required under Title 15 to have an evaluation, I don't think it's a mandatory duty, but I don't want to say that for sure because I can't advise you. I have to look it up in Title 15. I don't think so, and the reason I say that is that you as individual board members don't fall under the personnel exception of the open meeting law. You're elected officials, you can say, do whatever you want. The four of you can't boot somebody out unless they just,
Come on.
unless you don't show up. And then you declare an office abandoned, that's about it.
So then the second thing then, in our own policy, because I don't recall this, but to me it's, I feel like what's been missing here is like, what's the purpose of evaluation?
Exactly.
Does it share for us what is our purpose? Is it to, call each other out? Is it to improve our efficiency? Is it to promote student achievement? Or is it just, let's just do an evaluation? Because to me, it's been about, in the past, it's been about just let's do it, and I don't think anyone took it to me with the seriousness that I think it would before. And I would love to have one that helps us be a more effective team that supports the superintendent in accomplishing our goals.
Let me just make one comment before you start discussing it. You all have spent a whole lot of time in the last year and a half setting out your expectations, your goals. You have very specific things you want your students to do. And this evaluation doesn't do very much at all. To Donna's point, you could, compress all of the relationship with, are you getting along with those folks? You could do that as one. But the rest of it, my question, that's why I said, does it help you determine if you've moved towards these great goals and objectives, mission, vision, values, the stuff that you have adopted over time? And I don't think so. It just doesn't really speak to that. So if you look at you look at the things that you have in here in terms of a profile of a Creighton student, how do you evaluate, or do you want to evaluate yourselves on whether you have taken steps to get closer to the goal of having the Creighton student that you have adopted in the plan? So that's really, I think, what you want to talk about in terms of, otherwise you're doing just exactly what he said. You're just kind of checking the box and say, well, we evaluated ourselves. And those evaluation areas have very little to do, the communication piece does, but it has very little to do with all of the things you've been talking about today.
I think with the superintendent's evaluation, I have heard before that we would base our board self-evaluation on goals within hers also. That makes sense if we feel those goals are important, that they're goals that, we're also attaining for too.
But then it goes to, what would that look like though?
And
how would that
It's
process
hard for
help?
me because I feel like an important goal was kind of taken out of her evaluation, and that was staff retention. So that's hard for me because for me, I feel like personally, being on the board and making Creighton School District stronger, looks like having staff retention be number one or close to number one, because that means we're a strong internal community. So for me, that's what's really important. Again, I'm an educator for the last 26 years, so that is what,
I think
so it's kind of hard for me.
I
That
don't
would be
want to
mine.
agree. Okay, I think to answer somewhat of your question is some of her goals to align with our goals to align with hers somewhat. Not point by point by point, but some of her goals cannot be accomplished or even started unless, without our support. If we decide, no, we're not giving you money for a certain project, like the website. No, we're not gonna go with that, we're not gonna give you money, not saying we're doing that, but she cannot accomplish her goal, not by her not trying, it's because of outside influence, which would be us. So,
Yeah.
in
So-
other words, have we hindered or helped the superintendent
So if we,
accomplish her
yeah.
goals?
So if we took the superintendent goals, put it in our own document, and then next to that put these are the governing functions, like approve the policy or whatever, allocate the money, and then we could publicly share, did we help or hinder based on our function as a school board?
Yeah.
And, okay.
That would be part of it, I believe.
Just,
And for the last 2 years, we haven't even followed our own policy in the Creighton School Board because we haven't, in this district, as a school board, because we haven't had this annual evaluation, no matter how weak it is
Yeah,
or phony it is, we haven't done it. So we have, the board is out of compliance with policy for the past 2 years.
just looking at the pink on the left, you know, and comparing it to what we have on the right. To me, what I think of as the most important if we're looking at self-evaluation would be goal setting for sure, and making sure, like you said, that we're supporting the goals that we put in place for Dr. Lewis. I feel like policy, of course, is something that's important that we do, and our relationships with, well, I mean, like you said, combining relationships with all kinds of people, but specifically, in my opinion, the most important is with our superintendent, with each other, and making sure we maintain a, you know, professionalism and aren't snarky or backed by any way. And then again, you know, like I brought it up in the beginning, I think it's up to school boards now more than ever in Arizona to be vocal at the state level so that we can advocate for our kids in a broader space. So that's just, and looking at what we're being presented with right now, those are the things that kind of
but we
stand.
could do more than that though.
Sure, of course.
Or different.
Right, no, absolutely. And I'm
Roll
just,
them all up and.
But the fiscal management, I mean, if you
For
look
sure.
at the role of the school board,
no, yeah, you're right,
the
that's
two
the budget,
roles,
yeah.
the two main things are to hire superintendents and to
Right.
pass the budget.
Yeah, no, I understand.
So we have to,
You're
in my
absolutely-
opinion,
So
fiscal management.
the things, so I value a self-evaluation for us to have a conversation about how we best work together and are we accomplishing our goals. So I like the idea of putting outcomes, which would align with the superintendent's outcomes, and then like, did we do our part in getting there? The second part though, because all of these things are totally important, and it's just a lot, and I feel like we have our expectations that synthesize those, highlighted the ones that we thought were the most important, and if we had the conversation on how well are we upholding our own board expectations that we highlighted, that would be more of the kind of like a slick standard type of part of the evaluation where we got these outcomes, we did these practices, and how can we improve or change for the future. So if we were going to do the self-evaluation, I'd want those components. And if we felt like legislative should be in there, or if there's something else, it probably should just be surfaced in our expectations that we keep front and center, at least I do.
I have another policy question. Okay, this policy we haven't been following, and it's kind of like mealy mouth or whatever you want to call it. It's not appropriate, in my opinion. As a school board, can we just trash it and say we're
Absolutely.
And do we have to have a policy on the evaluation?
Well, that's the answer. I can't answer that because I don't want to say for sure. I don't believe there's a mandatory requirement that you do a board self-evaluation, but I haven't looked at the statutes for that for a while, and I can't give you legal advice, so. I would ask
basically,
Chris
you know,
Thomas if I thought he was available right now. He would know.
Yeah.
Off the top of his head, or Steve Highland.
To bounce off what Carl was saying, but also, if we're going to get back to the superintendent in January, I think we should also get back to the board and, you know, say, okay, these are our expectations. I mean, it says here annual, so I'm guessing that's the minimum the state wants, if the state wants anything.
I think my belief is that this was just part of the ASBA policy package that you adopted at the time. Again, you
Well,
can
wait, this-
tweak those things.
This right here, this one?
The BAA evaluation, because that says the board may meet at least annually, not later than October 30th. So I don't know, it could be on the statute.
Right, but I think if we're going to also, if we're bouncing off Dr. Lewis's evaluation, I think we should also look at the board when we do her 6 months and we do our 6 months. And I don't think we need to beat it to death. A 15-minute discussion should cover it, and it should be, of course, a board meeting, because it does have to be an open meeting.
You do have to do this
Okay.
stuff and hold on a minute. I'm just gonna see if I can find the statutes and see if it says anything about that.
As far as I can find, we can govern ourselves by the rules that we adopt. I'm just looking to see if we are required, because I know there's no consequence if
Because
we
we
break
haven't
the.
done it.
Well, there's just like, there's no like police out there saying you didn't do your self-evaluation. If you had an active constituency, they could be upset.
Well,
If they cared, but-
it's considered like law, so theoretically, someone could file an action in court to force you to do that. Nobody's probably gonna do that. Because they're paying more attention to what you're saying at your regular board meetings than they are, your policy. But the truth, that's the reason I've said to you, if you're gonna make change, if you're gonna change what you're doing, you need to change your policy. And part of ASBA Policy Services is to help you do that.
So the real question is, how, do we find board evaluations to be helpful? Or, and if so, what do we want our evaluation to look like? I can say that in the past, when we've had our evaluations, and especially when they are at the very bottom of the superintendent evaluation, the main thing I've taken away from it is, this is my opportunity to anonymously be snarky with somebody else. That's kind of how I feel about it, really. And you know, everybody's kind of wondering, are they talking about me? Which board member are they talking about? And I I love evaluations. I really do, I like knowing what goals I need to work towards and everything. But part of me is wondering if maybe the expectations are, but I don't know, is that enough? Are our expectations that we have enough? And if we want an evaluation, I guess, what do we want it to look like so that it's actually helping us be better board members instead of calling out those who we don't think are adequate as board members? And maybe I'm alone on that perception, but when we did this, when Ildy was still on the board, that was the recollection that I have of what this felt like as we were reading it. And like you said, the fact that we asked for problems first, it's definitely the wrong.
Yeah, well, to me, the evaluation shouldn't be about individuals. It's how is the board operating as a whole.
For sure.
So like for me, because I think the exercise in developing our expectations is good, but I don't think it's enough. I would like to have more conversations personally about that. So if we brought that back and said, hey, this were the expectations, let's talk about this. How is that going? To me, that would be satisfactory in terms of an evaluation.
I thought the word self meant your own self. So when I see the word evaluation, I'm on the board and I'm evaluating myself as a board member, not throwing fingers at everybody else and saying this person's doing this
The
right.
normal thinking is that you're evaluating yourself as a whole board, because statutorily you have no individual authority by yourself.
And I go the opposite of you. When you feel you can be snarky, I just ignore it. Unless it's, like I said, the board does not provide Dr. Lewis with the needed tools to accomplish her goal, then I put something down. And because I find it's, okay, don't let this go to your head, but your evaluation is all about you in my mind. It's not about me, it's not about the board, unless there's some reason she can't accomplish it. And I find changing my focus then in the middle of evaluating the superintendent is not very, I usually focus on one thing, get it done, and then I go to the next. I don't like to jump back and forth.
Yeah, we should do it before, like not even the same meeting, but like a meeting before or a month before.
And it should be out in the open. Well, it has to be open in the law.
So you're saying we should have a public
It
self-evaluation?
has to be
You
by
have
law.
to, you can't evaluate yourself.
If you have, no, but we don't have to do one.
No, true.
We
But
did it in
you could
executive
advise us
session
on that.
before, and we shouldn't have.
But if we
I
have
don't
that,
think you do, and I just looked through it, I'm not seeing anything other than the
Yeah,
original
yeah.
statement that says you have the, you're required to prescribe and enforce policies and procedures for governance of the schools. It doesn't really even talk about you.
yeah,
I think it's just considered good practice to evaluate yourselves, but I can get that information and get it back to Dr. Lewis on Monday for sure. I don't think it's required. I just
Yeah.
don't.
look, the legal reference here is 153321, which I'll just sum up as the board shall prescribe rules for its own governance.
Right.
So I think what we're discussing here is there value in doing, because we haven't done it. Is there value doing a self-evaluation, which we would do in public? I say yes, and I think you said yes.
Yeah, I believe so.
Yes.
And if you tie it to your goals, I mean, you did your strategic planning in
Right.
public, so
Yeah.
now you're showing
I think we
the
should
community and yourselves whether you're doing the things you need to get to those goals. If you're not, what are you gonna do to change it? If you don't think the goal is still right, then you tweak the goal.
Yeah, so the first part, if we created a new exhibit, because the one we have isn't me, get us where we need, it should probably be aligned with the superintendent goals, which would fluctuate year to year.
And
Number
probably
one.
each statement would say the board has adequately supported goal 1 and goal 2, like that, right?
And we can just talk about, like, did we allocate the money? Did we approve this? Like, the parts that we're responsible for. That I still think there's a second part, though, which would be, like, our evaluation of, like, are we upholding our best selves the way that we agreed to be? Because I think that hearing an evaluation on, like, are we acting professionally? Are we holding student equity at the forefront? To me, like, having those conversations are also a demonstration of our values. And I'd like to have more conversations about those.
I'd like to have more conversation, but, okay, let's be real. We all talk a lot, including me. I know you don't believe it. But if we try to do it today, not only will we have a lot of brain dead people, it would take forever. I agree with
We
what
can
you're
use a
saying.
shorter tool, though.
But I'd like to break it down and maybe have, not executive sessions, study session, before a few meetings, an hour, half hour, or something like that, and just break it down into more manageable,
Yeah.
sections, like we have sections for Dr. Lewis, and, come and focus on that section, put all our brain power to it, and then go to a board meeting.
See, I like the model you gave us. I think it was Montana,
Yes.
Wyoming,
Yeah.
and they had their pieces. And in January, you only looked at this part. You would do it online. The board president would come and share the findings and give feedback, right, wherever the feedback was necessary. And February was the next part. I like that model. That takes a lot of work, and I think it's important to do, and I would invest in it. I know other board members have different ideas about their board services, but
Do something like that, I'd like to put a time on it. I mean, I don't want to go into, at a board meeting, because we have to do it in public, go into, an hour on a certain thing. Maybe a half hour to 20 minutes to a half hour.
we could do it quarterly instead of every
Yeah.
month.
I wouldn't want to do it once a month, but,
What about once a year?
That's what we're talking about, the other one. But yeah, put a time limit on it, and if we have to meet beforehand to get some kind of statement, maybe the board believes that we have done this to support the superintendent, and we blah, 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 whereas the current president can read that, and this is our board evaluation for this section, something like that. Because we have to,
It helps bring us together throughout the year at
Yeah.
multiple points. Even if it's not even for evaluating how well we're doing it, I think it helps continually bring us back together, which is why I liked it when we looked at it last year. I think we just need to actually put a tool, like the exhibit, is that what we call it? An exhibit together, propose the timeline, and force the new board into it. The new board can evaluate It doesn't.
Well, and I think it's gonna be hard if you're gonna say, we're gonna evaluate in January, because you might have 3 new members, or 2 new members, or 1 new member even. So, I think, I mean, I'd go for once a year, but I'd settle for twice a year. Any more than that, I think we're just, taking too much time away from our purpose, which is the students.
Well, I think our purpose is bringing our best selves to this work for the students, and if the more we don't talk about it, I think the further we get away from that personally. And I'm not saying we do it every month, like, I think Donna was proposing more. The model we looked at was 10 or 11 times a year. I'm thinking maybe quarterly. I don't know what the number is. And I wouldn't say January, it might be like the end of Q1, 2, 3, and 4. But
And that's why I would say, put a time frame on it, whereas we don't spend the whole meeting talking about ourselves.
Yeah.
And I think if you go back to the Wyoming thing, a lot of your board expectations
Came right from there, right?
are in there in
Yeah.
various points. So,
these are
that,
ours.
but
They're not mine.
they add some too. They add some others.
Yeah.
So a lot of the Wyoming,
They had it
we
in
want,
sections.
yeah,
like-
what we want is a mirror of that. Maybe we didn't realize that until, but if you look at the two and what we talk about, we're mirroring the ideas of what we want in evaluation or expectation from them.
I like the idea too of a quarter, once a quarter evaluating ourselves so that we are, and without taking up a whole meeting to talk
Yeah,
about
yeah.
ourselves. But just to take a quick temperature, are we on the right track? Are we supporting Dr. Lewis? Are there red flags or outliers that we need to address so that we can continue to help her in our mission and vision? So I think that once a quarter is a good idea. I think something that mirrors what the expectations put forward to Dr. Lewis and her evaluations makes sense. And then I think that, finding time to develop that evaluation tool for ourselves.
Yeah.
And maybe even find that we might find that something already exists that we can just tweak and borrow from another district as well, see what other
Yeah.
districts are doing.
And they don't have to be complicated. I mean, you
No.
can do some really simple, if you just based it on your expectations.
That's what I was-
Or you based it on the 7 goals.
Just thinking
And you're
about.
just saying, what have we done or not done, and you may even be saying,
And a
no.
Likert scale,
Right.
for expectation
think
one,
we're
leading
doing?
on student equity, getting all 5 of those bullet points and doing a quick Likert scale could be exactly what we need, because if these are our expectations, regardless of what her goals are every single year, and without having to change an evaluation tool for ourselves, perhaps just living up to the expectations that we've set forward for ourselves and evaluating ourselves based on these, for as long as we continue to hold these as a way to hold us accountable, you know what I mean?
Think about doing it, however often you do it, make sure you do it prior to an election cycle. I think there was a reference in there, either for the superintendent's evaluation, I guess it was just saying, if you're gonna do it before the November election, so you
Right.
have,
Yeah, I do. And I don't want to belabor the point. But if I'm a real crappy board member and being no consequences, or for being a crappy board member, the Wyoming thing does have, if you don't believe in these and you don't act like this, and there are consequences in the Wyoming thing that have nothing to do with legal consequences. Like the first one, if I'm a real crappy board member and say I use profanity at a board meeting in the public, or I don't mirror what a board member should be with our expectations, and it's kind of very obvious, the first consequence would be you would meet with me and say,
Yeah.
look, because you're board president, look, this is not acceptable. We've agreed that these are expectations. Please do not do it again. And the worst that can happen to me, if I don't follow your advice and everything else, is public censure, where the board president says, the board does not agree with the behavior of Donna Young. She has, you know, we've tried remedial studies, it doesn't work. And we don't agree with this behavior as a body. And that is consequences. And they're not, you know, I'm gonna have you arrested.
What I liked about it though is right now, there's someone who's not upholding this. Because we all actually voted on this. This was a consensus vote. Like we didn't actually discuss how will we address this. And in the Wyoming model that we looked at, it was like the president will meet with the board member or whatever. So like whatever that is, like it was built in and then they could talk about if they wanted to agree to the system or not. So I liked it. I don't think it would actually take more than 5-10 minutes per month if you did it monthly, or, you know, 20 minutes if you did it quarterly or something.
I think, you know, we should do it quarterly.
I think if we need to put a time limit on it, because I've said before, you know, I don't want to spend a lot of time on ourselves when we should be spending time on the students. So if we're going to make them like, you know, 4 times a year, a 1-hour study session before executive session, or study session before the board meeting, then I might say, well, you know what, I've got things I've got to do, maybe I won't come, because I'm not in agreement with that we have to spend a lot of time on it. I'm in agreement that we can spend some time on it, but not.
How do you determine how much though? Because to me, like the way that we conduct business has a direct impact on our governance team, and that has an impact on our entire community. And I personally, like that might take 5 minutes, especially if we're doing a great job. But if we have some grievances to air or alignment to seek, that might mean we need, if this is not about one individual board member knowing how to do their part, it's about how do 5 different, unique, passionate people work together, and that could take longer. And I think even us, like the 5 of us, it wouldn't take us very long. But I hate putting an arbitrary number on it when we don't know. Like, we didn't know how long our conversation this morning would take just on the goals, but we give it as much time as it needs.
I need to give you just a bit of a timeout here. When you start talking about doing censure, you probably need to talk to council, but there is a case of long-standing that I believe came from this district a long time ago, and it makes it very clear that not only can you not, the issue then was trying to discipline a board member in executive session, but that's really not even an appropriate topic for you in regular session because you don't have any authority to police yourselves.
Well, and I'm
So you just need to be careful about that.
And I will say
This is really intended to be
right.
eval of how you're doing towards goals or something else that you have authority to do.
And I agree because, you know, what if you get somebody on the governing board who becomes president who then can just decide, well, I don't like your politics because you have a D or an R after your name, and even though this is not partisan office, I know that I just don't want you, you know, I worry about, you know, somebody who uses it for the wrong purpose. Instead of, you know, just like we do with our teachers, I would like to see it as an opportunity for growth instead of a punitive measure. You know what I mean? Like, let's help you figure out how to be better at this position that you've been elected to do.
But just know that you can't do that. I mean, there's nothing wrong with the board president wanting to talk to a board member, and if you want to listen, you can. If you want to say, I'm leaving, I'm not listening.
3, and that would be
Yeah, but I don't think the point was the consequence.
That's okay.
Like,
Board president and a board member.
on how to deal with the breach. It's not
You
necessary.
can't do that. You can't criticize someone as part of your board meeting
As an
agenda.
evaluation, we probably should put it through council.
Yes.
Because what I'm reading from is a different state,
Right.
which would
I
have
understand
different laws.
But I would like to go back to our evaluation. I mean, I agree that it does actually, every single one of these bullet points, for the most part, have to do with student achievement and our focus on our students' needs and our community's needs. So I also don't want to, you know, spend time talking about us or, you know, what a great job or what a bad, you know, we should talk about it if we're doing a bad job for sure. But like Carl said, this could be a 5-minute thing if things are going well, and if it is longer, well, good. That's showing us that we're not really focused on equity. So we need to really figure out in what areas and how can we improve. So I personally feel like I think a regular evaluation, does it have to go with the study session, so we like know how to do it
I
each time?
think
No.
that was miscommunicated. I was talking about a study session to make an
Oh,
evaluation.
okay,
For
yeah.
maybe a few times an hour to get together and bring our ideas. Because if we have, like I said, if we do it today, we're going to be here until it's really
Oh,
dark.
I don't think we're making it today.
I know, I'm just
Okay.
utilizing.
But you're saying we should create one collectively, or maybe someone brings back one for us
I
to
think
look at?
collectively would be best. You know, everyone has different ideas and they're all good. And then we can meet each other over the head at a study session and decide which way we want to go.
Metaphorically, not sexually.
No, it's
I
just.
thought we've done this already. I feel like we've been,
We looked at it, but we didn't take it to the next step and take action.
It was supposed to
we
be
had a
on,
study session.
not on that, and that, basically it was attached to the superintendent's evaluation, which is illegal.
Right.
No, it's not illegal, we just can't do it in executive.
Right, right.
So we did an executive session. Yeah, basically, we can't do that. We can't continue the way we have. We need to have an evaluation.
So,
next
okay,
steps here.
so
Okay,
let's say, maybe, with consideration of the superintendent's evaluation and the goals set forth by the board for the superintendent, as well as the governing board expectations, maybe we set forth a goal date that we come back and have this on a future agenda item where we can talk about, okay, these are the things that Carl thinks is important, this is what Donna thinks, and et cetera. And then we can come together and create something, whether it's in a study session or whatever. Does that sound like our next steps?
I'd like to have more than one. I don't think we'll get it done in 1 hour. And if
Yeah.
we do, then it's fine.
I mean, maybe there's like, when we worked with Steve Highland, right, we had homework, right? Maybe
Yes.
someone can help facilitate this, like where we come to the meeting with, these are the concepts we like, these are the questions we like.
Or we see what other governing boards do and say, look at this is what's, this is what
Yeah.
Galt is doing and they're right next to
I
us.
think we're gonna be leading the way though, because I think
Probably.
they use that
You're
garbage.
probably right.
I mean, maybe we can start with the Wyoming thing, since everyone seems to like parts of that, I don't remember really what.
Do you need copies?
It's in your
You know what,
library.
let's-
Okay, it's in your library. Okay, great,
Okay.
thank you.
You can also, I mean, another thought is to just, if you have ideas, you can send them to her, and she can just compile and say, look, all 5 of you agree that this is something. I mean, you have to talk about it that way, you can't make that your agreement, but you can certainly
Right.
send information in without
Compile.
going
does
back
she
and
can
forth.
just-
And she
Wow.
can provide it to you at the board meeting.
So let me just clarify. So I want to make sure that as I go and start thinking about a board evaluation for Creighton School District, that the things that I'm going to be looking at on my own as I start doing research are probably the Wyoming evaluation, the board expectations that we've already adopted, and then the superintendent's evaluation.
Cool.
And so, and so taking a look at those 3 things and maybe either combining something or whatever, okay. And we'll talk about this.
We'll set a date, right, like, I don't, we need to set a date.
We don't need to set a date today, but it'll probably show up, I would guess, on our future agenda items, right?
And I think we should set the goal to like, let's get this done before the end of the year, because we've been 2 years almost as a board.
I agree.
No, yeah, for sure,
Close
yeah.
out.
Carl. Yeah,
And
it's
and
gonna
make it,
happen.
once we've compiled what we have as a board, and again, we might have, 1 to 2 new governing.
Yeah, why don't we do part 2 in January when we know who's gonna be.
I got the Wyoming stuff in Nashville, at NSBA, and one of the breakout sessions, that was 1.5 years ago. I mean, I think we delayed, well, we've had a lot of other stuff come to the burner, but I think we delayed it enough. By the end of, I think by January 1, we should have a instrument that this board likes.
Yeah, and then the next board can either tweak it, go down, whatever, that will be up to the next board.
And then I'll
But
add
we'll
the
close out our
legislative
business.
government
Yeah.
relations.
But 3 of the members of the board will be current board members next year.
Yeah,
So that's the quorum.
That's good, yep.
So Jeannie and I will work on creating a draft of, which would combine a goal-setting section, which in this case would be populated with the existing superintendent goals-ish, We would create a Wyoming-like model, either crunching or tearing apart parts and pieces of it, citing it, and we'll blend it directly with the board expectations. Then I think the fourth part, Jeannie, that to consider is the process for the dialogue, where it lives and how to calendar it. Because we said under 2C, we would do this annually. So, if we parlay the goal setting with the superintendent goal setting, that works nicely. And then if we have an instrument ready to go, we can do maybe a March eval or something each time and get it early so that it can shape the next goal setting period of time. I think we can get ahead of, I think we can create a nice cycle.
And board members will be emailing or texting you their ideas.
From this discussion,
Yes.
that was the direction I just took, was
Yeah.
using Wyoming because of the handful of documents you guys have seen, using the goals and using the board expectations.
Well, in the Wyoming thing,
In a Likert scale or something.
not that, it was pointed out that it might be against state laws, but say I really want consequences for not following, and I know I can't have them, but maybe that's my favorite thing.
The consequences are the voters say,
Right, right. But maybe that's it. So I would email you, this is one of the focuses I wish to have on the evaluation.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then we'll set up a study session for maybe a month or two from now, to hammer that out, and then, put it on the agenda to adopt. Okay. Did you get that?
Sounds good, I know. We're
I
ready to
didn't
move.
mind go that fast. I'm just
Did you want to
saying.
throw more work on our plate?
Oh, that's right. I get
That's
paid.
right.
We're ready to review and discuss governing board professional development.
I pull out your policy, BIBA, that says you will periodically decide about this issue. So, well within
Just
the,
be the
That's a
period.
nice tap
Like
dancing
that, like that.
policy.
I had to find this from, I forgot the hat and it came.
Tap dancing.
Before, just make sure Nick gets one.
Okay. Could you pass it up to
Here, Val. And Julia. I don't know if you have.
Well, I'll probably do somewhere, but it'd be good to have.
All right, so,
Wait,
go ahead.
We didn't get one.
I don't know.
We're supposed to.
I meant
She has
you
all
didn't
on
get
all
one.
her-
You gave her all.
Here.
Oh, here we go. Yeah.
It's all the same.
Yeah.
Wash your hands after.
Do you have one in there?
Yes. You bet.
Okay.
So over the course of the year, I've heard a variety of conversations about what you guys thought would be a good model as you think about your professional development. Is there anything from the policy we should highlight?
Just what I said, that
We'd address it.
clearly have, the
Purely.
board has the authority to make that
Sure.
decision in your adopted policy, you have it anyway, because you have fiscal and budgetary
And I want to thank
responsibilities.
Hilda for looking at the budget pieces and the various typical things we've gone through in the past. So this is a culmination of things we've done in the past. And then it takes into account a couple of things. First, on a national training level, the governing board has typically gone to one event a year. So that number was just considered normal. And there is a budget for one event a year, kind of an up to $3,000 per year per board member. Then there's state training, and typically you guys have attended 1, 2, 3 of the following that are listed under state, up to typically around $1,500 a person. And then the in-district, in-service has come up through a variety of ways. We've used ASBA, we've brought in consultants, we have never had a book talk, as I understand it, and we haven't often viewed sometimes the learning that we can do from one another. So, there's ways to go about learning that doesn't have to be about travel, if that's a concern. And there's ways to webinar, there are ways to FaceTime with experts. There are ways to conference with people from around the world. So there's really creative technology ways for us to experience the nation and the world without always having to travel, if travel is a concern. So we basically have budgeted up to $1,500 per year for the entire board during what we call study sessions like today. where we learn a lot from each other. There were some notations about board members not returning and, how much money do you put into a person as far as their training, for time and money that you put into a person who's done with their term or, within 6 months will be done. So I think, Hilda, you got this from a conversation from a previous team. I don't know if it was Shar or the team before that, but this was kind of a rule of thumb in the past. So this was just put in at the bottom, the asterisks about board members not returning or not running for reelection. So as you look at the bullets suggested, what are your thoughts and how does this look as a guideline for how we might do our practices here in Creighton?
So, since I've been to the NALEO conferences, I don't know that the annual conference helps school board members. I think that's different from their scope. They do have a governance conference, and for newly elected Latino elected officials, that's, I think, like $100 you pay to go, and then the rest is on scholarship. So I would take that out of the $3,000, and if you keep it, I would recommend to pay the registration fee, which is like $100, or just take it out, because I think you can get different training from School Board Association.
Well, actually, most of the NALEO conferences are scholarship-based because I went to that one in San Antonio, and the $100 wasn't actually for the registration, it was for my membership in NALEO for the year. So I paid that, but most of the NALEO conferences you can get to for free.
So the point is, I'd rather just take that out of our budget and
so it wouldn't be one of the three you get to go to.
That's
because
exactly-
it really only costs $100.
That's exactly what I think Carl was trying to say. Yeah, because he just said that mostly it's funded through, and so he wants to take it off of there.
I want to take it off.
Yeah, because it is scholarship based, that one he feels should, am I correct? Okay, I just don't want to
And
put words in your mouth.
Carl, I believe that the annual conference that is held in June for NALEO is not scholarship based.
Yeah, but it's not. It hasn't been focused on. I haven't gone the last 2 years because I didn't find things that were relevant to being a school board member, and so I feel like it's important to invest in professional development that helps us be a better school board member, especially in the context of the community that we serve. And that's why I choose to go to their policy conferences or the governance conferences, but the annual conference is a party. And there is some policy conversation that so I don't think that we should be supplementing someone to build their network. I think it's an important thing for Latino electeds if they want to build those relationships. I just don't think that it should be a Creighton expenditure.
And so NALEO is only available to people who are Latino or
No.
who serve on a majority Latino
No, you have
districts?
No. When you join, there's a drop-down menu. You could be black, you could be white, you could be anything. There's like a drop-down menu of your ethnicity. That's about 20 different things.
So let me ask then, but first of all, remind me again, it's the National Alliance of Latino.
Yeah, National Association for Latino Elected Officials and appointed officials.
Okay, so you don't necessarily have to be Latino to join.
It's
Is the goal that
mostly-
you're serving mostly Latino constituents?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
So they never made that explicit.
They don't make that clear, but they assume that people who are non-Latino who are in it for the good of the Latino population, either
So
in their
any of
constituents.
us could go
Right.
to a NALEO conference, and you're saying you could actually get a lot of bang for your buck because most of it is scholarship based, except for the one in June, correct? And
The
the one in
one
June
that's
is more
gonna
about
help you be a
building
better
networks.
board member, you pay your membership, right? Like
Yeah.
$100? I paid the
The one I went to
lifetime
was-
membership, right, $1,000, but those they're scholarship based. So I don't think that it's a good use of Creighton dollars. I felt like the governance training I got was helpful, not that different than anything I've learned from ASBA.
But the point is, this one shouldn't be included, whereas NSBA, Cube, and
So-
any other out-of-state.
I will
would
also
be
want to
a
make
higher-
the argument for CUBE, because I haven't been to it. I know what NSBA is about.
Oh,
but-
CUBE is very important. I think it should stay there.
And how is it better than or different than NSBA?
Well, we're not saying you can go to both of them. We're saying that you can choose.
So that wasn't, I was just asking what's the value of it. I haven't been to it.
Yeah.
For urban.
And remind me again what that acronym is as well?
Council
Urban-
of
Board,
Board.
urban-based or urban?
It's the Council for Urban Boards of Education.
Okay.
But I have no exposure to it, I don't.
So has anybody who's been here, or who's here today been to a CUBE annual conference?
I've not been to an annual one, but I've been to there was a CUBE conference in Phoenix. That wasn't their annual big one, but it was a smaller one, and I was to it. It was downtown, and it was good.
What was the content mostly, would you say?
The content is a lot of demographics that we have in our district, a lot of minority demographics, equity, a lot of equity issues.
Hasn't NSBA under?
Well, NSBA has a CUBE element in NSBA.
Yeah.
It is.
Before.
NSBA has a CUBE element, but you have to do a separate registration. So
Right.
if you want to go to all of them.
Years ago, NSBA used to put out, conferences for Hispanic, not peoples, but high Hispanic, it was a Hispanic conference, basically, it was the students, and things like that, and they kind of evolved from that to encompass CUBE for urban, because that's where most of your.
Urban as
memories-
opposed to rural.
Well,
Yeah.
the Hispanic caucus is coming back and coming back strongly through
In
NSBA.
Arizona or the national, because both.
It's mostly national, because in Arizona, there's a few folks that split off of their Arizona Latino School Board Association, that they're also trying to hit up boards for dues. I would just say, from my experience, I haven't been to CUBE, but I don't know that you're gonna get something different than you get at NSBA. You have CUBE options. I would just keep this simple and clean. These are the school boards associations, national and state, and I think those would be appropriate expenditures for the district. I'm not compelled yet that CUBE, I'm not saying it's not worthwhile. I don't know that it's better than what we already have access to. So I would recommend we stick with NSBA and ASBA, and then our specific consultants for our district.
I do have a problem with that, because we, like, the one in September with the ASBA, the law conference, kind of,
That's ASBA.
oh, I thought you just meant the December
Oh,
conference.
no. Anything school board
Okay.
association?
No,
Yeah.
CUBE
I
is
would
part of
leave
NSBA.
CUBE in there.
yeah.
CUBE it is
It
created
is under,
by,
You have to
By the
not only
by the
register,
bylaws
but
of
buy
ASBA
another
and
registration, like the paid membership dues. Like they require a different set of dues. I know that.
And
Look,
if
if you
you
wanna
are a
make an
non-member-
argument, I just haven't heard the argument for it.
If you are a non-member, which we are not members of CUBE, it does cost more for the registration and all of that, because we would be paying non-member.
But this, the whole point of this is giving us a choice. And in column 1, which is separate from ASBA, which is not local, it's national, we're given a choice. We've got the $3,000 right there. So if a CUBE conference would fit with the non-member registration, everything would fit in there. I think letting other people have a choice of what they would like to do is important. Maybe you don't want to go to it. You had also mentioned NSBA was a party one too a couple of years ago. So.
I'm not probably gonna, I went again and I'm probably not gonna go again.
Okay.
It's also the school board association, so as someone who makes decisions on our budget, I'm sharing publicly my feelings about.
Yeah, CUBE, I feel, is very relevant and important. I have been to a lot of their sessions in NSBA too, and found that they were very important. I would like in the future to actually go to a CUBE conference if it's, if that presents itself at some point.
There's a budget there of up to $3,000 per board member. You can't go to an NSBA and a CUBE conference in 1 year under that amount of money. So to give maybe, I don't know, I enjoy NSBA, that's me, but maybe somebody wants to go more with the urban population focus than NSBA, and
They
make
have
a
it,
choice.
they have it at the NSBA though, that's the point.
Well, you can't go to all of them if you don't, you can't go to all the sessions if you don't pay a separate membership at NSBA for CUBE. I've tried, I know.
But this gives you a choice, I prefer NSBA, but it gives.
A choice is nice.
Each of us our own free will and choice.
Well, and I mean, I will say that at least then, if there is that choice, then we can bring back different perspectives. And I'm just looking at like the annual agenda for their, it was actually here in Phoenix
Last year.
And I mean, the issues that they are talking about within Cube are relevant to what we're talking about as a district, for
The only
sure.
argument I was making is they have the same ones at NSBA, they bring those ones to NSBA.
It is under the umbrella of NSBA.
And at NSBA, went to one of the
Yeah.
CUBE sessions, like, so like, I just didn't know why it's cause that would also, I said my piece, so
No, I
you all
got
do
you,
what you want with that.
and you're right, it's within the umbrella of NSBA. In fact, I'm not exactly, I guess it's where you have it, NSBA, you'll have rural districts sharing
Right.
their problems. This is more focused on the problems that we might be dealing with, so I can understand it from that point of view. And at least, especially for somebody who's new, that might be a good conference for them to go to, as far as, because you could end up talking about rural issues on the reservation, which is very important stuff, but not something that we're talking about here in Creighton School District, you know what I mean? And so for that new member, they'll know that it's aligned with what we're doing in this district. I mean.
And on the other, you get, sometimes you get, you know, rich suburbs that are talking about their issues, which are not the same as our issues all the time.
One question that I do have though, on this agenda for the conference that was in October, of course, it's not showing up on my phone right now, but there was, an equity symposium put on by NSBA back in January in Washington DC. Now, is it because those are only one-day, PD opportunities that's not something that we are eligible for? Because I know we have an equity ASBA opportunity here, but it's only one day though, so I mean, if we're talking about spending $3,000 per board member, I love that focus on equity for one day, but then it's not the whole, can we, you know, how many sessions can I go to in one day as opposed to 3 days at NSBA, I guess. So I was just, I mean, I don't wanna.
It's a one-day equity conference in DC.
That was back in January 2016.
It does say on
Is it
the
the
bottom,
FRN?
the other out-of-state conferences specifically to the role.
It just says equity and symposium, educating and leading, addressing equity through effective policy and strategies.
That was I can give you a little insight there, that was something that was the focus of the NSBA president based on his having attended ASBA's equity event.
Okay,
So he thought it was a great idea.
Well, and
Whether
in
it's
our-
gonna become a regular thing for them, I don't know.
And I mean, so I would say then no, because since we already have a regular equity event here, okay, I just needed clarification for these different types of conferences.
And Judy, anything else that comes up could fall under the other out-of-state conference specific to the role of the governing board. If something were to come up one year, that doesn't necessarily come up on an annual basis.
Well, and also too, with that one, I don't know if this needs to be explicitly stated, but I would also like to make sure that, you know, because I guarantee there's probably conferences out there for me as an educator, just as a classroom teacher, that I would like to attend, but that wouldn't have anything to do with my role as a governing board member, you know what I mean? So I appreciate the fact, specific to the role of governing board member, I don't want, I don't want the district to foot the bill for me to go to social emotional learning if it doesn't have anything to do with governance, you know what I mean? So.
Yeah.
What does that look like? What,
This-
an example?
Other out-of-state conference.
Well, it could be like that NSBA equity, one, or I know that there's other,
Just keeping it flexible.
Well, and I think that we should also say, I don't know, I feel like there should be a discussion, so if somebody does come forward and says, I would like to go to this equity symposium, and we do a little bit of research and we find out, well, this is actually ASBA's equity symposium, so we don't really need to go there, you know what I mean? So I think there should be an opportunity for us to kind of vet the different conferences, not that
the
it comes
travel
up for
still
that,
has to
but-
come to the board for approval.
Right,
So-
yeah. Oh, yeah, you're right, yeah.
Out-of-state,
Okay.
in-state now.
Yeah.
What about your state training?
What,
That's the three, or what set
In
budget
the middle
allows.
section, Does anybody have any questions about that?
What is the typical cost of an ASBA training? Unless, the ones that are in Phoenix anyway, not, of course, not the ones in Flag or Tucson or whatever.
It would be about, what is it, 450,
The law
500?
conference, I think,
Is
is the
four
most
seventy,
expensive.
yeah, that's like 475 or something, you know, because we're members.
So,
You know, it
so
goes
that
up-
covers
We use
about
500
300.
as a number.
Now, does this include because isn't Summer Leadership Institute and Flagstaff, so is that still, as, I guess maybe then a board member might only be able to go to 2 trainings
True,
if that's the
true, and
case.
that one is less expensive, but then you have to pay for hotel.
The hotel,
Last summer it was actually in Tucson.
Yes, it was in
Okay.
Because
Tucson,
Little America's under construction,
under construction.
modeling or something.
So we may even, so as long as we know that it's up to $1,500, it's 3 or, what's that budget? Okay, I got you, all right.
Is this in a calendar year or in a fiscal year?
Calendar year or fiscal year? So is it January to December, or is it?
I think with the disclaimers at the bottom, I would think that's just January, especially if our elections are in November.
Yeah, that would make sense, yeah, January to December.
If we
I
could
hadn't thought that- I
agree
hadn't
on
thought that
those
through.
terms,
Yeah, since our terms start in January,
You should have the regular calendar year. yeah.
like when we get the
Not the
ASBA
school
calendar
year.
of events, it's January to December.
I think in June to July term, I can't help it, but I think you're right, it was
I-
January, December for you
I-
guys.
okay.
So which ones have I gone to already, the ASBA, I don't know.
Well,
Austin.
Does it start now, or is it effective now, or does it,
well, you guys are.
is
still
it retroactive?
You guys are still discussing.
That's right, you
so-
haven't even
I know.
decided it yet.
No, I can't remember.
I guess I'd like a disclaimer put in, say, Carl is a training hog, and I don't want to go to training. So something about whereas I can't transfer my $3,000 to Carl, so we can go to 4 out-of-state conferences. You know, I'm showing you the absurd, but you get what I mean.
Right, right. No, yeah, membership, or members' budgets are non-transferable, so
Something
there you
about
go.
non-transferable.
Do you guys want that added on the bottom?
Yeah.
We may have to,
Yes.
you never know, you
Let me
know?
throw
You're
another,
training hog.
another wrench in the works too.
Non-transferable.
With regard to board members in their last year of a term not attending state conferences, don't forget that when this one becomes your superintendent of the year, you're all gonna wanna be there, whether you're in the last part of your term or not.
Oh, yeah.
And when a
Put
board
that in the
member
roles.
of long service has been on the board and you wanna put them on the honor roll, you kind of,
Yeah, of course.
might wanna have them there. Of course.
I have a question.
You're not running for re-election.
We also determine our own rules and we can
Right.
change them whenever we want, so I don't know.
These are guidelines.
Yes.
These
Is
are
it-
guidelines, it's not gonna be adopted.
Is it fair to put an attendance requirement in here? I mean, we want, attending board meetings, I think, is the first priority, right?
Attending board meetings is a priority for a board member, but it is not a
Mandatory.
merit for going to a conference.
But if a board member were to not show up to board meetings, they're still entitled to
Then
go
we say-
to all
Then we
these.
say they abandon their seat, and it's up for.
But the crazy thing is, you have to miss like 10 in a row or something like that.
3 months.
It was only 3 in a row.
3 in a row in 3 months, I can't remember.
3 months.
Oh, maybe
3
that's
months.
right. Yeah, for us, it would be 6 in a row. 2 or 6.
In a row.
You didn't fall for the 1 meeting a month business when you ran for election the first time?
I have a question on the Maricopa County meeting. Isn't that just a dinner?
Yeah, but there's, I mean, and that's what I'm saying, yeah, I mean, that's like $20.
Yeah, that's what, so that doesn't count as one of the 3?
I'm still listing it because that's still something that.
Like,
But
it's either or, 1,500 or 3. 3 or 1,500. So if you don't, if that keeps you within the $1,500 budget to go to the Maricopa meeting, then you can go to 4 conferences, state
Yeah.
conferences.
Okay.
And that's why I put in what set budget allows, because I know that Maricopa one is only $20, so.
There's voting that takes, there's voting that takes place, and I think that there's important networking working to be done, you know, and if it's $20 and you have an you know, like I got to sit with Don Cubby and, you know, talk, you know, and he was super excited about Dr. Lewis and, you know, just being able to talk to other governing board members about the issues that they face, even though it is more of a social event. for $20, I think it was, it was my first time going. And I actually really, and I didn't want to go. I really enjoyed it,
Your
so.
county director should choose me those meetings.
Yeah, and that was, we had a vote that night, and people came up and gave their little stump speeches and all that kind of stuff.
So,
I
had enough discussion on this?
From what I understand is, the NALEO conference, the annual conference should be avoided.
I don't think it's avoided, I just don't think it's a good use of district dollars. When looking at the agenda and what they offer, I think the opportunities for board members are not the annual conference, and I think that they're scholarship based, like their policy and governance has been terrific, to be honest.
Okay.
But I paid the $100 for the membership out of my own pocket, and they paid for my hotel, airfare, food,
Is there an
the
application process that you have to
registration.
go through to be able to do that?
Well,
No,
I
okay.
didn't apply, I just,
You need to be a member.
Sue's told me about it, and I just, maybe there's an application, I don't know if it's competitive, but. So, I don't think it's to be avoided, I don't wanna set, I actually value the network, I just don't think it's a good expenditure for Creighton to go to the annual conference for that, I
And
think.
also, didn't you say that that's where you cannot use scholarship funds?
Yeah.
For the annual conference?
That's right.
Okay.
I think the parts that's gonna help you be a better board member are covered through scholarships.
Okay, and going back, I just want to make sure that everybody has had an opportunity to address their feelings about Q as well. And, as it is under the umbrella of NSBA, but it costs extra, is it something that we still want to have as an option?
I just think they have a partnership, it's a separate board with a separate fee. I don't really, I don't have anything else to add.
Let's say, okay, then as long as we stay within the budget, right? Within the budget for the conferences that we've set forward, then let's just keep it in.
If somebody feels Cube is that important to them,
Yeah.
then they won't go to the national conference because they don't have the money.
Right,
So give them an option.
okay. And like I said, as long as we stay within budget, that's what
Yeah.
we're really concerned with.
Unless they spend their own money, right?
Sure, then you can go to as many conferences as you want if you want to spend your own money, for sure. Okay, so we're good on what is
Yeah,
here.
I still think people need to show up to board meetings and study sessions. If that's not happening, I think this privilege should be reconsidered. It's something that we vote on if it's travel, so I'm just saying, if that were to happen, we still have that option to vote no.
So that could also be something put forward as a future agenda item. if we want.
They're in the consent agenda, so I think it just means we would, if you wanted to pull it for discussion, we probably just need to pull it for discussion.
Well, if they don't show up for meetings, maybe they need the most help with the conferences.
Or they're just
How do
busy
you
trying to
get a
come to
board member,
meetings.
going to conferences to learn?
Well, I think it doesn't put our best foot forward as a board if we're not being seen at a meeting, but we're being seen at conferences. My 2 cents.
Are we gonna,
Now that you've had your minds expanded, I gave you the little alphabet thing last time.
Yeah.
I should tell you how many squares are
Oh, I
on
love
this
this
page.
Yeah.
oh, man.
Oh, it makes us think.
How many squares are on the
17.
page? I hear 17.
26.
26? 27?
I'm too sick for this.
That's your best response. The correct answer is 30. Because you have squares
Oh,
of 3.
Yeah.
Oh, right, I
You have
forgot
1,
the
2,
square root of
3, 4.
Yeah, oh,
Then you have one in the middle, then you have them
and
staggered.
it would be
I
31.
got 29, but
Thirty.
yeah, okay, there's one.
30.
30,
So,
right?
I missed the last 4.
30.
Counting the whole square itself.
Wow, you're friends.
Well, that'll be fun for my students.
I'm gonna leave you with all of my chicken scratching, and hopefully, I think you guys are terrific, you work together really well.
Yeah.
I have no idea what, I may have said this before, but one of my colleagues school board colleagues, once upon a time was Greg Donovan, who's the superintendent of Westmac, and Greg said, being a school board member is like an arranged marriage. And I think that's true. We can figure out a way to make it work, and you guys, I think, have done a great job, so you should be proud of yourselves.
And thank you so much for your Saturday time with us and facilitating us through a large and hefty agenda in an efficient manner. We're not finished.
Not quite, we need to, does anybody wanna, based on today, do we wanna put forward any, future agenda items?
I'd like to, talk and maybe look at outdated, antiquated policies that were mentioned today to see if the board would like to vote on, removal, yeah.
And or update.
Or update, yeah.
Or update.
I can send you a list of those.
Yeah, we
just so
got
you
4 of them, and I think you mentioned 6.
can-
So 4 of them are up on the whiteboard up there.
You also have places in your policy where you refer to community that you might want to put in Creighton community based on your conversations.
Right.
I mean, there's some things like that too, but I'll get you a list.
Thank you so much.
All right, other agenda, any other future agenda items? All right, it's been, do we even need to? No, we're meeting adjourned.
Motion to adjourn is always in order.
Nice job, everybody.